Chapter 1496. Gold killed that immortal court heavenly monarch with a single strike. The giant golden monkey roared and waved his rod to sweep the surrounding starlight. Yan Zhaoge gazed at Gao Han. Gao Han pursed his lips, shaking his head in silence. Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze and didn't say anything else. He somersaulted and jumped into the territory of the immortal court, landing on the shoulder of the giant ape. At this moment the entire immortal court seemed to be shaking. Layer after layer of the immortal realm manifested into halos of light that enveloped the golden body of the great sage manifested by the North Ocean clone. In an instant, it was as if mountains had descended from the sky to suppress the giant monkey. Yan Zhaoge laughed coldly, a similar cold smile appearing on the hairy face of that massive golden monkey. The gigantic golden monkey that seemed to be able to prop up the heavens leaped into the air. His violent strength allowed him to break through the layers of suppression brought by the halos. Previously, they didn't want to reveal the truth. At this moment, with the golden monkey's leap, the immortal court seemed to be divided. The 3,000 immortal realms and the myriad of worlds within them were the foundation. Above this foundation was even more faintly discernible, as if there were layers of heavenly watchtowers. At the very top was an expanse of brilliant light, pavilions, terraces, halls, the scene of an immortal palace. The giant monkey swept its gaze in all directions. Its gaze seemed material, like light and fire. After a short while, Yan Zhaoge jumped into the golden body of the great sage's palm and disappeared. As for the giant monkey, it seemed as if there was an invisible staircase beneath its feet. It climbed higher with each step, rushing toward the celestial palace above. When it was in midair, a torrential river suddenly appeared, forming a huge river that sealed the sky above and below. It intercepted the giant golden monkey in midair, intending to trap it in the water. The torrential river water was like the legendary heavenly river that had been drawn here. During the Great Calamity, the Milky Way had also suffered a tribulation. Now, on the land of the immortal court, it had mostly been restored. The giant ape remained calm and fearless as it took a step forward. To him, Yan Zhaoge, such a water vein suitable for setting up the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation should be his home ground. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly emerged from the heavenly river. It was as if it had become one with the heavenly river. Mysterious and obscure syllables came from the water. A great heavenly immortal had descended upon this place. Due to his experiences in the heavenly court's divine palace in pre-Great Calamity times, Yan Zhaoge had barely been able to decipher the meaning of those obscure syllables. Nine Bends. Yellow River. Formation. But it's not good, to show off in front of me, the heavenly lord inspiration. Crimson golden light flashed in the giant ape's eyes upon hearing this, and it carefully looked into the river. Though his opponent was a Grand Luo, the great ape could clearly see his appearance. The other party wore a golden helmet on his head, golden armor on his body, a belt around his waist, and yellow boots on his feet. His eyes were round and his teeth were sharp. He had short, fiery red hair and held a 9-petal red copper hammer in his hand. After seeing the other party's appearance, the giant ape howled, "Great King of Inspiration! Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." The goldfish reared in the pond of Guanyin Bodhisattva has swam to the land of the heretics. The half-man, half-fish being stared at the giant ape with wide eyes. How could this be? Didn't that monkey become the victorious fighting Buddha? You're already at a disadvantage against the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and you're still willing to send someone here. The giant ape was shocked. Let's see how capable you are. The great king of inspiration snorted coldly, so what if you're real? I'm no longer the same as before. I've ascended to the Grand Luo realm. He was a goldfish that gained sentience. However, he wasn't a demon race. Instead, he listened to Guanin's teachings and entered the orthodox Buddhism. Due to the limitations of his conditions, he couldn't cultivate to Buddhahood and ascend to the Grand Luo realm. In the end, he joined the immortal court and walked the path of heretics. With the help of the treasured lights imbued with faith power, he achieved his wish and ascended to the Grand Luo heavenly immortal realm. With his Xiantian foundation, his control over water was top-notch, allowing him to perfectly control the heavenly river in front of him. With the advantage of his cultivation, Yan Zhaoge couldn't utilize the water vein to lay down the 9 bends yellow river formation. However, Yan Zhaoge didn't mind it at all. He laughed loudly. A grand luo that cultivated the heretics can be called a grand luo. As he roared, golden radiances converged in the giant ape's hand, transforming into the Rui golden cudgel. He raised it and slammed it towards the great king of inspiration. The horrifying power capable of overturning the universe erupted, causing even the heavenly river to collapse, causing water to flow in all directions. The great king of inspiration was enraged. He raised the 9-petal red copper cudgel to block it. As the two clashed, the illusory Rui golden cudgel in the giant ape's hand showed signs of shattering. Although the great king of inspiration was relying on his weapon's power to attack his opponent's bare hands, he still laughed loudly. He didn't let his opponent off easily. He guided the starlight to strengthen himself, causing the heavenly river to reassemble after dispersing. The great king of inspiration, who had the immortal court's home ground advantage, had his strength skyrocketing. Reckless brat. Do you think you can behave so atrociously anywhere? The great king of inspiration lifted the 9 petals crimson copper hammer and slammed it towards the giant ape that Yan Zhaoge had transformed into. At the same time, the heavenly river's water poured downwards. It was so heavy that it couldn't be any heavier. It fused with the great king of inspiration's hammer. With the two powers mutually reinforcing each other, it became even more horrifying. Grand Luo collapsing heavens. At this moment, it was as if the heavens had collapsed and slammed downwards. Even the heavenly river was rushing over like a flood. Ha! The giant ape laughed coldly and stood on the spot without moving an inch. As brilliance gathered above his head, duo flowers converged crown. As the duo splendor appeared, the monkey's blood and chi surged madly once again. Every single pore on his body seemed to have a sun rising, spewing out flames. The violent and sinister demonic chi transformed into rolling dark clouds and enveloped the surroundings. It became even more lawless and unbridled. The golden radiance within his hands condensed once again and transformed into the Rui golden cudgel. He raised both of his hands and slammed it horizontally in the air. The great king of inspiration's 9 petals crimson copper hammer that was sweeping along the heavenly river was forcefully blocked. The collapsing heavens seemed to have regained its pillar of support. Not only that, but it was forcefully pushed upwards. The collapsing heavens rose upwards in the opposite direction. The heavenly river that was pouring downwards flowed backwards. The horrifying violent ape leaped up. With his cudgel, he forcefully overturned the great king of inspiration's hammer and the descending heavenly river. Then, he looked down from above and flipped his body, slamming his cudgel down once again. With a single cudgel, the heavenly river's flow was temporarily cut off. Both sides' offense and defense were instantly reversed. The great king of inspiration raised his hammer to parry. The monkey cudgel rained down continuously. It was fast and hurried, and its momentum was heavy. However, it was filled with endless variations. The great king of inspiration couldn't block it any longer. His cudgel slammed down and hit his head. A mighty grand heavenly immortal was sent flying by the violent ape transformed by Yan Zhaoge. Fortunately, the heavenly immortal's immortal splendor protected his body. With the 3 petals converged crown, he didn't sustain any injuries. However, he was still in a daze. You can't harm my heavenly lord body. The great king of inspiration regained his senses and laughed proudly, ha ha ha. Ugh! As he was laughing, the second half of his laughter was stuffed back into his mouth. Heavenly Lord? You think you're worthy? The violent ape took a step forward and extended its gigantic claw. It grabbed onto his head and lifted him up. Then, amidst the roar of the violent ape, it pushed the great king of inspiration. As if it was pushing a siege engine, it charged upwards and crashed into the immortal palace above. Chapter 1497. Within the majestic palace, the scenery was suddenly ruined. Luan Xiao Shua. Amidst the deafening howls, a violent ape grabbed the great king of inspiration and charged furiously into the clouds. Then, it crashed into the palaces. The palaces shone with radiance. Rays of golden radiance surged and protected the buildings that were shrouded in mist. However, the monkey pushed the great king of inspiration as if he was pushing a siege vehicle. He crashed into the palaces without holding back. The golden radiance shook and a gap was formed. The monkey had no intention of stopping. He retracted his arm and forcefully slammed the great king of inspiration. With a boom, one of the walls of a huge palace collapsed. The great king of inspiration's face was covered in dust as he shouted. Amidst his shout, the surrounding immortal court palaces trembled. Then, above each of the magnificent pavilions, there was a Dharma array that appeared and hovered around them. As the golden radiance transformed, the golden radiance faded and turned into a jade-like color. As the jade-like radiance appeared, the universe's appearance changed. The cosmos became blurry. Amidst the transformation, 9 pagodas appeared. One was tall, while the other 8 were low. One was high above, hovering in the center. The other 8 were located in 8 different directions. Under the 9 pagodas, the universe's Milky Way seemed to be shifting, changing its position and entering the 9 pagodas. The monkey instantly felt as if an endless weight was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. Under the support of this mystical power, the great king of inspiration's weakened state suddenly changed. As the stars shifted, he was like a fish in water, launching his counterattack against the monkey. As one side weakened, the other side strengthened. In an instant, both sides' offensive and defensive positions were reversed. Ignorant youngster, now I'll show you what's good for you. The great king of inspiration finally heaved a sigh of relief. The battle against the blessed lands of the White Lotus is extremely urgent. This great king came out just to wait for you to fall into my trap. Although I don't know where you obtained that monkey's abilities from, you might be able to hide it from others, but how could you hide it from the immeasurable Tao ancestor? I already had a way to subdue your insignificant abilities. The great king of inspiration had previously dropped the 9-petaled crimson copper hammer. Now, he gathered the heavenly river's water and formed a new hammer in his hand. Its might was even greater than before. Being within the 9 pagodas, the monkey's strength was being suppressed. At this moment, the Afflatus king swung his hammer, appearing majestic. Were you waiting for me? The North Ocean clone raised his cudgel towards the sky and blocked the great king of inspiration's hammer. In the past, the immortal court had lost 4 grand heavenly immortals in the hands of Sua Mingzhang, and they had yet to replace them. The number of grand heavenly realm experts was already inferior to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Now, the great king of inspiration was even sent out to guard against Yen Zhaoge and the others. As expected, the other party had set up a trap. They were just waiting for Yen Zhaoge or other Taoism's people to come and find He Mian. Then, they would try to capture and kill him. The 9 pagodas immediately formed a suppressive force. Yen Zhaoge looked over and realized that the great king of inspiration wasn't the only heretic heavenly immortal here. Figures could be vaguely seen in each of the 9 pagodas. In each pagoda, there was a heretic essence immortal, as well as a number of mystic immortals and perfected immortals. Mystic immortals and perfected immortals were fine, but the immortal court did not have enough manpower for virtual immortals. They were still in a disadvantageous position against the blessed lands of the White Lotus. This time, they actually mobilized a huge amount of manpower to surround and kill Yen Zhaoge. You still don't know what's waiting for you, right? The Afflatus king laughed weirdly. Now, let's see where you can run to. Amidst the strange laughter, the spot where the 9-petal crimson copper hammer and the Rui Jingu Bang came into contact also had a jade-like color spreading out. It followed the Rui Jingu Bang and quickly landed on Monkey's hands. After being touched by the jade light, the monkey's hands seemed to have turned into jade, unable to move. The jade-like color continued to spread downward, intending to contaminate the monkey's entire body. Run? Why should I run? Yen Zhaoge said coldly. The Afflatus king was stunned. He saw a round figure fly out from the giant monkey's ear. It was a peace show. Pan Pan no longer had his usual silly and lazy look on his face as he roared furiously towards the heavens, a tattoo on his back glowing with golden light. Golden light condensed in the air, and another golden monkey appeared. The Afflatus King's eyes widened. You! As Pan Pan's giant ape roared, he grabbed the Rui Jingu Bang and spun it like a windmill towards the Afflatus King's head. The Afflatus King originally thought that it was just an illusion. However, after feeling the same horrifying power that could overturn the heavens and overturn the earth, he was shocked. He couldn't care less about suppressing the North Ocean clone's monkey form anymore, and hurriedly dodged to the side. The North Ocean clone shook his arms, and the jade-like color faded away. The golden monkey roared madly, and swung the rod again. Its ruthlessness grew even denser. There's actually two. What's going on? The Afflatus King was enraged, so what if there's two? As he yelled, he threw away the giant hammer formed by flowing water, and pressed both of his palms downwards. The 9 pagodas trembled simultaneously, and a rumbling sound resounded. As the jade-like light flickered, the void enveloped by the 9 pagodas seemed to have solidified. It locked the North Ocean clone and Pan Pan's 2 giant apes within like amber. The Afflatus King flew outwards, and the group of heretic immortals within the 9 pagodas also scrambled to escape the area enveloped by the pagoda's jade-like radiance. These 9 pagodas, which seemed to be a single entity, imprisoned the 2 giant apes as they fell down. The miraculous restriction circulated its power to the maximum at this moment, wanting to draw Yan Zhaoge away from the divine palace up in the sky. Feng Yunsheng's methods were no secret to the current immortal court. Although he wasn't sure if she could return to the immortal court after being exhausted in the battle against the devils of the 9 underworlds, the immortal court had clearly taken her existence into consideration. The trap laid down by the great king of inspiration and the others was meant to target both Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. While Feng Yunsheng had yet to appear, a second golden body of the great sage had already appeared. At this moment, the great king of inspiration could only temporarily let go of his desire to capture Yan Zhaoge alive, and take the initiative to attack with all his might. With this king here, I won't allow you to behave atrociously. 2 mere macaques, get lost. The Afflatus King shouted. The giant ape roared at the sky, just by relying on trash like you. Following this roar, Xue Fei's figure appeared in midair. Without saying a word, he did exactly the same as the Northern Ocean clone. As he bowed, the tattoo on his right shoulder emitted golden light. As the people of the immortal court were dumbfounded, the 3rd giant ape appeared. The 3 demon monkeys, which looked exactly the same, were ferocious and domineering. They swung the Rui golden cudgel at the same time and stomped on the ground. As if 3 pillars supporting the heavens, they instantly stopped the falling world in its tracks. Then, the 3 golden cudgel rotated together, shattering the confinement of the 9 pagodas. As if the entire world was flipped over, jade radiances scattered all over the ground. The 3 demon monkeys swung the Rui golden cudgel and flew around, causing the heavens and earth to collapse. With a swing of the east, the great king of inspiration was beaten to the point of rolling on the ground. With a swing of the west, a group of heretic profound immortals and true immortals were beaten to a pulp. With a few more swings, a few heretic virtual immortals' souls perished. As the giant ape roared, he swung his cudgel towards an immortal court heavenly monarch, causing him to be smashed into a divine palace. Then, the other 2 cudgels swung down together, causing the heavenly monarch's corpse and the palace to collapse into ruins. You traitor, do you think you can hide from me? The giant ape lifted his leg and stomped down. The collapsed palace was pushed backward, causing the pavilions behind it to collapse one after another. The collapse finally stopped after reaching the end. The jade radiances suddenly became brighter and protected a palace, preventing it from collapsing. However, a wall was still broken through, revealing a silhouette within the palace. He turned his head around with his eyes wide open. It was He Mian. Chapter 1498. Zhao Lingfu, the great king, and the others weren't sure how Yan Zhaoge obtained the golden body of the great sage. However, they knew that Yan Zhaoge, who manifested the golden body of the great sage, possessed a pair of fiery golden eyes that could see through everything. After stepping into the immortal court's territory, Yan Zhaoge knew He Mian's approximate location without even asking for directions. On the other hand, if He Mian was not here, it would be hard to hide from him. In order to lay a trap and ambush Yan Zhaoge and the others, the great king of inspiration could only place He Mian in the immortal court as bait. With this bait, Yan Zhaoge's group could be lured into the immortal court's encirclement. The initial development of the situation was just as the Afflatus king and the others had hoped. But in the end, it was completely different from what they had expected. No one had expected Yan Zhaoge to possess not just one golden body of the great sage, but three. Three great demons at the peak of the virtual immortal realm who could fight against a grand heavenly realm powerhouse had appeared in the immortal court, and the currently empty immortal court could not withstand their attacks at all. During the Middle Era, the great sage equaling heaven wreaked havoc in the heavenly court's divine palace. Now, there was another demon monkey that was causing trouble in the immortal court. The giant ape transformed by Yan Zhaoge kicked down a bunch of buildings, causing He Mian to have nowhere to hide. Although the palace that He Mian was in didn't completely collapse under the protection of the jade light restriction, he was still exposed to Yan Zhaoge's vision. The giant ape's eyes widened, and the jade light protecting the palace began to ripple and tremble like water, as if it could shatter at any time. Even with the protection of the jade light restriction, He Mian, who was in the main hall, felt his heart tighten. His entire body was numb and cold. The difference in their realms was too huge. Even though there was a layer of jade light between them, He Mian almost died on the spot. Looking at the ruined palace shrouded in jade light, the huge demon monkey roared and approached. Its eyes were extremely cold. At this moment, two green lotuses suddenly appeared in the void. The green lotuses shone brightly, and each of them held a golden lamp. The green lotus landed in front of He Mian, blocking the giant ape's path. On one of the green lotuses sat a Buddha with 20 heads and 18 arms. "It's you, you spineless coward!" Looking at the Buddha, the three demon monkeys roared in unison. No matter if it was Yan Zhaoge, Xue Fei, or Pan Pan, they all felt the raging emotions emanating from their golden body of the great sage, which even affected their own bodies. The originally lawless demonic aura became even more violent and destructive at this moment. Because the Buddha standing in front of him was none other than the victorious fighting Buddha. In most people's hearts, the traveling monk's son was the one who came out of the Five Elements mountain, traveled the west with the Arhat, and brought Western Buddhism to the east to obtain Buddhist scriptures from the spirited mountain. On one side was the Buddha, who had attained enlightenment and was pure and self-evident. On one side, there was a tyrannical and ferocious great demon with a towering demonic aura. Two completely different existences that seemed to walk on different extremes stood face to face at this moment. The calmer one side was, the more furious and resentful the other side was. Facing the enraged monkey, the victorious fighting Buddha chanted in a low voice, "Namo Amitabha, this karma has to be settled, so I'm here." At this moment, the 20-headed Buddha was no longer injured by the immortal extermination formation and its golden body was in a miserable state. The 4 arms that had been chopped off had already recovered, and the terrifying wound on his chest had also disappeared. However, after the various treasures in his 18 arms were destroyed, he couldn't replenish them for the time being. Although on the whole, his aura was still a little weak and not as strong as before, his injuries had indeed healed. A proper Buddhism Buddha wasn't something a heretic grand heavenly immortal could compare to. His presence and strength far surpassed the great king of inspiration. The great king of inspiration hurriedly guided the heavenly river from afar. Dense clouds and mist enshrouded this area, concealing the Buddha lights of the 2 Buddhas, preventing them from affecting the various worlds of the immortal court beneath the divine palace. "That traitorous bastard, he will definitely die today." Yan Zhaoge remained fearless and said coldly, "As for you, even if you don't show yourself today, I'll still come looking for you in the future." Although his opponent was a Buddha that had attained enlightenment, the giant monkey still roared and swung his cudgel. The victorious fighting Buddha sat on the green lotus without moving. The Saraira on top of the golden lamp had disappeared, but the lamp's flames were still flickering. He raised his hand to block the monkey's cudgel. Under the gathered truth, his worries were hidden. Without moving, he swung his fist towards the monkey in retaliation. At this moment, the victorious fighting Buddha was enraged. After all, he was a grand heavenly immortal. With his devil-subduing techniques, his immense strength could even suppress the demon monkey. Even though Yan Zhaoge's attacks were thwarted, he wasn't discouraged. The cudgel in his hand continued descending like raindrops on the other side. The demon monkeys formed by Su Fei and Pan Pan of the golden body of the great sage were also pouncing towards He Mian. The victorious fighting Buddha smiled. Although there's a difference, I'm aware of what he's capable of and what he's afraid of. As he said that, while he defended against Yan Zhaoge and the others, his 18 arms suddenly reached above his head and took down the golden lamp. The golden lamp was placed in front of him, and the 20 Buddha heads performed the same action. Blow! 20 breaths landed on the lamp's flame. The flame didn't extinguish, but thick smoke surged out. The smoke contained fire, and the black contained red. As it surged, it enveloped the entire sky and engulfed the 3 demon monkeys. Ha! The 3 demon monkeys' eyes were blinded by the smoke, and they instantly felt a piercing pain. Tears flowed out of their eyes, and they all flipped backward. However, the moment they flipped out of the smoke's range, Yan Zhaoge already had a countermeasure. A vermilion red gourd landed in his hand. As he uncorked the gourd, streams of clear water flowed out. The 3 demon monkeys laughed viciously. Then, they used their claws to scoop up the clear water and smeared it on their eyes. Then, the 3 demon monkeys rushed forward again, shoulder to shoulder. This time, they fell into the thick smoke. However, they weren't afraid of being burned by the smoke, and they continued rushing forward. The leading giant ape lifted the Rui golden cudgel and flipped the golden lamp in front of the victorious fighting Buddha. 3 brilliances sacred water. On another green lotus, a Buddha with a blue body sat. His right hand was holding the earth seal, while his left hand was holding the dhyana seal. Seeing the demon monkeys rushing through the thick smoke, the Buddha sighed. He turned around and sent He Mian far away with a palm strike. As the demon monkeys roared, they rushed forward and chased after He Mian. The victorious fighting Buddha went forward to stop them, and the great king of inspiration also hurriedly helped him. He had complicated feelings towards these 2 Buddhas, especially the victorious fighting Buddha. Their own nest was being attacked, yet they still needed outsiders to defend it. Naturally, the people of the immortal court felt humiliated. However, with 3 grand heavenly realm experts on their side, the great king of inspiration's heart was reignited with the flames of hope. With 3 against 3, they would be able to suppress and capture Yan Zhaoge's group alive. As such, despite feeling humiliated, the great king of inspiration still rushed forward and intercepted Yan Zhaoge's group. Namo Amitabha. The blue Buddha also stood up and faced the raging demon monkey that was charging towards him. Seeing his appearance, the demon monkey roared, Sanzang. Buddha of sandalwood merit. Perfect timing, all of them. Chapter 1499. The blue Buddha was naturally the Buddha of sandalwood merit. He looked at the 3 demon monkeys in front of him and asked, "Is the great sage equaling heavens doing well?" As he spoke, radiances gushed out from his mouth and transformed into lotus flowers in midair. At this moment, the so-called lotus flower tongue was a truly wonderful sight. The lotus flowers filled the air and obstructed the demon monkeys formed by Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage manifested by the North Ocean clone took the lead and leaped over the Lotus Ocean. "Benefactor, if that's the case, why don't we meet? Let's go our separate ways," said the Buddha of sandalwood merit. Lotus flowers appeared in mid-air one after another. Yan Zhaoge realized that his golden body of the great sage was obstructed by the lotus flowers and couldn't approach the Buddha of sandalwood merit. The lotus flowers didn't seem like they were shifting space. Instead, they seemed more like they were distorting the laws of the world to achieve their current effects. When he said, "Why don't we meet?" they really didn't meet. After saying, "Let's go our separate ways," Yan Zhaoge and the others' vision was filled with heavenly flowers. They were surrounded by the lotus flowers and were about to be flung down from the skies. What a glib tongue! Yen Zhaoge praised. Regarding this world's middle journey to the West era, the Jade Emperor wasn't being a coward. After all, other than television dramas, Yen Zhaoge had also read other novels. The biggest difference was that the so-called Tripitaka of this era was the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit's Bodhisattva Sanzang. His cultivation was truly formidable. He wasn't the trash that Yen Zhaoge had in mind. Although he wasn't like the muscular elder Tang who said, "Goku, step back and let me do it," Master Sanzang, who was known as the son of Buddha, was the most outstanding rising star of the younger generation of Buddhism in that era. His lotus flower tongue was so miraculous that even immortals and devils couldn't help it. He wasn't joking around. Instead, his words were practically law. His words could kill others. When facing enemies of the same cultivation realm, his words were truly unparalleled. However, as the saying goes, those who are good at swimming will drown. Big monk, be careful of falling into the hell of having your tongue pulled out. Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's demon monkey form let out a long howl. Then, his figure started shaking. At this moment, the huge demonic body seemed to become illusory and blurry. It was hard to describe and couldn't be analyzed with common sense. The lotus flowers that wanted to brush him off spun and brushed past him, dispersing by themselves. Xue Fei and the demon monkey that Pan Pan had transformed into did the same thing. The three giant monkeys leaped around, avoiding the lotus flowers. However, at this moment, the victorious fighting Buddha struck again. While his vitality had yet to fully recover, as a grand heavenly exalt, his strength was still formidable. In a one-on-one battle, he could suppress one of Yen Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage. Moreover, he didn't need to fight against the three of them alone. As long as he disturbed the three demon monkeys and distracted Yen Zhaoge and the others, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit would be able to speak. The great king of inspiration was also helping by the side. At the same time, he was also attempting to restore the destroyed ritual on the immortal court's surface. He intended to re-establish his geographical advantage and trap Yen Zhaoge and the others within the immortal court. Rays of jade light rose up once more, forming a cage-like existence. The demon monkeys slowed down, allowing the victorious fighting Buddha to close in and capture all three demon monkeys at the same time. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit chanted softly, "Don't move anymore, benefactor." As soon as he said that, the lotus flowers surrounded the three demon monkeys. They instantly felt their bodies getting heavier, as if countless restraints and shackles had appeared on their bodies. Grow! 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 The three demon monkeys roared together. Their eyes turned blood red, and their entire body's demonic chi surged towards the skies. The horrifying demonic chi seemed to have solidified, causing the demon monkeys that were already the size of divine mountains to grow even larger. They filled up the entire universe, overlooking the immortal realm. The victorious fighting Buddha, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, and the great king of inspiration's shackles were also released, not giving Yen Zhaoge and the others any chance to escape. After all, two grand heavenly realm Buddhas were making a move. Moreover, the great king of inspiration was also assisting them by borrowing the immortal court's geographical advantage. With the three of them working together, Yen Zhaoge and the others wouldn't be able to escape within a short period of time. However, as the three demon monkeys struggled, the shackles naturally loosened up. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge, who was being protected by the golden body of the great sage, suddenly extended his finger and tapped the air. Then, the formless and incorporeal grand primordial heaven chi burst out from Yen Zhaoge's fingertip. The grand primordial heaven chi was spat out by the demon monkey formed by the North Ocean clone. It split into three within the void and transformed into three streams of clear chi. Just as he moved, the heavens and earth suddenly changed. At this moment, the profound immortal court's miraculous realm seemed to have become flat. The nine heavens immortal palace that was originally high and mighty seemed to be on the same path as the immortal realm beneath it. The reason for such a situation was because an even more profound existence had manifested itself at this moment. As a result, the entire immortal court seemed to have turned into the mortal realm. A quaint immortal door seemed to have opened above the immortal court's territory. Jade radiances faintly seeped out from the door. Under the influence of this jade radiance, the entire immortal court seemed to be suffused with a jade radiance. Compared to the commotion caused by the great king of inspiration, it was like comparing a firefly to the sun and moon. However, at the same time, a white lotus suddenly appeared within the void without any warning. While the immortal door wasn't affected by the appearance of the white lotus, the jade radiance that had just appeared above the immortal court's territory disappeared along with it. On the other side of the sky, a green lotus appeared. It slowly drifted towards the immortal door and the white lotus. However, a melodious bell sound immediately resounded, and an ancient bronze bell and the green lotus appeared together. The immortal door and the white lotus, the bronze bell and the green lotus, swept towards each other and disappeared at the same time. As they disappeared, the heavens and earth returned to their original state. The immortal palace was vast and ethereal. It remained high above the 9 heavens, overlooking the thousands of immortal realms and the myriad of worlds beneath it. Yan Zhaoge's actions didn't stop as well. 3 streams of clear qi flew out and landed on the 3 golden bodies of the great sage, including himself. When the immortal door and the green lotus appeared, the Buddha of sandalwood merit and the victorious fighting Buddha felt that something was amiss. Just as they were about to make a move, the demonic qi's golden radiances in front of them skyrocketed once again. It skyrocketed like never before. Under the envelopment of the golden radiances, the 3 demon monkeys' figures disappeared, and a deafening frenzied roar resounded. Wave after wave of sound waves completely materialized, sweeping through the wind and clouds in all directions. Their divine might was like the tide, surging endlessly. At a speed that the 3 grand heavenly realm experts couldn't react to, a furry giant claw that blotted out the sky reached out from the golden light with a swoosh. Fortunately, the Buddha of sandalwood merit and the victorious fighting Buddha were already on their guard. They retreated in advance and narrowly avoided this claw. However, the Afflatus King's luck was not so good. He was caught in the palm of the giant claw. And remember the mobile URL, m. Chapter 1500. The great king of inspiration let out a blood-curdling scream as his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His entire body was bleeding profusely. Even though he was an heretic of the immortal court, he was still a grand heavenly immortal who had attained the 3 flowers converged crown and 5 qis unifications. However, as the terrifying claw tightened, the great king of inspiration's body let out a series of cracking sounds. As the great king of inspiration screamed, he struggled with all his might. As he struggled, he also activated the rays of jade radiance from the immortal court to save him. However, the golden hairs on the terrifying palm stood up like golden pillars, flashing with golden radiance and blocking the jade radiance. As the golden hairs stood up, the huge claw seemed to have expanded. The huge claw tightened, and the great king of inspiration let out a blood-curdling scream as he was forced back to his original form, a huge goldfish. He had cultivated both Taoism and Buddhism and had attained enlightenment. He had long shed his demon form and was not in the miserable state of being forced back to his original form. However, the terrifying huge monkey that had grabbed him had reversed the universe and twisted the laws and principles, forcefully destroying the great king of inspiration's cultivation. Within the boundless golden radiance, a huge monkey with a phoenix feather crown, golden chainmail, and cloud-walking shoes emerged from the radiance. At first glance, it did not look very tall, but it was as though it was standing on the yellow springs, about to burst the world. Its 2 eyes were wide open like 2 bright suns. A lawless, unruly, and violent aura emanated and enveloped the entire immortal court. During the Middle Era, the figure that once wreaked havoc in the heavenly court's divine palace seemed to have appeared once again. The legend that existed in the dust of history appeared once again in front of the world. As the figure stepped out of the radiance, he exerted force in his palm, and the goldfish in his grasp was instantly turned into a pile of flesh and blood. The great king of inspiration was squashed to death by the terrifying huge monkey. An immortal court heavenly venerable had fallen in an instant. A bloody and violent aura swept across the surroundings, permeating the nine heavens. The huge monkey glared at the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit, its blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. It took a step forward, raised its claws, and clawed at the two Buddhas. Buddha is merciful, benefactor, do not commit the sin of killing. The Buddha of sandalwood merit sighed. The lotus flowers turned into a sea of flowers that lay between him and the giant monkey. Wherever the green lotus went, time and space were compressed and the world distorted, revealing a pure land of Buddhism. The Buddha of sandalwood merit had teleported his pure land to this place, combining with the wondrous effects of the brilliant lotus flower to create a world governed by his rules. Apart from a few exceptions, even other grand heavenly realm experts who entered this world had to follow the rules set by the Buddha of sandalwood merit before they could escape. However, the opponent in front of him was one of the few exceptions. The giant monkey that Yen Zhaoge had transformed into opened his mouth, letting out a deafening roar. You think I won't kill them just because you say so? Monkey leaped up. His hands were like claws, grabbing forward with unstoppable momentum. The Buddha of sandalwood merit's miraculous pure land was actually grabbed by the monkey's claws and torn apart. He was no longer at the peak of the virtual immortal realm. Instead, they were existences who had also ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Even if he couldn't compare to the great sage, heaven's equal when he was at his peak, he had already attained the golden immortal realm, and he was one of the top existences amongst the golden immortals. As the giant monkey laughed viciously, he exerted force with his claws. Unlike a heretic heavenly immortal like the great king of inspiration, the Buddha of sandalwood merit was someone who had attained enlightenment on his own. Among the Western Buddhas, his strength couldn't be underestimated. However, at this moment, the monkey's claws split apart and tore apart the Buddha of sandalwood merit's pure land. The lotus flower that he spat out could only wither at this moment. The victorious fighting Buddha by the side looked at the ferocious giant monkey and let out a soft sigh. The Buddha of sandalwood merit said, "We can't avoid this karma." That's right. It's just that I truly don't wish to revert back to my original form. In the end, my cultivation isn't up to par, and I can't see through it. The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head and suddenly transformed. The 20 Buddha heads and 18 Buddha arms disappeared. Even the pure Buddha light around him dimmed down. The victorious fighting Buddha's appearance suddenly changed. He transformed into a monk's attire. Only, he had a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. His face was covered with fur, as if he was wearing a monk's robe. With the Buddha of sandalwood merit's pure land's resistance, the victorious fighting Buddha regained the traveling monk's son's original form. He stared at the great sage equaling heavens that Yen Zhaoge had transformed into. Their facial features were almost identical. Traveling monk's son took a deep breath and tilted his head. A small cudgel flew out from his ear. The small cudgel grew in the wind and instantly transformed into a humongous Ru-Yi golden cudgel. It wasn't a transformation of his own strength, but the true Ru-Yi golden cudgel. In the past, the great sage equaling heavens had conquered the myriad heavens with his divine weapon. An unparalleled baleful aura gushed forth, and a heavy might suppressed the myriad heavens. Just by standing there, it felt as if the immortal court skies would shatter. Traveling monk's son picked up the Ru-Yi golden cudgel and attacked the great sage equaling heavens. "Come at me!" The great sage equaling heavens let out a roar. Amidst the golden radiances, a golden cudgel appeared in his hand, and he raised it upwards. The cudgel clashed with each other, and a dull bang resounded. Frenzied shockwaves spread in all directions, causing the immortal palace in the sky to tremble non-stop. The great sage equaling heaven's cudgel shattered into specks of light. However, the real Ru-Yi golden cudgel in traveling monk's son's hand was also jolted upwards. But halfway through its jump, a huge furry claw grabbed one end of the cudgel. You can only maintain your current form for a short period of time. It's a pity that we can't hold on for much longer. Traveling monk's son sighed helplessly. The immense force that came from the other end of the Ru-Yi golden cudgel had already caused his hands to go numb, and he was about to lose his grip on the cudgel. Traveling monk's son waved his hand and released the godly metal cudgel in his hand. Following the force that the great sage equaling heavens had pulled back, he pushed it towards the great sage equaling heavens. At the same time, he made use of the counterforce to retreat. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit hurriedly received traveling monk's son, who had transformed back into the victorious fighting Buddha. The two Buddhas fled the immortal court together. The great sage equaling heavens stabilized himself. Holding the Rui golden cudgel in his hand, he roared towards the sky. The godly metal cudgel, which was brimming with baleful aura, spun in his hand and swung downwards. It was as if a corner of the supreme immortal palace in the 9 heavens had been smashed by this cudgel. The entire immortal palace tilted to the side. The majestic pavilions, halls, and corridors all collapsed and shattered. The immortal court's immortals who were still active in the immortal palace were all wiped out and turned into ashes. The destruction spread far into the distance. The palace collapsed, causing debris to fly everywhere, and the ground beneath the stairs to shatter. Very quickly, a figure that was running in the opposite direction appeared. It was He Mian. Feeling the commotion behind him, he turned around in shock. He saw a pair of eyes that resembled a blood-red sun right in front of him. "I have something to say," yelled He Mian. "Who's talking to you?" Yen Zhaoge ignored him. The giant monkey that he had transformed into slammed his palm down, causing He Mian's corpse to be obliterated. Not even his remains remained. "If I say that only death awaits you, then die." Chapter 1501. Under the great sage equaling heaven's palm, even the grand heavenly immortal great king of inspiration couldn't escape death. Now that He Mian was being attacked, all traces of He Mian's existence had been erased from this world. The colossal demonic claw's momentum didn't stop there. In an instant, another immortal palace collapsed. Yen Zhaoge looked at the immortal palace in front of him. As he sneered, he swung the Rui golden cudgel and slammed it down again. Another corner of the immortal court's heavenly palace collapsed. From the looks of it, more than half of it was reduced to ruins. The number of immortal court martial art practitioners that died was innumerable. Amongst them, there might be some outstanding immortal court prodigies with immense potential. Although they originated from the immortal court, their talents were extraordinary as well. Even if they grew up in the immortal court, with the blessing of the treasured light imbued with faith power, they would still have the chance to rise to a higher position. However, as Yen Zhaoge's great sage equaling heavens slammed down with his cudgel, everything turned into ruins and was buried in history, leaving no traces behind. The colossal demon monkey turned his head and looked at the void where the immortal door, white lotus, and other miraculous phenomena appeared. Then, he looked in the direction where the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit left. Finally, he retracted his cudgel. He forcefully stomped on the ground, causing another piece of the immortal court's territory to collapse. He somersaulted and escaped far away. He exited the immortal court's cosmos and disappeared within the boundless void's outskirts. After entering the boundless void's outskirts, the great sage equaling heavens transformed after walking for a while. His body radiated with golden radiances and split into 3. Yen Zhaoge, his North Ocean clone, Su Fei, and Pan Pan all appeared. Golden radiances flickered above the North Ocean clone, Su Fei, and Pan Pan's heads. Like a waterfall, they poured into the tattoos on their shoulders. As the golden radiances disappeared, the suffocating demonic chi that permeated the entire universe dissipated as well. Su Fei and the other two looked exhausted. Their auras were weak, showing how fatigued they were. The culprits that harmed Daoist Nya and Daoist Yu have finally been executed. Although Su Fei was weak, he still forced himself to stay alert and smiled. Yen Zhaoge said, "Senior apprentice brother Su, rest and recuperate. Leave the rest to me." Su Fei nodded and remained silent with his eyes closed. By the side, Pan Pan had even curled up into a ball, directly beginning to sleep soundly. Yen Zhaoge flicked his sleeve, keeping them along with his Northern Ocean clone before continuing on his journey. On the other side, Yen Zhaoge was dragging a big fella along. The weapon of the great sage, heaven's equal, was the genuine Rui Jingu Bang. In the past, the great sage equaling heaven had been suppressed under the Five Elements Mountain and separated from traveling monk Sunday. Later on, Buddhist Sun Sanzang had followed Buddha Tathagata's instructions and released traveling monk Sunday. However, the great sage equaling heaven was still suppressed. When traveling monk Sun left, he also took the Rui Jingu Bang with him. From then on the journey to the west, countless powerful demons died under the rod, and there was endless bloodshed. Later on, traveling monk Sun attained enlightenment and became the victorious fighting Buddha. It was only then that he kept the Rui Jingu Bang and rarely appeared in the world. Today, he was forced to use it once more because he had no other choice, and he was only able to escape by relying on the might of this treasure. However, this divine artifact whose infamy resounded throughout the ages ended up in the hands of the great sage equaling heavens that Yan Zhaoge had transformed into. From a certain perspective, perhaps it could be considered as returning the item to its rightful owner. As Yan Zhaoge dragged this big fella along at this moment, he felt it to be extremely heavy. It could be said to be the heaviest treasure that he had ever come into contact with. With Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against many virtual immortals with his strength alone. However, he still felt that this treasure wasn't suitable for him. Not to mention using it, he even found it tiring to bring it along. To hell with 13,500 kilograms. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. The heavenly river bottom stabilizing divine metal treasure is still the best description. The heavenly river, the boundless Milky Way, and the stars in the skies rose and fell within it. The power of the stars' circulation was boundless, not to mention the fact that countless stars were circulating at the same time. It was easy to imagine how heavy an existence that could stabilize the heavenly river and prevent it from falling into chaos must be. Moreover, this treasure's marvelousness wasn't as simple as its weight. Ever since its birth, it had wreaked havoc in the heavenly court's divine palace and fought against a group of demons while traversing the journey to the west. The number of top-notch experts it had killed and injured was uncountable. As its ferocious nature and baleful aura accumulated, it was definitely one of the few lethal weapons in the world. Now that its owner wasn't controlling it, its baleful aura was much more restrained. However, when Yan Zhaoge came into contact with this divine metal, he still felt his heart trembling slightly. Although Yan Zhaoge was complaining about the legends in his memories, he was still quite happy to obtain such a treasure. With the golden body of the great sage on his side, obtaining the Rui golden cudgel was like adding wings to a tiger. This was something Yan Zhaoge didn't expect when he came to the immortal court. Killing He Mian, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch, and the others was Yan Zhaoge's goal. Failure would be considered a failure. As for the Rui golden cudgel, it was an additional surprise after achieving his goal. Although there were many inconveniences and limitations when controlling the golden body of the great sage, with the golden body of the great sage and the Rui golden cudgel in hand, Yan Zhaoge could now do many things that he couldn't do in the past. 9 Underworlds, Immortal Court. Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes and let out a long sigh. Many emotions surfaced within his gaze. In the end, they were all hidden under the calmness, just like the calm ocean's surface with surging undercurrents. While paying attention to his surroundings, Yan Zhaoge didn't stop and rushed back to the awakened sky cosmos. Not only were the three exhausted, but Yan Zhaoge, who previously used the Grand Commencement Divine Fingers 1 Chi 3 clears to reverse merge the three golden bodies of the Great Sage, was also in a bad state of mind. In such a situation, he had to be careful of his enemies taking advantage of him or others taking advantage of him. As he walked, Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. He turned his head and saw sunlight illuminating the pitch-black void far away. Yan Zhaoge looked at the approaching sunlight expressionlessly. He knew that it was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. As the sunlight faded, a white-clothed youth's silhouette appeared. The white-clothed youth looked at Yan Zhaoge with a helpless expression. He sighed, as expected of the young heavenly lord. You can always create a commotion that others wouldn't even dare to imagine. Although Gao Han's tone always sounded sincere, he no longer had any intention of teasing Yan Zhaoge when he called out the words, "Young Heavenly Lord." I've embarrassed myself in front of the exalted solar luminary. Yan Zhaoge said calmly. However, why did the exalted solar luminary appear? Are you here to receive us, or are you here to denounce us? After a moment of silence, Gao Han smiled and said, I wouldn't dare to denounce you. If you're talking about receiving us, the young heavenly lord seems to have already made arrangements. There's no need for me to overstep my boundaries. As the two conversed, sword lights lit up in another direction of the void. Amidst the sword lights, a green-clothed woman slowly walked towards them. Beside her was an ancient sword shrouded in black qi. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1502. Firstly, although she was heavily injured and her cultivation wasn't as high as Gao Han's, with the immortal slaughtering sword by her side, Gao Qingshuan's existence couldn't be ignored. Gao Han looked at Gao Qingxian, then turned to look at Yan Zhaoge and said, with the two heretics clashing, the immortal court was already in a disadvantageous position. Now that they've suffered a heavy blow, the balance has been broken. I'm afraid that they won't be able to hold on any longer. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge did not speak, his expression also not changing. Towards Gao Han's judgment, he still acknowledged it. Now that he had killed the great king of inspiration, the immortal court had lost another grand heavenly immortal. While it seemed like the immortal court's grand luo had been reduced from 9 to 8, the immortal court's losses were not limited to that. Other than the great king of inspiration who was at the grand heavenly realm, the immortal court had lost more than 10 grand virtual immortals including the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch. This was also a huge loss that was difficult to make up for in a short period of time. As for the other mysterious immortals, true immortals, and martial artists with even lower cultivations, there was no need to mention them. Moreover, another important issue was that half of the immortal court's heavenly palace had been destroyed by Yan Zhaoge's great sage equaling heaven's transformation. Apart from the direct casualties, what was more important was the damage to the prestige of the immortal court, which would directly affect the power of faith. Although the immortal palace was located above the 9 heavens, the destruction caused by Yan Zhaoge was still displayed in front of the countless living beings in the immortal court's thousands of immortal territories. While the details couldn't be seen, the immortal court's failure to keep Yan Zhaoge after suffering a huge loss was clearly shown. If they could capture or kill Yan Zhaoge, there would still be a possibility of covering up their mistakes afterwards. After all, it was very difficult for the people on the ground to directly go to the sky and clearly see the immortal palace that was full of ruins. However, in the end, after Yan Zhaoge destroyed the immortal court's heavenly palace, he simply left. This put the experts of the immortal court in a difficult position. Next, they had to appease the middle and lower class citizens on the ground and maintain a stable supply of incense offerings. That was enough to give them a headache. Today's battle could very well shake the foundations of their rule. Apart from the loss of top-notch experts, the entire immortal court would be weakened and shaken. Under such circumstances, the immortal court was already in a disadvantageous position. Now that they were facing the stronger blessed lands of the White Lotus, their situation would undoubtedly become even worse. Previously, the immortal court had already regained their footing. They were even attempting to reclaim the 800 immortal territories occupied by the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Now, however, they might face another collapse. The blessed lands of the White Lotus would once again invade their territories. In fact, they might even suffer a crushing defeat. No matter if it was Yan Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, or Gao Han, they would definitely be happy to see the immortal court heretics suffering misfortune. However, with their knowledge, they could naturally tell that if the immortal court was completely suppressed by the blessed lands of the White Lotus and suffered a crushing defeat, allowing the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race to rise, the situation might not be any better for the 3 clear lineage's successors. Perhaps the other party wouldn't want to exterminate the orthodox Taoism. However, it was much easier to suppress their development and attack their momentum. With the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court restraining each other, Yan Zhaoge and the others had a much easier time moving around. On the other hand, one of the two sides could focus their attention on the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court. Naturally, the pressure on the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court increased. Young Heavenly Lord, you're almost able to recreate the great sage equaling heaven's prowess. The Immortal Extermination Formation has also reappeared within the mortal realm. This is a cause for celebration. However, we still have a long way to go, said Gao Han calmly. What the exalted solar luminary said isn't without reason. I will constantly reflect on my actions. Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, however, some things must be done, and some people must die. Otherwise, I'll directly return to the world beyond worlds and follow the exalted earth luminary, listening to the North Star Emperor's orders. Gao Han laughed, young heavenly lord, your words are truly heart-wrenching. Yan Zhaoge said, I'm flattered. I understand that the exalted solar luminary has his own considerations. However, don't cause any misunderstandings when you act. Of course, I hope to cooperate with everyone. Gao Han smiled and said, after all, we're all aiming for the same goal. Gao Qingxian said calmly, let's hope so. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Fellow Taoists, please wait. Gao Han cupped his hands, perhaps a huge change is about to occur. We have to plan for it. As soon as he finished speaking, his silhouette turned into sunlight and disappeared into the darkness of the void. After seeing Gao Han's departure, Yan Zhaoge said softly, for a moment, I wanted to kill him. Gao Qingshuan's expression remained calm, anyone who knows him would have such an experience. It might not even be the first time. Senior Gao, let's go. Yan Zhaoge let out a sigh, He Mian, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch, and the others have been executed. At least senior apprentice brother Nya and senior apprentice sister Yu are still alive. However, this is only the beginning. His gaze sharpened once again. Gao Qingxian nodded slowly and didn't say anything else. She only said, let's go. She extended her hand and helped Yan Zhaoge lift the divine metal. Then, they transformed into dark red sword lights and disappeared within the boundless void. As they traveled, they concealed their tracks and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. Information from other places was also being transmitted back. Sua Mingzhang, the incongruence divine mother, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the others were originally facing off against the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other great demons. After knowing that Yan Zhaoge had appeared in the immortal court with the golden body of the great sage, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles immediately rushed to the immortal court. Sua Mingzhang and the other Taoism bigwigs intercepted him. As a result, the war that was already on the verge of erupting officially erupted. Even now, the outcome of the battle had yet to be determined. However, there were rumors stating that the Western Pure Lands Buddhism experts were spying on them from the sidelines. With this third party's pressure, it would be hard for the two sides to fight to the death and determine the victor. Yan Zhaoge and the others were slightly relieved. The continuous battles had greatly exhausted them, and they urgently needed to recuperate. After returning to the awakened sky cosmos, other than recuperating, Yan Zhaoge placed most of his attention on the heavily injured Yu Yi. Her current condition was even worse than Ing Yuzhen's in the past. Yan Zhaoge also had to analyze the situation and think of countermeasures. Although Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others were also heavily injured, they still treated Yu Yi together with Yan Zhaoge. Everything within the awakened sky cosmos gradually regained its peace. However, in other places, Yan Zhaoge's havoc within the immortal court was continuously being affected. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who was still recuperating, said to Gao Han upon seeing him, did the immortal court not make any preparations for accepting He Mian's defection? Did they just attack the young heavenly lord? A grand heavenly immortal brought 9 grand virtual immortals back to the immortal court's heavenly palace to hold down the fort. Along the way, 2 Buddhas, the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit, came as well, Gao Han praised. After a long silence, Ling Qing said softly, currently, among our orthodox Taoism, they are the strongest lineage. Chapter 1503. The most powerful bloodline? Gao Han muttered to himself and nodded with a smile, indeed, so Yanlong will definitely stand on their side. The roving jade heavens and the sky beyond skies will often advance and retreat together. The incongruence Divine Mother will also help them. Even without fellow Taoist Su'a and the incongruence Divine Mother, they were able to recreate the might of the great sage, heaven's equal in the past. Even if it's only for a short period of time, it's still shocking. His tone seemed to be praising and sighing. Ling Qing said quietly, moreover, Taoist Feng is here. Taoist Gao of the roving jade heavens has also obtained the immortal extermination formation and the immortal slaughtering sword. Gao Han supported his forehead with his palm. Although I had already expected this, but this rate of expansion is still too fast. Report this to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor as soon as possible. Ling Qing didn't respond to his words, and said on her own. Gao Han nodded, of course. The Dao ancestors have been alarmed. Back then, he was very close to the Immortal Court. After Yan Zhaoge invaded the Immortal Court, Gao Han didn't assist him, nor did he leave. Instead, he stayed at the outskirts and observed from afar. Just as the three golden bodies of the great sage were about to merge into one, an even more powerful existence made a move. The celestial gate and the white lotus, the green lotus and the bronze bell, Gao Han saw it all. Although they could see it, they couldn't get close to it. It was just like how people in the secular world could stand on the ground and look up at the sun in the sky. They could clearly see it, but they couldn't really touch it. Ling Qing pondered and said, if the great sage equaling heaven's might could be recreated, it wouldn't be surprising for the Dao ancestors to be alarmed. Even if the three golden bodies of the great sage wreaked havoc in the Immortal Court's heavenly palace, the immeasurable heavenly lord might not care about it. However, as the three golden bodies merged into one, they gradually gained the aura of the great sage, heaven's equal returning to the mortal realm. The immeasurable heavenly lord was about to make his move. The immortal gate that was emitting a jade light was the embodiment of the Lord of the Immortal Court's power. The white lotus that appeared afterwards was the work of the future Buddha. Gao Han said, he naturally hopes that the young heavenly lord will cause a huge ruckus in the Immortal Court, so he obstructed the immeasurable heavenly lord. What's worth mentioning is that even Amitabha, who has been silent for many years, has been alarmed this time. The green lotus that came from the west was the master of the Western Pure Lands, Amitabha Buddha. Unfortunately, there was already an opponent waiting for him. The Eastern monarch? Asked Ling Qing. Gao Han nodded, that's right. The bronze bell obstructed the green lotus, preventing Amitabha Buddha from descending as he wished. Although the Western Pure Lands had other experts, they couldn't make it in time due to the sudden turn of events. Although I know that the young heavenly lord released the great sage equaling heavens from the blessed lands of the White Lotus's obscured way world's 5 elements mountain and even obtained some benefits, I'm afraid I didn't expect it to be this great. Ling Qing frowned. Did the great sage equaling heavens give up all of his cultivation? Gao Han said thoughtfully, even if he didn't hit the mark, he shouldn't be too far off. The great sage, heaven's equal, was suppressed by the Buddha of the spirited mountain. No one knows how the great sage, heaven's equal, managed to break free. However, from the looks of it, the benefits that the young heavenly lord obtained under the 5 elements mountain were much greater than expected. The vast freedom heavenly devil did not make a move. The elder lord did not make a move either. Ling Qing looked at Gao Han. Gao Han said, it is normal for us to not be able to understand the thoughts of Dao realm experts. Ling Qing glanced at him and remained silent. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Gao Han said slowly, although, I truly don't like this feeling. Ling Qing asked, after this incident, the Immortal Court's reputation suffered a huge blow. Also, the blessed lands of the White Lotus will definitely launch an even greater attack. The immeasurable heavenly lord's foundation will definitely be shaken. She deliberated on her words. Is it possible for him to fall from the Dao realm? I dare not make such a presumptuous claim. Gao Han said, let's see what the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has planned. Ling Qing nodded without saying anything. She looked at the endless darkness of the void and went into a daze. Within the Western Pure Lands, 2 green lotuses descended. The victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit returned to the Western Pure Lands. The two Buddhas' expressions were still calm. They didn't seem dejected. However, they remained silent and looked at each other. Even the Buddha of sandalwood merit's blessed lands were damaged. He returned to the Buddha's blessed lands and slowly repaired them. At this moment, another green lotus appeared within the Buddha's blessed lands. An ancient golden-bodied Buddha sat on top of the lotus, as if he had lived through countless eons until now. This Buddha had a flawless Buddha light behind his head, as if it was a huge round sun. Within the flawless Buddha light an ancient glazed lamp stood. Upon seeing this Buddha, the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit bowed, Namo Dipankara ancient Buddha. The one who came was the ancient Buddha of the past. He had once entered the Tao from Buddhism and turned into the Dipankara Taoist. Later on, he returned to the Western Buddhism. He was a bigwig expert born during the early heavens, one of the few oldest Buddhas in the world. Taoist Juandi's incarnation as the Gautama Buddha was brought into the central blessed lands of Saha by the Dipankara ancient Buddha. However, after the central blessed lands of Saha became the blessed lands of the White Lotus, this bigwig expert of Buddhism turned to the Western Pure Lands. For many years, the Dipankara ancient Buddha had never left the Western Pure Lands. Very little information about him was leaked. Upon seeing his arrival, the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit were slightly surprised. "You're here for the great sage equaling heavens?" "I'm here for the immortal court." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and said, "Although it won't affect the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the immortal court cannot fall yet." The Buddha of sandalwood merit said, "What instructions does Master have for us?" The Dipankara ancient Buddha's gaze swept past the Buddha of sandalwood merit and the victorious fighting Buddha. He said gently, "I'll have to trouble the two of you to visit another place." After hearing the Dipankara ancient Buddha's words, the Buddha of sandalwood merit softly chanted, "However, I'm afraid that someone might obstruct us." "We're not afraid, but we're afraid of delaying your instructions." "It's fine. I have other arrangements. The two of you just have to attend to your own matters," said the Dipankara ancient Buddha with a smile. The victorious fighting Buddha asked, "Will we anger the Elder Lord?" The Dipankara ancient Buddha answered, "If it was possible before, it's very unlikely now." After pondering for a while, the victorious fighting Buddha nodded and said, "If that's the case, we'll be leaving now." The two Buddhas immediately moved and left the Western Pure Lands once again. The Dipankara ancient Buddha also stood up and left the Buddha of sandalwood merit's land of Buddhism. He traversed through the Western Pure Lands and arrived at another land of Buddhism. This place wasn't like the Buddha of sandalwood merit's land of Buddhism, which was filled with wisdom and virtue. However, the feeling of power here was stronger. Other than the radiance of Buddhism and the purity of glazed glass, there was also a five-colored radiance. The red radiance was like fire, the green radiance was exuberant, the yellow radiance was heavy, the platinum radiance was sharp, and the black water was long. The five radiances were indistinguishable and circulated endlessly. Within the land of Buddhism, a Buddha sat within the five-colored divine radiance. He had 24 heads and 18 arms, each holding a tassel, an umbrella cover, a flower jar, a fish intestine, a treasured sword, a treasured file, a golden bell, a golden bow, a silver halberd, a banner, a treasured banner, a lotus flower, a token, an alms bowl, a sharp spear, a broadsword, a sarira, and a scripture. When this Buddha saw the Dipankara ancient Buddha's arrival, he only lifted his eyelids slightly and calmly watched as the other party entered his land of Buddhism. "Fellow Taoist, I'll have to trouble you this time," said the Dipankara ancient Buddha with a smile. Chapter 1504. The Buddha within the five-colored divine radiance stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "I'm afraid Amitabha doesn't wish for you to reveal your sharpness." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled. Although Buddha is peaceful most of the time, there are still some things that need to be done. I'm just doing it on your behalf. Buddha can see everything. If I really go against Buddha's will, how can I meet you, fellow Taoist? Even if you're right, I don't have the heart to do it, said the Buddha within the five-colored divine radiance indifferently. The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "Naturally, I've prepared a gift for you. I won't disappoint you." Then, the Buddha radiance behind his head flickered, and a Saraira flew out from the glaze ancient lamp's light. Looking at the Saraira, the other party finally raised his brows and stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. After a while, he asked, "How many more do you have?" The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled, "I only have one. However, I know the whereabouts of the other two. They're with the Elder Lord and Maitreya respectively." After a moment of silence, the five-colored divine radiance swept through the air and kept the ordinary-looking Saraira. The Buddha within the divine radiance stood up. "Tell me, where do you want me to go?" "My disciple will lead the way," answered the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The other party didn't say anything else. With a flash of brilliance, he instantly flew out from the blessed lands of Buddha and left the Western Pure Lands. Outside the Western Pure Lands, the White Bear Exalt was already waiting for him. After the two met up, they left together and disappeared within the void's boundless outskirts. Within the void, the group of devils retreated back to the 9 underworlds, while the group of Taoism Grand Heavenly Realm experts went against the demon race bigwigs led by the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles sought Yen Zhaoge and the others to take revenge for his son's death. In the end, he was obstructed by the Taoism Heavenly Lords, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. With the Western Pure Lands experts watching from the side, the two sides couldn't fight to the death. They had to divert their attention to guard against the Buddhist Bantis. However, very quickly, everyone received an unexpected piece of news. Yen Zhaoge had actually managed to manifest the golden body of the great sage equaling heavens of the Grand Heavenly Realm, forcefully destroying the Immortal Court and killing a large number of Immortal Court experts. This caused the Immortal Court to lose all face, and it might even shake the Immortal Court's foundations. The fragile balance between the two heretics was broken once again. The Immortal Court could be defeated at any time. The situation of the experts of the three parties suddenly became even more delicate. The other great demons still wanted to continue rushing towards the Immortal Court. The battle there would definitely become more intense. As for the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, since Yen Zhaoge had already left the Immortal Court, he wasn't that anxious anymore. Instead, he shifted his attention to Sua Mingzhang and the others, hoping to obtain the whereabouts of Yen Zhaoge and the awakened sky cosmos from them. The group of Buddhist Bantis who were merely observing by the side had different opinions. Some of them wished to return to the Immortal Court to provide reinforcements, while others continued to monitor the demon race bigwigs here, preventing them from assisting the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The Taoism's Grand Heavenly Realm experts had a much simpler mindset. Since Yen Zhaoge had already accomplished his goal and left the Immortal Court, there was naturally no need for them to continue fighting against the demon and Buddhist experts. After escaping, it wouldn't be too late for them to plan their next move according to the situation. As the demon race bigwigs left the battlefield, the situation that was already holding back gradually crumbled. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was helpless. He couldn't accomplish anything alone. He could only temporarily put aside his personal grudges and leave the battlefield, heading towards the Immortal Court. On the other hand, the group of Buddhist Bantis initially attempted to obstruct the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other great demons. However, after receiving some new information, they changed their minds and focused on obstructing the Taoism's Grand Heavenly Immortals. Such a bizarre change caused Sua Mingzhang, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to look at each other in disbelief. The Immortal Court's situation was dire. No matter how they looked at it, the Western Pure Lands Buddhas should be dealing with the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race's experts first. In the end, as the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other great demons left, they decided to obstruct Taoism's experts instead. Could it be that they were afraid that they would attack the Immortal Court like Yen Zhaoge and join forces with the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race to annihilate the Immortal Court's orthodoxy? Although it would be satisfying, before the Elder Lord's thoughts were unclear and the Orthodox Taoism didn't have a Tao ancestor representing them, such an outcome would be hard to predict. After all, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was still around. If he didn't continue competing with the future Buddha for worshippers and shifted his attention to other aspects, a Tao ancestor like him would be able to accomplish too many things. It's impossible that the Western Pure Lands didn't consider this. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor slowly said, they should have other preparations. The Western Pure Lands foundations are extraordinarily deep. After Yen Zhaoge's havoc, the Immortal Court immediately welcomed a new calamity. As expected, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus seized the opportunity to launch another ferocious offensive. While the Immortal Court gritted their teeth and resisted, they gradually felt powerless. It wasn't only due to the lack of experts like the Great King of Inspiration. More importantly, the treasured lights imbued with faith imbued within the Immortal Court's worlds were fading, causing the Immortal Court's immortals to gradually weaken. The previously stable front lines started wavering. Within the boundless void's outskirts outside of the Immortal Court's cosmos, the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism and the Astro Mountain Starry Sea's great demons had also opened up a battlefield. Very quickly, amidst the surging demonic chi, a group of great demons led by the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles arrived. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, who was filled with rage, instantly unleashed a massacre. On the contrary, the Buddhist Bantis that didn't receive any reinforcements could only bitterly hold on. Gradually, they started showing signs of being defeated. Without their help, the Immortal Court wouldn't be able to defend itself. However, at this moment, a glazed Buddha light suddenly blossomed within the void. 5 colored divine radiances were hidden within the Buddha light, which circulated endlessly. Upon seeing this, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' expression instantly turned ugly. When the others saw this, they all thought of a person's name at the same time. The ancient era's rogue immortal bigwig Kong Xian, followed by Buddhism's Mahamayuri. During the ancient era's investitures of the God's era, his 5-colored divine radiances had shocked the entire universe. He had swept through many experts and forced Taoist Luya and the Dipankara ancient Buddha to flee. Even Taoist Juanti, the Tao ancestor, was struck down by his 5-colored divine radiances. However, he wasn't able to withstand the might of the Tao realm, allowing Taoist Juanti to quickly escape and capture him. Because of this, Kong Xian also joined the Buddhist Bantis. However, that was when he was facing a Tao realm bigwig. Anyone below the Tao realm would have to be extra careful when facing the 5-colored divine radiances. Similarly, there were many golden immortal realm experts that were blasted to the ground by a single move of Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light. Big brother, why did you come out as well? The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles asked in a deep voice, didn't you never help either side? Within the glazed radiance, the 5-colored divine radiances circulated, and the figure of a Buddha appeared. I have the opportunity to attain the Tao, so I have to fight for it. That's why I'm making a move. Chapter 1505. Amidst the glazed radiance, a Buddha with 24 heads and 18 arms appeared. It was none other than Kong Xian, who had entered Buddhism and obtained Mahamayuri's physique. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and him were born from the same mother. Both of them were born from the first phoenix in the world. During the Middle Era, when the demons and Buddhas fought against each other, Mahamayuri stayed in the central blessed lands of Saha and never appeared. After that, Taoist Juanti, who was also the mystical mountain's Tathagata Buddha, transcended. After the blessed lands of Saha became the blessed lands of the White Lotus, Mahamayuri turned to the Western Pure Lands and lived in seclusion, never appearing in the world. In recent years, the demon race and Orthodox Buddhism had returned to the world, aiding the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. Even during the occasional war, Kong Xian had never participated in it. As a result, many people doubted if Mahamayuri was still alive. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles never expected to meet Kong Xian under such circumstances. That burning lamp brat is good at bluffing. Brother, don't be fooled by him, said the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. Kong Xian said plainly, I will. If that's the case, brother is determined to make things difficult for us? The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles frowned. Kong Xian first told the demons, all of you, accompany me for a while. Then, he told the Buddhas, feel free to do as you please. The moment he said that, the demon race bigwigs' expressions changed slightly. As for the Buddhist Bantis, they did not raise any doubts and said in unison, "We obey the wise king's decree." Seeing the experts of the Buddhism sect leaving this universe and heading towards the immortal court, the great demons on the scene couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Although Kong Xian's name was renowned throughout the ages, there was more than one demon race great sage present. There was no lack of grand heavenly realm experts like the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles did not immediately act. He stared at Kong Xian and frowned silently. The other demon race great sages all stepped forward. These were the demon race's forces that had previously fought against the Western Pure Lands, as well as the 9 underworlds. Against a grand heavenly realm expert like Kong Xian, the small sages would not even think about humiliating themselves. Even so, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles could only rely on its speed to deal with them and slowly find a way to deal with them, not daring to face them head-on. Faced with the dancing demons, Kong Xian manifested his Buddha Dharma body and sat quietly on the green lotus. However, the 5-colored divine light around him became clearer and clearer. Mahamayuri has come out of seclusion. Yan Zhaoge was recuperating in the sky beyond skies. When he received the news from the outside world, he was slightly surprised. After all, back in the Middle Era, when Buddhism was spreading to the east and fighting against the demon clan, Kong Xian had never participated in it. From the beginning to the end, he did not help either side. It could even be said that only after his appearance did everyone know that Kong Xian had also entered the Western Pure Lands. Since there had been no news after the Middle Era, the whereabouts of this almighty powerhouse of the demon clan who was a rogue cultivator were once a mystery that many people paid attention to. Now that he had appeared, many of them could finally put their hearts at ease. Of course, after that, he would have to think about how to deal with it. At the end of the day, this person isn't someone an ordinary grand heavenly immortal can compare to. Within the pill hall, Xue Chuqing praised. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, "That's right. The news I received proved that he's worthy of his reputation." According to the rumors, Kong Xian had single-handedly fought against a group of demon race great sages, including the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. In the end, the 5-colored divine light swept through everything, causing the group of demons to lose their armor. Originally, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was only watching from the sidelines. After that, he was forced to take action personally. His advantage in speed was close to that of a grand heavenly immortal. Even Kong Xian, who was also a feather, couldn't compare to him. Logically speaking, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' ferocious attacks should have shown some results. According to the legends during the ancient investitures of the gods' era, while Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light was strong, when faced against the encirclement of experts who appeared and disappeared mysteriously, he might not be able to react in time. From a certain perspective, no matter how strong his attacks were, it would be useless if he couldn't hit his target. Under such circumstances, his opponent might be able to take advantage of him. If Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light wasn't taken into account, while his other arts were still outstanding among the grand heavenly immortal realm experts, he wouldn't be able to overlook the entire world. Of course, Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light was too strong. As such, very few people could take advantage of him. Especially in a one-on-one battle, his attacks would always be successful. However, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was obviously one of the top-notch experts beneath the Tao realm. With the other demon race great sages' encirclement as a cover, he might be able to take advantage of Kong Xian. Unfortunately, Mahamayuri had attained the golden body of Buddhism and made up for his shortcomings. Yan Zhaoge grinned, revealing an expression of pain. His strengths are still his strengths, while his shortcomings are no longer his shortcomings. Compared to Kong Xian in the past, the current Mahamayuri has already become one of the top 3 grand heavenly immortals in history. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles knew that his elder brother's strength had increased after attaining the golden body of Buddhism. However, since he hadn't fought against Kong Xian before, he couldn't help but want to test it out. In the end, he couldn't do anything to Kong Xian and almost perished under the 5-colored divine light. In the end, he could only flee. This was also a lesson left behind by the prime clear-winged immortal, who was of the same race as the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles during the ancient era. If the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles refused to leave, even the golden-winged Great Rock with extreme speed would be captured by the five-colored divine light. While the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles managed to escape, the other demon race great sages weren't so lucky. Most of them were captured by Kong Xian, and less than half of them managed to escape. As for the demon race below the Grand Heavenly Realm, they were completely wiped out by Kong Xian. However, since he didn't manage to capture the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles doesn't want to continue fighting with him, Kong Xian can't do anything to him, said Yan Di as he sat by the side. Indeed. After all, he can't catch up to the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. However, from the looks of it, he's only guarding the immortal court and not letting the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other great demons get close to him. Yan Zhaoge nodded. With his karma with the demon race, he might even release the great demons that he captured. Yan Di frowned. Mahamayuri's appearance was unexpected, and he fought against the enemy alone. However, the other Western Pure Lands Buddhism experts' actions are a little strange. Why are they entangling themselves with our Taoism's people? Do they think that they don't have enough enemies, or do they have the confidence to wipe us all out? Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, it seems more like they're restraining Senior Suo and the others. It doesn't seem like they want to wipe us out together with the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, with such actions, they must have a request. His gaze turned a little deep. If it's not us, it should be the world beyond worlds, right? Chapter 1506. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was dim. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing, who stood in front of him, became silent for a moment. At this moment, another piece of information came from the outside world. After 20 years, the Immortal Court's experts descended upon the Tao universe once again. This time, their target was the world beyond worlds and the lower realms that were currently governed by the world beyond worlds. With Mahamayuri holding back so many great demons by himself, the Western Pure Lands manpower would be sufficient to assist the Immortal Court in obstructing the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh. The Immortal Court's heretics would then be free to descend upon the Tao universe's world beyond worlds. Yan Di's expression turned serious. They want to illuminate the people of the world beyond worlds and absorb the Tao universe's resources to nourish themselves. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly and looked at the purple divine pavilion ceiling. To them, the most valuable reward is a person. I heard that the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen, had ascended to the Five Qis unification realm. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing looked at each other. Yeah. Yan Zhaoge nodded. I can't say how far Jiang Shen could reach under normal circumstances. However, if he were to be illuminated by the heretics, there's hope for him to ascend to the Grand Heavenly Realm. Moreover, it wouldn't take too long. At the very most, he would be able to ascend to the Grand Heavenly Realm within 100 years. After all, he has our three clear lineages' virtual immortal foundation. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing didn't say anything. Although they were enemies in the past, and weren't on the same path now, they still felt complicated upon hearing this news. Since Mahamayuri has made his move, the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands could launch a counterattack. With the Tao ancestors restraining each other, Mahamayuri could simply rampage through the world. Yan Di frowned and said, is there still a need to illuminate the people of the world beyond worlds and nourish the Immortal Court? Yan Zhaoge shook his head. We don't know why Mahamayuri made his move this time. After helping the Immortal Court through this calamity, it's uncertain if he would continue to make a move. After all, he was born in the demon race and had a close relationship with many great demons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secluded himself during the Middle Era. After a short pause, he continued, if Mahamayuri continues to make a move, then we'll have to pay close attention to the movements of the Nine Nether. After all, there are truly too few people below the Tao realm who can go against Mahamayuri. Unless there's a way to neutralize the five-colored divine light, such as my Jade Clear lineage's Wuji Apricot Yellow flag. Yan Zhaoge said as he thought. Xue Chuqing asked, "There's no news about the North Star Emperor from the Tao universe?" "No," Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "It seems like other than the heretics, the Western Pure Lands Buddhas have also secretly come to the Tao universe." Xue Chuqing sighed. This time, there was no movement from the North Star Emperor. Clearly, he was being held back by someone. In the Tao universe, even though the Western Pure Lands Buddha didn't show his face, it was clear that he had contributed. If they didn't help to resist Great Emperor Gaochen, it wouldn't be so easy for the Immortal Court to succeed. Having illuminated the world beyond worlds, obtaining benefits from its members is only secondary. Yan Zhaoge said softly, "Other than Jiangshen, there aren't any profound immortal sovereigns in the world beyond worlds. As such, the heretics wouldn't be able to illuminate and obtain the benefits of a grand virtual immortal. Even if Jiangshen ascends to the grand heavenly realm, it'd be hard for him to do so. After all, he doesn't possess the duo flowers converged crown cultivation." He curled his lips. If they can't directly launch a counterattack against the blessed lands of the White Lotus and obtain a complete victory, the Immortal Court would have to face the problem of their faith power being shaken. "You've caused a huge damage to the Immortal Court's reputation." Yen Di nodded. "They intend to illuminate, or rather, conquer our three clear lineages world beyond worlds and the various worlds under their rule to make up for it. No matter how strong Mahamayuri was, no matter how important his role was, only the Immortal Court's higher-ups would know about it. He wouldn't publicize it to the lower levels. It's also because of this move that Mahamayuri might only make a move this time," said Xue Chuqing after pondering for a while. Yan Zhaoge said, "Perhaps, there might be some other tricks hidden within, but it's not something we can guess at the moment." He shook his head. The Immortal Court's tribulation might have been past. However, the world beyond worlds tribulation is unavoidable. Previously, after the continuous battles against the 9 underworld's devils, the Taoism lineage's vitality was more or less damaged. They needed to rest and recuperate. The grand heavenly immortals might still be fine, but they were being held back by the Western Pure Lands Buddhist lands. As for the awakened sky cosmos, they were already at the end of their rope. Yan Zhaoge's main body included. Due to him fusing the 3 golden bodies of the great sage into one, his essence, qi, and spirit had been greatly depleted. Now that his tense mind had finally relaxed, he would often feel fatigued and needed time to recuperate. Similarly, the 3 golden bodies of the great sage couldn't be unleashed for the time being. Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian were also recuperating. Back then, when they laid down the Immortal Extermination Formation and experienced the Immortal Extermination Formation's destruction, they were the same. Yan Zhaoge and the others were fated to be spectators of the world beyond worlds tribulation. Yan Zhaoge's family of 3 looked at each other and let out a soft sigh. To a certain extent, the Tao universe's world beyond worlds tribulation was related to the awakened sky cosmos' growing strength. Due to the Elder Lord, other forces wouldn't sever the 3 clear lineages' orthodoxy unless it was absolutely necessary. Even if they fought against each other, they would only target a certain person or group of people. It would rarely affect the entire 3 clear lineage. Now that the awakened sky cosmos and the Tao universe had been separated for many years, and both were part of the 3 clear lineage, even if one of them was severed, the other would still exist. The 3 clear lineages' roots wouldn't be severed. To a certain extent, this was actually a form of danger. Only, the more dangerous one side was, the safer the other side was. The awakened sky cosmos' geographical advantage wasn't easy to locate. Now that they were getting stronger, they were relatively safer. As a result, the Tao universe, which had a clear location and was slightly weaker, became an increasingly dangerous pushover. Now that the Immortal Court was being beaten by Yan Zhaoge, they came to vent their anger on the other side. Under normal circumstances, the weakened Immortal Court couldn't even deal with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. How could they care about taking revenge on the 3 clear lineage? Unfortunately, Mahamayuri's sudden reappearance allowed the Immortal Court to catch a breather. In the end, a tragedy befell the world beyond worlds. This time, the world beyond worlds can be considered as a disaster falling from the sky. Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly and pinched his temples. No one can go against Mahamayuri. They can only accept this outcome. Ignoring Yan Zhaoge's mocking words, Yan Di slowly said, in the end, we were defeated by him alone. No matter if it's us, the demon race, or the Buddhist heretics. Yan Zhaoge smiled, that's right. One must be strong to forge iron. Fortunately, I have some ideas. Chapter 1507. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Yan Di and Xue Chuqing both looked towards him with a probing gaze. It's the same old way. Either weaken your opponent or strengthen yourself. Yan Zhaoge explained, to weaken your opponent, you have to think of a way to neutralize Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light. Without the five-colored divine light, while Kong Xian was still powerful, he no longer possessed an aura that neared the Tao realm. If the five-colored divine light couldn't be neutralized, the current Kong Xian would be an undefeatable existence to those beneath the Tao realm. It would be hard to contend against him. The five-colored divine light was invincible. Not to mention the Tao realm, even if they had a lot of experts, they wouldn't be able to gain an advantage in numbers. The group of demon race great sages had already proven this point. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles also relied on his almost unique advantage in speed to force an exchange with Kong Xian, maintaining a fragile balance. However, this was under the premise that Kong Xian had to protect the immortal court. If Kong Xian had nothing to worry about, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles wouldn't be able to hold him back. Kong Xian could go wherever he wanted. Anyone beneath the Tao realm who dared to obstruct him would be captured by his five-colored divine light. However, other than Tao realm bigwigs, dispelling Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light isn't an easy feat. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. The whereabouts of those powerful protective treasures of legend are all unknown. Xue Chuqing muttered, however, strengthening oneself isn't an easy feat. This isn't something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. She looked at her husband and son and said, both of you are already people who have not appeared in this world, but more or less, you still need time to accumulate. That's right. Yan Zhaoge nodded, then shook his head. However, other than your cultivation, there are other ways. Xue Chuqing pondered and glanced at Yan Zhaoge. You're saying that the prime clear, yes, the immortal extermination formation. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, no matter how strong Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light is, only death awaits him if he dares to enter the immortal extermination formation. Previously, due to the Water Devil and Earth Devil's revival, Yan Zhaoge and the others fought against the 9 Underworld's devils. Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi were separated, and they mistakenly entered the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's burial ground, obtaining his inheritance. As the flow of time within the ruins was different from the outside world, Yu Yi had the chance to cultivate the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture and memorize the immortal extermination formation. After that, Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi brought along the immortal slaughtering sword to aid Yan Zhaoge and the others. They even made it to the battle against the victorious fighting Buddha. Due to the urgency of the situation, everyone was busy fighting against the enemy. As such, Yan Zhaoge didn't have the time to chat with Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi. He didn't have the time to listen to their narration, nor did he have the time to inform the Vine Sovereign of Li Ying's death. However, in order to fight against the victorious fighting Buddha in the Grand Heavenly Realm, they had to establish the immortal extermination formation. Naturally, Yu Yi had the time to transmit the immortal extermination formation diagram to them. Yan Zhaoge and Daoist Cloud Conquest were the ones with the highest attainments in formations in the sky beyond heavens and roving jade heavens. The profundities of the immortal extermination formation were something that even Yan Zhaoge would have to carefully study and slowly analyze. But now that he had the immortal slaying formation in his hands, there was naturally a lot of hope. However, we can't gather 4 grand heavenly realm prime clear heavenly immortals. Xue Chuqing pondered and said, if we were to fight against an expert like Mahamayuri, virtual immortals wouldn't be able to lay down a formation. She looked towards Yan Zhaoge, or, if we gather the immortal extermination 4 swords, we'll be able to lay down the complete immortal extermination formation. The immortal extermination 4 swords weren't the prime clears for supreme sword arts. Instead, they were referring to genuine divine swords like the immortal slaughtering sword. They were renowned for being extremely vicious during the ancient era. If a single sword's power were to be unleashed, it would be a sharp weapon for slaughter. When the four swords were gathered together and laid down the immortal extermination sword formation, the might of the number one slaughtering formation in history would be displayed once again. Currently, we only have the immortal slaughtering sword with us. The other three swords are still missing. Do you have any clues? Xue Chuqing thought of something and asked Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression turned solemn. I do have some thoughts regarding the immortal extermination sword and the immortal trapping sword. As for the immortal ending sword, I'll have to wait. However, if we have the three swords in hand, the difficulty of finding the final sword would be much lower. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing were a little surprised. It'd be great if we could succeed. However, we still have to be careful, lest we end up benefiting others instead. Alright, I'll be careful. Yan Zhaoge answered, currently, we only have some preliminary thoughts. If we want to succeed, we still have to make preparations in many aspects. After bidding farewell to Yan Di and Xue Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge returned to his residence. If they could gather the immortal extermination for swords and recreate the immortal extermination formation, it would naturally be greatly beneficial to their side. However, the difficulty involved was self-evident. Not only would it be difficult to find the treasured sword, but it would also affect the movements of their opponents. Their opponents would definitely not be willing to see the complete immortal extermination formation reappear in the world. This would involve many aspects of the battle. Yan Zhaoge sat in a meditative position within the room. As he pondered over the current situation, he was also planning his own actions. Now, he had to be more and more careful. The fog in front of him gradually dispersed. He started coming into contact with those legendary figures more and more, coming into contact with many truths hidden beneath the dust of history. While the information he grasped gradually became more plentiful, his opponents were also different from before. Putting aside the few Dao realm bigwigs, Kong Xian, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, the victorious fighting Buddha, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, the nine-headed great sage, the primordial heart devil, and the others were all bigwigs that had lived through the ages. Including the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother, they were all bigwigs that had left behind their own legends in history. Unlike the White Deer Demon, Li Xingba, and the others, whose cultivations were still low, not only were the Grand Heavenly Realm experts stronger, the amount of information they grasped couldn't be ignored either. Yan Zhaoge asked himself. Ever since he reincarnated into the Eight Extremities world, there were many reasons why he could reach where he was now. However, one of them couldn't be ignored. During his first life, when he had transformed into the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall's Hall Spirit before the Great Calamity, he had read a lot of books. Not only were there various supreme martial arts, but there were also various miscellaneous studies, pill refinement, and artifact refinement recipes. In fact, there were even some seemingly insignificant gossip and rumors within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. All of these allowed Yan Zhaoge's knowledge to overwhelm most of the opponents he had encountered. Many people who went against him would eventually feel that they had lost inexplicably and died without knowing why. This was the reason why. However, as Yan Zhaoge climbed higher and higher, his opponents became stronger and stronger. Among them, there were many existences that were even older than the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. As such, the advantage that the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository gave him became less and less obvious. What should I do now? Even if he went to the immortal court, he would only be humiliating himself. Of course, the more trump cards he had, the better. However, it wouldn't be easy. In fact, from Yan Zhaoge's point of view, the knowledge stored within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository wasn't completely outdated or useless. It was still one of his greatest weapons, but it was merely a foundation. Other than a few existences, everything in the world would always continue to evolve. The present was superior to the past because it could continuously innovate. Throughout his journey, the reason why Yan Zhaoge was able to suppress many people with the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository was because the opponents he encountered in the early stages were more or less affected by the Great Calamity's cultural discontinuity. In other words, to Yan Zhaoge, those enemies who were in the stage where the martial civilization was starting over after the Great Calamity were the more primitive, backward, and undeveloped ancients who possessed the extremely flourishing martial civilization of before the Great Calamity. However, Yan Zhaoge never thought that he had nothing to worry about. To him, the Great Calamity had left a deep impression on him, causing him to feel a deep sense of danger. Now that he was getting closer to the truth, his sense of danger naturally grew stronger. As such, from a long time ago, Yan Zhaoge had been thinking about using the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository as a foundation to deduce some new developments. Reality had proven that he was quite talented in this aspect, and his rewards were bountiful. The chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual that caused the primordial heart devil to suffer was one of his rewards. Now, it was time for him to test out another reward. Yan Zhaoge stood up. First, he laid down a complicated formation in the room. Then, he placed a talisman within the formation. He walked along the edge of the formation and circled around the talisman. His speed was as fast as lightning. This continued for a full 78 hours before Yan Zhaoge finally came to a halt. He looked a little tired, but a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Countless profound runes appeared on the talisman in the middle of the formation. "Ah, who?" Yan Zhaoge called out. A burly man's figure quickly appeared in front of him. "What orders do you have, young master?" Yan Zhaoge took the talisman and passed it to Ahu. "Send this talisman to the roving jade heavens. After meeting Senior Gao, ask her to stick it on the immortal slaughtering sword for 49 days. Chapter 1509. Ahu took the talisman paper and asked, "Young master, can I send it directly? Is there anything I should pass on to Senior Gao?" "You only need to say that this is to find the other 3 treasured swords. As for the rest of the matter, Senior Gao will naturally understand the reason behind it after obtaining the talisman." Yan Zhaoge answered. Ahu nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, young master." After a short pause, Ahu said, "Young master, the Red Lotus Cliffs Miss Fu, Mr. He, and Miss Meng that you asked me to keep an eye on have not made any moves." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge did not immediately reply, instead concentrating on pondering carefully. Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing knew about the existence of the immeasurable heavenly venerate even before they became human immortals. As a result, an invisible seed was planted in the depths of their souls. Although nothing had happened all these years, no one could be sure when that seed would sprout. Once that seed sprouted, these 3 young elites of Taoism's direct lineage might be illuminated by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord even if they were in the awakened sky cosmos or the pill hall. If they were caught off guard, it could cause a huge mess. In the worst-case scenario, the pill hall and the awakened sky cosmos location might be exposed to the immortal court. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge and the others had always been pondering on how to suppress that formless seed, preventing it from germinating and preventing the worst-case scenario from happening. Even though Yan Zhaoge was fighting against the 9 underworlds, he didn't forget to make arrangements before leaving the awakened sky cosmos. He kept an eye on Fu Ting and the others to prevent the immortal court from taking advantage of the situation. Now, he had wreaked havoc on the land of the immortal court, causing great damage to the immortal court. In the end, it was only because of Mahamayuri that they managed to salvage the situation. If the immortal court wanted to make a move on the orthodox Taoism to regain their face, the world beyond worlds was just a lower choice. If they couldn't find the sky beyond skies, they would only vent their anger on them. If he could directly find the sky beyond skies, he would definitely settle the score with Yan Zhaoge. At this time, Yan Zhaoge was naturally even more vigilant. However, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord seemed to have forgotten that there were still a few potential targets for him to purify. "Are they certain that it will have no effect?" Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, even our side doesn't have the confidence of being able to intercept it. After pondering for a moment, Yen Zhaoge shook his head and looked at Ah Hu. We've already returned to the sky beyond skies. If there's any problem, I'll personally take care of it. Leave everything here and head to the roving Jade Heavens. When you arrive at the roving Jade Heavens, make a trip to the Ashen Spirit Valley. When you see Daoist Cloud Conquest, apologize to him on my behalf. He wouldn't be able to handle He Mian's matter personally, said Yen Zhaoge. Yes, young master, Hu answered. Yen Zhaoge continued, Senior Apprentice Sister Yu's matter cannot be rushed for the time being. After I have recovered to my peak, I will personally head to the roving Jade Heavens again to continue studying it together with Senior Gao and Senior Apprentice Granduncle Long. I will pass on the message to Senior Gao and the others. If young master has no other orders, I will set off right away. Go, Yen Zhaoge nodded. Ah Hu took his leave, while Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes and calmed his mind to recuperate. A day later, Ah Hu returned from the roving Jade Heavens. Young master, Senior Gao stuck the talisman on the immortal slaughtering sword right in front of me. He said that he would stick it on for 49 days. All right. Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes and nodded. Whether or not there are any gains, we will know after 49 days. I hope that we won't be disappointed. Then, he stood up and left for the Pill Hall's Purple Divine Pavilion. There, he saw his mother, Xue Chuqing. Is there any news from the Dao universe? Not yet. Xue Chuqing sighed and shook her head. After all, it's quite a distance away. In order to prevent the awakened sky cosmos and the Pill Hall's location from being exposed, we have to be cautious when gathering information. Being cautious would result in a lack of efficiency. This was something that couldn't be helped. Most of the Immortal Realm experts that were active within the awakened sky cosmos were recuperating after the previous battle. It wasn't beneficial for the transmission of information. Yen Zhaoge could only relax his mind and wait patiently. After a few days, there was finally confirmed news. The Dao universe was successfully invaded by the Immortal Court. The situation regarding the world beyond worlds and the people of the lower realms was still uncertain. However, it was worth noting that there seemed to be ordinary citizens who had left the Dao universe and migrated towards the Immortal Court. The world beyond worlds, where the orthodox Taoism's Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages flourished, had become history. The exalted Earth Luminary, Jiang Shen, the encompassing Emperor, the Heaven Emperor, the new Exalt, Li Juanxin, the Northwestern Exalt, Lian Zilan, the Western Exalt, Lang Qing, and the others had all disappeared. The news from the Immortal Court stated that they had subdued the heretics. As a result, the negative effects caused by Yen Zhaoge's wanton destruction were quickly disappearing. The Immortal Court's large-scale counterattack was reclaiming their lost lands.
They were starting to reclaim the 800 immortal territories and myriad worlds that had been occupied by the blessed lands of the White Lotus for more than 20 years. The entire Immortal Court could finally hold their heads high. Ironically, the Immortal Court didn't know that they didn't rely on their own abilities to reclaim their lands. Instead, they relied on the Western Pure Land's assistance, said Yen Zhaoge with a playful smile. However, despite the Immortal Court's counterattack, they only managed to reclaim their lost lands. It wasn't that easy for them to turn around and attack the blessed lands of the White Lotus. While Mahamayuri was strong, he wasn't a Dao realm expert. While he possessed the omnipresent miraculous abilities of a grand heavenly realm expert, it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, his area of coverage was definitely inferior. If they were to attack the blessed lands of the White Lotus, Kong Xian wouldn't be able to intimidate existences like the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Moreover, Kong Xian was only helping out because of the deal with the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He wouldn't help the Immortal Court to their deaths. Helping the Immortal Court through this tribulation had already achieved their goal. As a result, the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court stopped while they were ahead. After reclaiming the Immortal Court's 3,000 immortal territories, their counterattack immediately slowed down. The immortal court was currently busy consolidating and rebuilding the faith that had suffered multiple setbacks. Repelling the blessed lands of the White Lotus, reclaiming their lost lands, and taking down the Tao universe to take revenge. With these two methods working together, their efforts were fruitful. If the world beyond worlds is like this, what about the North Star Emperor's side? Asked Yan Zhaoge after pondering. Xue Chuqing said, other than the heretics that descended upon our Tao universe, there were also Buddhism bigwigs patrolling outside. Evidently, they came specifically for the North Star Emperor. When Mahamayuri made his move, he alone held the fort against 10,000 enemies. This allowed the Western Pure Lands Buddhism bigwigs to move freely. Whether the North Star Emperor clashed with those Buddhas is still unknown. However, judging from the Tao universe's outcome, the immortal court still succeeded in the end.
Chapter 15:10. Yan Zhaoge agreed with Xue Chuqing's judgment. With that, the North Star Emperor might change his style. Xue Chuqing continued guessing. That's hard to say. It's still too early to say. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the top of the purple divine pavilion. The current situation is different from 20 years ago. Xue Chuqing nodded silently. 20 years ago, while the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus would engage in a huge battle every once in a while, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had always remained hidden behind the scenes. Ever since the Great War began 20 years ago, the experts of the Western Pure Lands and the demon race came out of seclusion and participated in the war. Including the North Star Emperor, the Taoism Grand Heavenly Realm experts had a huge advantage against the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. As such, the North Star Emperor and the blessed lands of the White Lotus alone would pose a huge threat to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. If they posed a threat to the immortal court, they might expose themselves to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. However, if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha were to hold each other back, the situation would be different. Of course, the future Buddha would be more than happy to do so. Yan Zhaoge's havoc in the immortal court was proof of that. Now, the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism experts had reappeared. While the demon race experts fought against them, the North Star Emperor and the others weren't as free as before. Their threat towards the immortal court was greatly reduced. Other than the favorable timing, Yan Zhaoge's success was mainly due to the fusion of the three golden bodies of the Great Sage. The Great Sage equaling heaven's true form was too powerful. Even the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, the victorious fighting Buddha, and the great King of Inspiration couldn't withstand his attacks. Just like Mahamayuri, he could remain unhindered even if he was surrounded by Grand Heavenly Realm experts. However, such existences were few and far between. Even when Yan Zhaoge manifested the Great Sage equaling heaven's true form, he could only maintain it for a short period of time. Objectively speaking, the Taoism Grand Heavenly Realm experts' threat towards the immortal court was much weaker compared to the past. Especially after Mahamayuri's interference, the immortal court managed to regain their lost territories. However, it wasn't enough to turn defeat into victory. The two heretics would return to a stalemate. In a short period of time, no one could do anything to the other. The result was a temporary truce, recuperating and waiting for the next opportunity. After the Great Calamity, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had been fighting against each other for so many years. The intensity of the war had peaks and troughs. Yan Zhaoge slapped his head. Senior Sua, the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and our golden body of the Great Sage are sufficient to break the balance between the two sides. Unless they invite Mahamayuri out again. Xue Chuqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Yan Zhaoge's nagging. Let's not talk about the Grand Heavenly Realm Emperors. Let's talk about you. Do you still have the strength to fight? I can at least think about it, right? Yan Zhaoge smiled lazily. In the past, during the Great Calamity, these few factions weren't clean. In the end, they would have to settle their grudges with us Orthodox Taoism. Unlike how the world beyond worlds provided assistance to the immortal court in the past, as we grew stronger, we gradually gained the ability to form alliances. We're no longer forced to be cannon fodder for others. The smile on Yan Zhaoge's face slowly disappeared. He muttered to himself, however, it's still not enough. We still need to become stronger. So, you're not thinking about the Prime Clear's immortal extermination formation? Yan Di and Xue Chuqing were aware of Yan Zhaoge's plans. Xue Chuqing softly said, or rather, everyone is thinking about the immortal extermination formation. How's your plan going? I can't say for sure now. Let's patiently wait for the immortal slaughtering swords movements. Yan Zhaoge said, when we receive news from the immortal slaughtering sword, we can make further preparations. While waiting, Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others were also recovering. Only when they had sufficient confidence would it be time for them to take action. Actually, I've been thinking about it. We can't let the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus calm down. We have to think of a way to intensify the war between them and force them to place more attention on each other. Only then would it be more convenient for us to take action. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Otherwise, as we grow stronger, and our influence increases, the two of them might even be on guard against us. They might even come together to suppress us, causing us to fall back to the depths of the abyss. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Xue Chuqing frowned slightly. What do you intend to do? Chapter 15:11. Xue Chuqing looked at Yan Zhaoge and frowned. You wouldn't be thinking of massacring the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas, right? To tell you the truth, I really did think of it, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Still, I felt that it was rather silly afterwards, and thus gave up on the idea. A profound immortal of the Taoist sects, who is equivalent to an arhat of the Buddhist sects, wants to kill the Buddha of the Pure Land, who is equivalent to a celestial immortal of the Taoist sects. Even if it was a Buddha who came from the heretical path, this idea was quite unbelievable, arrogant, and crazy. Still, Xue Chuqing knew that if she planned it well and caught him off guard, Yan Zhaoge might really be able to achieve this. The example of the Afflatus king was right before his eyes. After patiently waiting for the golden body of the great sage to recover its vitality, the current Broad Creed Mountain could truly threaten many grand heavenly realm existences, especially those of the heretic Tao. Xue Chuqing couldn't help but sigh in her heart every time she thought of this. Although she was the direct disciple of the exalted Wood Luminary's lineage, and her roots could be traced back to the southern extremity Longevity Emperor, one of the four imperials of Taoism, she had never expected that one day, the person beside her would actually possess such power. Perhaps Yan Zhaoge himself had yet to reach such heights, but he already possessed such power. It hadn't been like that when they were dealing with the demons of the netherworld. But after that, it had improved by leaps and bounds, and it couldn't be judged by the old standards anymore. However, as Yan Zhaoge had said, it was still not enough now. They still needed to be stronger. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, she straightened her expression slightly as she looked at him. Reigniting the flames of war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus was not an easy task. At the very least, one of them had to judge that the gains from the war were far greater than the price they had to pay. Only then would everything be possible. Sua Mingzhang and Yan Zhaoge had caused a ruckus in the immortal court twice, causing them to suffer heavy losses. After all, it wasn't something that could be recovered within a short period of time. Even if they illuminated the world beyond worlds and regained their 800 immortal territories, they would only be able to regain their footing as they were still far from recovering their vitality. Now, there were only 8 grand heavenly immortals left. Not to mention the blessed lands of the White Lotus, even if they were to be compared to his own peak state, they were still much weaker. So in essence, they were still in a very weak position. If the blessed lands of the White Lotus were to attack again, the immortal court would still lose their cities and territories, repeating the scene from 20 years ago. However, since they couldn't determine Mahamayuri's intentions, the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't act recklessly and incite the flames of war. Instead, they cautiously probed and infiltrated. To Yen Zhaoge, even if he could successfully reduce the number of Immortal Court Heavenly Lords or even kill the Western Pure Lands Buddhas, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race wouldn't be able to resolve themselves to start another war. Unless he had a way to restrain Mahamayuri. Therefore, the other option was to kill the blessed lands of the White Lotus Grand Heavenly Realm experts. Moreover, it was a massive amount of damage, causing the blessed lands of the White Lotus to be even weaker than the Immortal Court. In this way, the Immortal Court might be the one to make the first move. This idea seemed even crazier, but if he could seize the right opportunity, it might not be impossible. After all, to the great sage equaling heaven, a heretic Grand Luo was no different from a grand virtual immortal. There was no need to doubt the Immortal Court's eagerness to take advantage of the situation. In essence, they and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were the main competitors. However, this method of fanning the flames from both sides and waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters was undoubtedly a bad idea that thought one was clever. The Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't just watch as Yen Zhaoge and the others weaken. This could easily cause the two opposing sides to temporarily put aside their conflicts and work together to suppress Yen Zhaoge and the others. Although the awakened sky cosmos whereabouts were uncertain, it wasn't completely foolproof. If the Immortal Court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Western Pure Lands, and the demon race worked together to suppress them, the current orthodox Taoism might not be able to withstand it. With Xue Chuqing's understanding of Yen Zhaoge, while he often acted frivolously, he wasn't someone who would get carried away. Since Yen Zhaoge had given up on provoking both sides, Xue Chuqing was very interested in what he was planning. Actually, I'm thinking about the 3 wondrous stones left behind by the Nuwa sovereign when she mended the heavens. Yen Zhaoge's eyes flickered. Xue Chuqing understood what he was trying to say. Yeah, it's in line with your habit of thinking about things. Tracing back to the source and reorganizing the clues. Indeed. Actually, I've been thinking about this for the past few years. I want to see if I can discover any opportunities from within, said Yen Zhaoge. Only, there are still some things that I haven't thought through thoroughly. He looked toward Xue Chuqing. The Nuwa sovereign left behind 3 wondrous stones. Needless to say, the earthly essence stone is the foundation of the great sage equaling heavens. Chapter 15:12. Hearing Yen Zhaoge mention the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits, Xue Chuqing muttered softly, Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. The Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation was also known as the Great Emperor of the Eastern Pole Viridescent Splendor, the Heavenly Lord of Salvation or the Emperor of Qing Xian Zhouyang. The Grand Sage of 9 Spirits was his mount, the 9-headed lion. This existence was one of the few almighty experts in the history of the Dao sect. At the same time, he was also one of the most powerful powerhouses in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. However, the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana did not reside in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace all year round. Instead, he traveled the world and rarely asked about the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Of course, no one would underestimate this ancient Empyrean who was born from the Khanate world. However, this big shot's whereabouts were erratic all year round, making it hard for others to guess. Moreover, he rarely interfered in the affairs of the world, so he seemed to be rather mysterious. Xue Chuqing looked at Yen Zhaoge. You're thinking of using the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor's name to falsify his whereabouts. Then, you'll spread the news that the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor possesses a person's fragment, which would attract the attention of the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. It would be best if you could incite a war between them. That's right, Yen Zhaoge nodded. Xue Chuqing stared at him for a long while before asking slowly, have you ever considered that there might be 2 problems with this? Yen Zhaoge met her gaze and said with a smile, firstly, the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits had already broken free from the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord and regained his freedom. He had entered the demon race's Astro Mountain's starry seas. Secondly, the Tai Nirvana Lord could also be the boundless Lord of Heaven. It looks like you've already considered it. Xue Chuqing nodded and asked. Yen Zhaoge answered, if the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits is still alive, and even regained his freedom and entered the Astro Mountain's starry sea, there are two possibilities. The humanly essence stone fragment in his possession is either in the hands of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, or in the hands of the East Sovereign. The second possibility is that after he learns of our information, he would see through it and inform the blessed lands of the White Lotus. If the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord is indeed the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, he will easily see through my tricks once he receives the news. Yan Zhaoge raised his two hands, each holding up an index finger, before bringing them together in the middle. No matter which one it is, it can actually be concluded as the same result. Then, he smiled. But it doesn't affect our goal. As someone who had been on the run for many years, Xue Chuqing's way of thinking was rather similar to Yan Zhaoge's to some extent. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, she raised her brows slightly, a trap within a trap. Zhaoge, in recent years, you've become more and more dazzling. To the external Tao, and even to the demon race and the Western Pure Lands magnates, you're like a thorn in their side. If there's a chance to get rid of you, they wouldn't miss it. You're trying to use His Majesty Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor's name to create a diversion. Once the other party sees through it, he might feign ignorance and use it to lure you or the people from the awakened sky cosmos out. Then, he will seize the opportunity to kill you. Xue Chuqing looked at Yan Zhaoge, and this just happens to fall right into our trap. Our goal is to divert the enemy's attention, allowing us to borrow the immortal slaughtering sword to search for the other three swords. The news about the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor was originally just a feint? That's right. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Xue Chuqing let out a soft sigh and muttered, however, if we can't incite the heretics to start a war again, even if the other party falls for our trap and is successfully lured away, we might not even have enough time to search for the swords. Nothing is perfect in this world. However, increasing our chances of victory is always better than decreasing it. Yan Zhaoge smiled, isn't this what it means to prepare for a rainy day? Even if the other party doesn't fall for our trap, it's fine. Every bit of profit we obtain is worth it. After hearing his words, Xue Chuqing first nodded. Then, she shook her head and reminded, the less you do, the less mistakes you'll make. The more you do, the more mistakes you'll make. Traces of your actions might be left behind, and the other party might be able to use it against you. It's not like we don't have any losses or risks at all. She looked at Yan Zhaoge and said emotionally, currently, the three clear lineage's descendants are in a much better situation than before. However, looking at the current situation, we're still lagging behind. We still have to be careful. Otherwise, all our previous efforts might go to waste. I understand, said Yan Zhaoge solemnly with a solemn expression. Xue Chuqing smiled, don't blame me for nagging. I'm just saying a few words. Zhaoge, you're already the true pillar of our Taoism's direct lineage. If you have any ideas, just go ahead and do them. Yan Zhaoge also smiled, you can rest assured. After taking his leave of Xue Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge went to check on Feng Yunsheng. She was still meditating. Yan Zhaoge observed her and found the results to be satisfactory. Thus, he left quietly without disturbing her. Su Fei, Pan Pan, and Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone were also recuperating. Shi Jun's injuries had already stabilized. Now, he had to consider how to prevent himself from becoming a cripple. If I really can't do it, I'll just cultivate single-handed sword arts and single-legged footwork. After Yan Zhaoge checked on his condition, Shi Jun said with a self-mocking smile. Yan Zhaoge observed him for a while. After knowing that his master Su Fei was fine, this young man's emotions were still rather stable. Although he was also troubled by the loss of his right eye, right arm, and right leg, his mother and master were both fine. As a result, Shi Jun's mood was much more relaxed. Silly brat, don't think too much. Your senior apprentice uncle has already thought of a few methods. However, I'm still considering which one is more suitable and beneficial for your future. Yan Zhaoge patted on his shoulder. Shi Jun smiled foolishly. However, he quickly asked worriedly, Senior apprentice uncle, when will my mother wake up? Sister-in-law Yuzhen is fine now. She can be awakened any time. Yan Zhaoge waved his hand and smiled, only, considering how the Earth Devil had caused a ruckus, and how her cultivation was still too low, I decided to let her rest and recuperate her body as much as possible. That's good, that's good. Shi Jun let out a long sigh of relief. Yan Zhaoge bade farewell and settled the matters in the sky beyond skies. Then, he left the sky beyond skies and headed towards the roving jade heavens. Shi Jun and his mother were fine now. However, Yu Ye's situation in the roving jade heavens wasn't optimistic. Back in the 9 underworlds, if not for Nie Jingshan's sword chi protecting Yu Yi, who had recovered from his injuries due to falling to the dark side, Yu Yi would have long passed the 7th day of her death. And now, her injuries were so severe that they were comparable to Ing Yuzhen's, or even more complicated. After Yan Zhaoge arrived at the roving jade heavens and visited the prime clear bigwigs, he stayed by Yu Ye's side and researched on the treatment method. Yan Zhaoge only went to meet Gao Qingxian again when the 49 days of the agreed-upon date arrived. Something's happening. After seeing each other, Gao Qingxuan's words were concise. Chapter 15-13. Upon hearing the commotion, Yan Zhaoge's spirits rose. He followed Gao Qingxian to a secluded room, where Gao Qingxuan's clone and Long Xingquan sat facing each other. Between them, an ancient sword hovered in midair. A talisman was pasted on the ancient sword's hilt. It was Yan Zhaoge's handiwork. Currently, 4 doors vaguely surfaced above the ancient sword. They were separated into 4 directions, seemingly illusory yet real. Ruthless auras emanated from within, as if a simple immortal extermination formation had been erected. Only, the scene in front of him was different from the true immortal extermination formation. Yan Zhaoge was extremely familiar with this. This was the secret art he came up with. He was attempting to borrow the immortal slaughtering sword's strength to search for the other 3 swords. At this moment, only one of the 4 doors seemed to have a sword hanging on it. Strands of black chi revolved around the sword's blade, which corresponded to the immortal slaughtering sword. Yan Zhaoge carefully examined the other 3 doors and revealed an excited expression. There's hope. That's great. Gao Qingxian continued asking, only, what should we do next? We don't have any more clues on hand. Long Xingquan sighed. In the past, eldest senior brother had ventured out with Daoist Di to search for the immortal trapping sword's whereabouts. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to find anything. In the end, they never returned and perished outside. Gao Qingxuan's expression was also filled with sorrow. Among the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying's disciples, the one closest to her was her junior apprentice sister, Di Qinglian. In the past, after Di Qinglian and Yan Xingtang got married, she still frequently interacted with Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan. Yan Xingtang and Long Xingquan were of the Jade Clear lineage. Tracing back to their roots, their lineage's Grand Master was the #1 sword cultivator among the Jade Clear primordial Heavenly Lord's disciples, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. It was worth mentioning that during the ancient era's investitures of the Gods' War, the Prime Clear lineage was defeated, and the Immortal Extermination formation was destroyed. The Immortal Extermination for swords used to lay down the formation fell into the hands of a group of Jade Clear bigwigs. Master Red Essence obtained the Immortal Slaughtering Sword, while the Immortal Trapping Sword went to the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. Later, the Middle Era's Qi Jing Zi perished at the hands of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, and the Immortal Slaughtering Sword was taken back by the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. However, before he could retrieve the other 3 swords, he died because of the Mahasvara heavenly demon. Thus, the Immortal Trapping Sword had always been in the hands of Daoist Jade Cauldron. It was just that after the ancient epic, Daoist Jade Cauldron lived in seclusion all year round, and there was very little news about him. After the change of epics and the Great Calamity, there was no news of him at all. Yan Xintang was of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's direct lineage. Thus, he set off together with Di Qinglian of the Prime Clear direct lineage, attempting to follow the extremely limited remains left behind by his predecessors. Not only did they intend to confirm the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's death, they also sought out the whereabouts of the immortal trapping sword. This trip lasted for many years, but unfortunately, he did not gain anything. Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Li Ying, Chen Xuanzong, Yu Zhenbei, and the others all tried to find them. However, all they received was grievous news. Before the two of them left, the life swords they left behind broke at the same time, announcing their deaths. After the Great Calamity, the two most outstanding sword arts geniuses of Taoism had perished at the same time, leaving behind endless regrets for the people of the world, as well as endless pain for Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others. Their final inheritance was Yan Di, who was placed within the grand simplicity splendor cloud. No one knew where he was drifting within the void, but he was destined to be reborn within the Tao universe. Yan Zhaoge had heard about this a long time ago. During his travels, he would often search for Yan Xintong and Yan Di's burial grounds. Unfortunately, there weren't any clues on hand, and nothing was found. Sometimes, we have to wait for fortune. Yan Zhaoge circled around the immortal slaughtering sword a few times. Previously, we couldn't find it. Now, we might be able to borrow the immortal slaughtering sword's help. He said softly. Grandfather and grandmother's perishing was too bizarre and sudden. I feel that there should be some sort of trigger. I guess that they might have found the immortal trapping sword. Even if they didn't, I believe that they're not far from it. Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh. If we can find the immortal trapping sword, we might be able to find the traces left behind by our ancestors. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, although I've asked senior apprentice Uncle Yu and received a negative answer, I'd like to ask again. Do grandfather and grandmother really have no hope of survival? Although I hope for a miracle to happen. Long Xingquan shook his head. That life sword is even more accurate than secret arts like the soul lamp. Moreover, it's a combination of male and female. In the end, both swords broke apart. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. Let's give it a try if there's anything left behind by our ancestors. Gao Qingxian took out a sword artifact. It was a sacred artifact, one of the swords personally refined by Di Qinglian before she opened the immortal door. Yan Zhaoge held onto the long sword and tossed it up, causing it to hover above the four illusory doors. When the immortal slaughtering sword trembled slightly, the sacred artifact sword above it trembled as well. Layers of formation patterns emanated from the talisman on the immortal slaughtering sword's hilt. They were engraved within the void and transformed into a formation. The formation patterns flickered with radiances, which clustered together and enveloped the sacred artifact longsword. As time passed, the longsword remained motionless. It seems like this sword won't do. Yan Zhaoge didn't show any signs of disappointment. He calmly shook his head. Try mine. After Gao Qingxian retrieved the longsword, Yan Zhaoge retrieved a sword artifact as well. It flickered with a faint golden radiance and was abnormally sharp. As a sacred artifact, it far surpassed Gao Qingxuan's sword. It was the Venus sword. In the past, Yan Xintong had forged a high-grade sacred artifact in accordance with the 9 luminaries' name. It was on par with the Extreme Yang seal, the Extreme Yin crown, the Grand Longevity banner, and other treasures. It could be considered as a king among sacred artifacts. It wasn't that Yan Xintong was better than Di Qinglian in artifact forging. Instead, this Venus sword was forged by Yan Xintong after he became an immortal. For so many years, this sword had always been the world beyond world's Kunlun Mountains Northern High Peaks Jade Capital Crag lineage's inheritance treasure. After Yu Zhenbei left the Jade Capital Crag, the immortal artifact he forged, the origin opening sword, was left behind. However, he would definitely bring this Venus sword along with him. Only when Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di appeared in the world beyond worlds and Yu Zhenbei returned from the void's boundless outskirts, did he decide to return this sword to the Yan family. However, no matter if it was Yan Zhaoge or Yan Di, they both intended to return this sword to the Jade Capital Crag. Although the father and son were Yan Xintong's direct descendants, Yu Zhenbei and the Jade Capital Crag were Yan Xintong's most legitimate successors in terms of martial arts inheritance. They had inherited his legacy. This time, Yan Zhaoge wanted to use the immortal slaughtering sword to search for the other 3 swords, as well as the whereabouts of Yan Xintang and his wife's graves. As such, Yan Zhaoge borrowed this sword from the Jade Capital Crag and brought it to the roving Jade Heavens. For Long Xingquan, who was already a profound immortal, a sacred artifact was no different from an ordinary metal. However, when he looked at the Venus sword, he couldn't help but sigh. Yan Zhaoge held the Venus sword with both hands and tossed it into the formation. Chapter 15-14. When the Venus sword entered the formation, the immortal slaughtering sword trembled slightly, causing the Venus sword to tremble as well. However, the formation's radiance enveloped the Venus sword, yet no changes occurred. It doesn't seem to work either. Long Xingquan frowned slightly. Do we need eldest apprentice brothers or Daoist these treasures after pushing open the immortal door? Yan Zhaoge walked around the immortal slaughtering sword and carefully analyzed the aura emanating from the formation. I can't tell for sure yet. After pondering for a while, Yan Zhaoge perfected his deductions. There's one more thing. Perhaps we can try it out. Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan's expressions changed slightly, and they exclaimed in unison, Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud? Yan Zhaoge nodded, yes, Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. He looked towards Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan. My father is currently resting in the sky beyond skies. You can invite him over to the roving Jade Heavens. That would be great. Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan nodded. Yan Zhaoge immediately contacted Yan Di, and the 3 waited patiently. Other than the immortal trapping sword, there's another sword that we can try, said Yan Zhaoge as he waited. Oh? Gao Qingxian pondered, the immortal exterminating sword. Is the Broad Creed Mountain really related to the Lord of Broad Accomplishment? During the ancient era's investitures of the Gods' War, the immortal exterminating 4 swords used to lay down the immortal exterminating formation fell into the hands of 4 Jade Clear bigwigs. Among them, Master Red Essence obtained the immortal slaughtering sword, while the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity obtained the immortal trapping sword. The Lord of Broad Accomplishment, who was known as the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, obtained the immortal exterminating sword. Just like the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment had vanished for many years. Before the Great Calamity, there was very little information about him. After the Great Calamity, there were no traces of him at all. The reason why Gao Qingxian thought of this was because Yan Zhaoge's Broad Creed Mountain lineage relied on some incomplete Grand Clear inheritance and Jade Clear cyclic heavenly seal in the 8 extremities worlds after the Great Calamity. Broad Creed Mountain's original supreme martial art, the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm, was a variant of the incomplete cyclic heavenly seal, also having been derived from the Lord of Broad Accomplishment's lineage's comprehensions of the cyclic heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge answered, I am indeed eyeing the immortal exterminating sword. Still, our clan cannot be considered to be of the direct lineage of the Lord of Broad Accomplishment. It is just that our founder obtained this fortune that year. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge took out a shattered stone, holding it in his palm. Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan looked at the irregularly shaped broken stone that had a few edges. At first glance, it seemed inconspicuous, but with their cultivation and experience, they could tell that it was extraordinary. The fragment of Heavenly Lord Guangqing's treasure, the cyclic heavenly seal? Long Xingquan came to a realization. Yan Zhaoge nodded, explaining, right. Back then, our Broad Creed Mountain's founder obtained this fragment and analyzed some of the incomplete concept of the cyclic heavenly seal from it, transforming it into a palm art that became one of the cornerstones of our founding. Back then, when the exalted solar luminary was residing in the 8 extremities world, he took this treasure with him when he left. It was only recently that it was returned to its rightful owner. It was precisely because he had more than one clue that Yan Zhaoge dared to place his hopes on collecting the immortal exterminating 4 swords, using the immortal exterminating formation to increase his side strength and influence. If it weren't for his confidence, everything would just be a castle in the air. Gao Qingxian said, with this item, there's indeed some hope of locating the Heavenly Lord Guangqing. The cyclic heavenly seal fragment was directly related to the heavenly lord Guangcheng, while the immortal exterminating sword was related to the heavenly lord Guangcheng. There was hope of locating him through the immortal slaughtering sword. As for whether Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian were together with the immortal trapping sword, it was still unknown. If they weren't, it would be difficult to locate them through the immortal slaughtering sword. Once this technique is successfully used once, it will take 49 years before it can be used again. Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly and said, close to 50 years. Hence, we won't be experimenting with the immortal exterminating sword for now. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for another 50 years if we succeed. He turned his head and looked at the immortal slaughtering sword. We've tried our best with the immortal trapping sword. If we still couldn't find anything, let's consider other matters. Long Xingquan said slowly, that's right. It's been more than 2,000 years, and we still couldn't locate eldest apprentice brother and Daoist D. Now that there's finally some hope, we should try more. You're right, senior apprentice granduncle. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Yan Di quickly rushed over. His injuries had yet to fully recover, and he should be recuperating. As such, Yan Zhaoge didn't disturb him previously. However, after hearing the news, Yan Di immediately rushed over. Emotionally speaking, Yan Di, who had never interacted with his biological parents, wasn't very close to Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian. However, he was still filled with gratitude and admiration towards them. Chapter 15:15. After the battle between the two heretic sects temporarily came to an end, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had more time to pay attention to the movements of the Orthodox Taoism and the Nine Underworlds. By then, even if Yan Zhaoge and the others remained hidden within the awakened sky cosmos, it would be hard for them to guarantee their safety. Not to mention moving about outside the cosmos. If they were to reveal even the slightest trace of their presence, they might be hunted down. Even gathering information from the outside world, understanding the movements of various parties, and gathering intelligence would become more difficult. Not just Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and the others had also been thinking about how they should proceed from here on out. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others became interested. What are your plans, Zhaoge? Asked Long Xingquan. Deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea, luring the tiger away from the mountain, Yan Zhaoge simply stated his plans. Hearing his words, the trio fell into deep thought. In the following period of time, we will recuperate and heal our injuries. You should first make preparations for this plan. When the time is ripe, we will then make a decision, Yan Di said. Yan Zhaoge nodded, leave it to me. In the previous battle, most of their injuries were caused by the backlash of the immortal execution formation being broken. That was why these injuries were deeply entangled and difficult to remove at the root. It was easy to damage one's vitality and was difficult to recover from. Yan Zhaoge had recovered from his injuries due to a fortuitous encounter. He had even broken through the pure profound tribulation and ascended to the profound immortal realm. However, he immediately headed to the immortal court and didn't have the time to nurture his body. After wreaking havoc in the immortal court, his essence, energy, and spirit had been severely consumed, and his recovery was slow. It was because of this that he was unable to return to his peak state. Even Gao Qingxian, Daoist Cloud Conquest, and the others, who were of the prime clear lineage, weren't any better off. On the other hand, Xue Fei and the others had only overexerted themselves. They only needed to rest for a period of time. During this period of time, other than regulating his breathing and recuperating, Yan Zhaoge had been pondering on how to forge traces of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. It wouldn't do if it was too light or too heavy. If the heretics were truly unable to ascertain whether or not the Tai Nirvana Lord was still alive, and the traces he had revealed this time were too realistic, then there was a possibility that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha would personally make a move. If there really were people's primordial stone fragments scattered outside, then both sides would definitely value them greatly. The immeasurable heavenly venerate cared about the humanly essence stone fragments more than the heavenly essence stone fragments. To Yen Zhaoge, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. It was also not good to be too perfunctory. If the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha did not personally make a move, perhaps the heretics would not be able to discern the authenticity of the Tai Nirvana heavenly Lord's traces. However, there might be people from the Western Pure Lands and the demon race who were familiar with this extremely ancient heavenly venerate. This was especially true if the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits was still alive. After all, he used to be the mount of the heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana. Therefore, Yen Zhaoge had truly spent quite a bit of effort on this. After everything was prepared, Yen Zhaoge met up with Gao Qingxian and the others again. Their injuries had mostly recovered by now. How are your preparations for the matter regarding the eastern extremity viridescent splendor? Long Xingquan asked. Yen Zhaoge answered, most of the preparations have been completed. However, it's not suitable for us to operate on our own. Otherwise, we might give ourselves away. We'll need to invite our Taoism heavenly lords who have already ascended to the grand heavenly realm. As he spoke, he looked towards Gao Qingxian. If the incongruence Divine Mother is free, I would like to ask for her help. Gao Qingxian nodded, leave it to me. I'll contact the Divine Mother. Currently, among the Taoism grand heavenly immortals who were confirmed to be alive, the North Star Emperor wasn't on good terms with the awakened sky cosmos. Even if they wanted to mend their relationship, it wouldn't be something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Suo Mingzhang, Yen Zhaoge, and the sky beyond skies were the most compatible. However, due to what happened in the past, he was the Taoism heavenly immortal that the immortal court and other forces paid the most attention to. Now that the flames of war between the two heretics had gradually subsided, the immeasurable heavenly Lord was much more free than before. If Suo Mingzhang made any movements, he would immediately attract the immeasurable heavenly Lord's attention. Yen Zhaoge wanted to cause some trouble for the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, he had to control his actions well. As for the southern extremity longevity emperor, Yen Zhaoge was still wary of him. This Taoism heavenly Lord's attitude towards him made Yen Zhaoge feel weird. As such, Yen Zhaoge requested the incongruence Divine Mother to help him set up a diversion. While searching for Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian's graves, he was also searching for the prime clear immortal trapping sword. It was only normal for the incongruence Divine Mother to help him out. She was too obvious and would easily attract the attention of Tao realm bigwigs. It wouldn't be convenient for her to search for the sword herself. She might as well hand it over to Yen Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others. The Orthodox Taoism's current predicament was that they didn't have any Tao realm bigwigs that could stabilize the situation. As such, they would be weaker when facing the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the Maitreya Buddha, the Amitabha Buddha, and the Eastern Sovereign. However, everyone was moving towards the next level. Now that they had the golden body of the great sage, Yen Zhaoge, Su Fei, Feng Yunsheng, and the others weren't afraid of the heretics' grand heavenly realm experts. This subtle difference was precisely the reason why Yen Zhaoge and the others had the chance to make a fuss. I await the incongruence Divine Mother's good news, said Yen Zhaoge. As expected, the incongruence Divine Mother didn't reject him. Very quickly, the two heretics' higher-ups received the news, causing a commotion. It started from the incongruence Divine Mother, who had just participated in the war and managed to escape with much difficulty. Within a short period of time, she returned from her slumbering state within the boundless void. Other forces were paying close attention to these Taoism heavenly immortals. Very quickly, someone went to look for trouble. The incongruence Divine Mother was alerted and successfully escaped. However, because of this, she was discovered to be looking for the Tai Nirvana heavenly Lord. To the new generation, the Tai Nirvana heavenly Lord was merely a title. However, to those who existed before the Great Calamity, none of them dared to underestimate him. As such, it quickly attracted the attention of others. Within the immortal court cosmos, outside of the 3,000 immortal territories, a green lotus suddenly approached. A red treasured banner could be vaguely seen on the green lotus. On top of the banner, golden lights flickered. When the Green Lotus reached outside of the 3,000 immortal territories, it stopped. However, within the Immortal Court's heavenly palace, a treasured light immediately flew out and swept the Green Lotus away. After the Green Lotus entered the Immortal Court's heavenly palace, it flew out from the treasured light. A Buddha sat on the lotus platform. His body was blue, and his right hand held the treasured banner on his left shoulder, while his left hand held the dhyana mudra. Between the grand heavenly immortal realms, the miraculous disappeared. A middle-aged Taoist appeared from the treasured light. He was one of the Immortal Court's heavenly lords. Red Inferno Dhamma Lord, what brings you here? Asked a Taoist. The Red Inferno Dhamma Lord on the Green Lotus answered, I'm here for the matter regarding the incongruence Divine Mother and the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. I would like to meet the immeasurable Tao Ancestor and ask for his help. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord isn't in the Heavenly Palace right now. However, he left behind some instructions, said the Taoist. The Red Inferno Dhamma Lord asked, Oh? You don't know if we're going to reconcile? Chapter 15-16. Facing the Red Inferno Kitagarbha Buddha, the Taoist did not hide anything. Back then, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits humanly essence stone fragment did not fall into the hands of the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor. Instead, it was kept by the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, and he did not return it to His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor. In that case, does Percussion Heavenly Lord have any news about the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits? The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord asked. The Percussion Heavenly Lord who looked like a Taoist answered, there hasn't been any news about him. However, it's not impossible that he has entered the Astro Mountains starry sea of the demon race. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord's face was emotionless. If the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits was still alive and had entered the Astro Mountains starry seas, that humanly essence stone shard would naturally belong to the demon race. The Percussion Heavenly Lord answered, that might not be the case. The situation was very chaotic during the Great Calamity. In that case, we still can't ignore the recent news. The Red Inferno Yamantaka Buddha lowered his head and said, if we find the trail of the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana, we might be able to find the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits and the fragment of the humanly stone. I have the same thoughts. Fellow Taoists from the Immortal Court have already gone to search. Percussion Heavenly Lord's expression turned slightly solemn. There's no need to explain the significance of the humanly essence stone fragment. The White Lotus evil devils will definitely covet it. Forget about them. The main problem is the Astro Mountains starry sea. As a grand heavenly immortal court expert, his knowledge was not shallow. Although he did not doubt his own path, he acknowledged the difference in strength between them and the Orthodox Buddhism or the demon race's great sages. However, they had other ideas, and that was another matter altogether. Observe the movements of the Astro Mountains starry sea. Let's see if we can lure the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits out with this news. We can also determine if the humanly essence stone fragment has fallen into their hands. Percussion Heavenly Lord muttered. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord smiled faintly. He knew that the Percussion Heavenly Lord hoped that the Western Pure Lands would be in charge of the Astro Mountains starry seas. This was how it had always been done. The Red Inferno Kitagarbha Buddha King wasn't against it. Since he came to the Immortal Court this time, his purpose was to gather information and he was prepared to participate in it. If there was a need, the ancient Dipankara Buddha in the Western Pure Lands would naturally send other Buddhas to help. However, the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord was not in a hurry to reply. Instead, he asked, I wonder what that fellow Taoist Wang's plans are. Percussion Heavenly Lord fell silent for a moment before answering. Taoist Wang did not intend to make a move. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the hall. With so many of you going, I won't join in. I'm more interested in another matter. Before the person arrived, his voice arrived first. However, the voice was lazy, as if he was still asleep. A lazy and sleepy feeling instantly arose in the hall, and it caused everyone to have the urge to lie down and sleep soundly. Even the red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha's pure spiritual platform was covered in a thin layer of mist, and he felt tired. He was one of the 35 Buddhas of the central blessed land of Saha, a veteran expert who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism during the middle journey to the West era and witnessed the transcendence of Gautama Buddha. After that, because the Maitreya Buddha transformed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he left the mystical mountain and headed to the western Pure Lands. To him, Buddhas or heavenly venerables from the heretical path could hardly make him feel fearful. As a Buddha who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism, this was not arrogance, but an objective fact. But there were always exceptions. The Immortal Court had 3,000 immortal domains and tens of thousands of worlds. With such a huge population, there would naturally be many world-shocking geniuses, even monstrous geniuses of an era. For example, Yin Shiyang in the past. In reality, as a reward for supporting the Immortal Court, although the Western Pure Lands had not entered the world for many years, they had carefully selected the outstanding talents of the Immortal Court and nurtured them into Orthodox Buddhism. However, most of the good seedlings still entered the Immortal Court. After all, this was their foundation. Objectively speaking, these geniuses had walked on the wrong path due to their ignorance and lack of knowledge. Although they could improve to a very high realm, to a certain extent, it was a waste of their outstanding talents. If these people chose to enter Buddhism or Orthodox Taoism, they would have a huge fortune in their growth. There would always be a higher mountain, and there would always be someone more talented among the geniuses. With a few exceptions, after they matured, even if they faced the Orthodox Buddhism Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha of the same realm, their prowess would not diminish. Currently, the green-robed man who appeared in the hall was one such example. The Great Dream Heavenly Lord, Wang Guan, was also known as the Dream Heavenly Lord. However, within the Immortal Court, some busybodies preferred to address him as the Sleeping Heavenly Lord or even the Lazy Heavenly Lord. Although he seemed unreliable, he was the only new Grand Heavenly Immortal in the Immortal Court in the past 20 years. Unfortunately, after Wang Guan broke through the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm, the great King of Inspiration perished because of Yen Zhaoga. As a result, there were only 8 Grand Heavenly Immortals in the Immortal Court. It was worth mentioning that he and Yin Shiyang were known as the Immortal Court's peerless duo. In terms of years of cultivation, he was considered young as a Grand Heavenly Immortal. Although his cultivation speed was exceptionally fast due to the heretic treasured light imbued with faith power, it was evident how high his talent was. If it wasn't for Sua Mingzhang's suppression, Wang Guan would still shock the world despite being from the Immortal Court. Even so, his strength was ranked among the top among the Immortal Court Heavenly Lords after his ascension. He didn't lose his confidence even when facing the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. Even with the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha's mental state, his mind was in a mess for a moment. Wang Guan yawned as he walked forward and greeted the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. The Percussion Heavenly Lord asked, "What do you mean by the other matter?" While the humanly essenced stone fragments are important, and the White Lotus demons are our mortal enemies, we can't ignore the heretics. Wang Guan squinted his eyes and said, "They've been taking advantage of the fact that we're busy fighting against the White Lotus demons to strengthen themselves. Especially in the past few decades. Look at how much they've grown. They're already a huge threat." The Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha and the Percussion Heavenly Lord didn't speak. Instead, they looked at Wang Guan. The Great Dream Heavenly Lord said slowly, "I heard that they recently obtained the Immortal Extermination Formation and the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. Even though it's an incomplete formation, it's already extremely impressive." "That's right." The Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha smiled. Although Wang Guan didn't explain in detail, the one who suffered under the incomplete Immortal Extermination Formation was none other than the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western Pure Lands like the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. "You're planning to occupy the other 3 swords used to lay down the formation?" The Percussion Heavenly Lord asked, "But the whereabouts of the 3 swords are still unknown. Do you have any clues?" Wang Guan scratched his head and yawned, "Nope. However, the White Lotus demons seem to have some clues." I'll just keep an eye on them. If the heretics want to continue growing stronger, finding the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor and the 3 Immortal Extermination Swords is another way. Who knows, we might be able to meet them. Such individual strength was enough to shake the great sage equaling heaven, the Jade Emperor, and Mahamayuri's Zenith Heaven Realm Grand Luo's position as the top 3. Unfortunately, this was all theoretical speculation. Very few people had actually seen the Heavenly Lord of Plentiful Treasure in this state. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure had just finished off the Jade Clear's Master Red Essence and retrieved the immortal slaughtering sword when he perished at the hands of the Tao Realm Devil Lord, the Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil. He was unable to leave behind any traces of himself in the Middle Era. Therefore, after entering the Middle Era, people could only guess how strong the Heavenly Lord of Plentiful Treasure was. But without a doubt, the power of the Immortal Execution Formation was undeniable. The heretics have already obtained the Immortal Slaughtering Sword and even the complete Immortal Extermination Formation diagram. If they were to find the other 3 swords, the outcome would truly be worrying. Percussion Heavenly Lord's expression was solemn. Wang Guan couldn't open his eyes. He waved his hand lazily, "It's just my speculation. Moreover, it's still uncertain if they would be able to find the swords. If they were that easy to find, they would have been found long ago. Why would they wait until today?" He yawned. "It's only because the Immortal Slaughtering Sword and the Immortal Extermination Formation diagram resurfaced that I thought of this matter. I'm just going to give it a try, because I feel that someone from the White Lotus Demons would be affected by this as well." Percussion Heavenly Lord remained silent with his brows furrowed. The other Red Inferno Dhamma Lord said quietly, "There are already 4 Taoism's grand heavenly immortals. Although not all of them are of the prime clear lineage, it doesn't necessarily require the immortal extermination for swords to lay down the formation. There are conflicts between them as well. Moreover, it's only with the 4 ancient swords that they would be able to push the formation's power to its limits." Wang Guan chuckled. "After obtaining the swords, we would be able to come up with countermeasures." The Red Inferno Dhamma Lord and the Percussion Heavenly Lord nodded. The Percussion Heavenly Lord finally said, "With the immeasurable Heavenly Lord around, we would still have the upper hand against the heretics. We just have to be wary of the White Lotus demons and the demon race. I'll have to trouble the Red Inferno Dhamma Lord to help keep an eye on the Astro Mountain's starry seas. This poor Daoist will search for the prime clear swords together with Daoist Wang. As for the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor, I'll leave it to other Daoists." Wang Guan didn't express his opinion. "Up to you. I'm fine with it." "That's settled then." The Red Inferno Dhamma Lord smiled and left. After the Buddha left on the Green Lotus, the Percussion Heavenly Lord gazed at the direction where his figure disappeared and fell into deep thought. The Western Pure Lands might even be surprised by the heretic's golden body of the great sage. Wang Guan's lazy voice resounded from the side. "Perhaps only a few Tao realm bigwigs are aware of it, but no one said anything." The Percussion Heavenly Lord snorted. "It's fine if it's others, but how could the victorious fighting Buddha be unrelated to this matter? Although the Western Pure Lands is currently on our side, who knows what they're planning in the dark? This humble Taoist has received news that they seem to be in contact with the heretics." After a slight pause, the Percussion Heavenly Lord said in a deep voice. Wang Guan smiled. After all, there were some Buddhists who were originally heretics. They turned to Buddhism and attained Buddhist enlightenment. It's not impossible for them to have a connection with the heretics. You're right. They made use of the opportunity when we were fighting against the White Lotus demons. The strength of the heretics had grown too much during the past few years. The Percussion Heavenly Lord said coldly, "If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been in such a passive position, and the White Lotus demons would have attacked us." Wang Guan smiled lazily and didn't reply. "You said that there's someone on the White Lotus demon's side who has clues about the prime clear ancient sword. Could it be?" The Percussion Heavenly Lord changed the topic. Yeah, the successor of the Sword Buddha, the Sword Son of the Six Paths, the new generation Sword Buddha. Wang Guan yawned, I've been going against him for so many years. Logically speaking, Yin Shiyang should be the one going against him. I don't even train in the sword. The percussion heavenly lord frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, let's not talk anymore. Let's depart. Wang Guan nodded nonchalantly. Then, he turned around and flew out of the immortal court's heavenly palace. The percussion heavenly lord followed closely behind. The news of the incongruence Divine Mother searching for the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord caused a huge commotion. It didn't only affect the immortal court and the western Pure Lands. The blessed lands of the White Lotus was also experiencing a huge commotion. Within the blessed lands, within a Buddhist kingdom, a white lotus bloomed atop a treasure mountain. A man sat within the lotus. He wore a monk's robe, but his long hair was unbound and draped behind his back. He closed his eyes and sat in a lotus position. A sheathed longsword was placed horizontally on his knees. At this moment, another white lotus descended from the sky and landed in the pure land of Buddhism. The long-haired man opened his eyes and looked at the other party. He saw a Buddha sitting atop the white lotus. What did the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits say? Chapter 15:18. Few people knew that the mount of the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana in the past, the Grand Demon Saint of Nine Spirits, was still alive in this world. In the past, he was the famous great sage of the demon clan who could move unhindered throughout the universe. However, he liked to be quiet and didn't want to show off. After he was subdued by the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, there was even less news about him. After the Great Calamity, he had secluded himself within the Astro Mountain's starry seas, making it even harder for the outside world to determine if he was dead or alive. It was just that this matter involved the Tai Nirvana Lord and the humanly essence stone fragment, so the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had no choice but to speak out. The fact that such a great demon was still alive and in the Astro Mountain's starry sea naturally made many people anxious. After all, this old man was one of the top figures among the great sages of the demon race. Apart from his speed, he might even be stronger than the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles in other aspects. Compared to the other powers, the relationship between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race was undoubtedly closer. The Buddha-level bigwigs of the blessed lands of the White Lotus vaguely knew that the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had secluded himself within the Astro Mountain's starry sea. As such, regarding the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, the blessed lands of the White Lotus immediately sent someone to ask the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. Looking at the long-haired young man dressed in monk robes, the Buddha who had come from afar on the White Lotus had no expression on his face. He put his palms together and said, according to what the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had said, he was not in the eastern extremity wondrous strict palace before the Great Calamity. When he returned, the eastern extremity viridescent splendor world of perpetual joy had already been destroyed and the whereabouts of the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor were unknown. He was unable to ascertain whether the news of the incongruence Divine Mother looking for the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor was credible. The azure flower realm of eternal joy, the eastern extreme wonderful strict palace, was the place where the legendary azure flower great emperor of the eastern extreme, also known as the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord of Enlightenment, resided. It's a pity that the humanly essence stone fragment that was originally in his hands is also missing. The long-haired man sighed. Before the Great Calamity, when the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor temporarily collected the humanly essence stone fragment from the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, did he sense something, or was it because of him? The Buddha on the White Lotus said calmly, no matter what, this fragment of the humanly essence stone is very important to our Pure Land. At the same time, it will attract the greed of the immortal court. We can't ignore it. You guys can handle it. The immortal court's evil devils have suffered great losses. They won't be able to cause much trouble in a short period of time. The long-haired man said, we need to be even more wary of the two heretics. Although Mahamayuri may not strike again, we still have to be on guard. The Buddha on the White Lotus asked, "My friend Chu, what do you intend to do next?" The new sword Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus had always been cultivating with his hair on. Since he had never formally received the precepts, he did not receive the Buddhist title. Chu Su, who was known as the sword son of the six paths, said, according to his age, "My master had already transformed into the human realm a few years ago. There's a possibility of contacting him. Previously, when we were attacking the immortal court's evil devils, there were endless battles. Now that the war has temporarily stopped, I want to try and find my master. Hopefully, I can get some news about him." Hearing his words, the Buddha opposite him chanted, "It would be best if the sword Buddha could return to my pure land." Chu Su said calmly, "My master is searching for the prime clear for swords of the external path. There is very little news about him. It's possible that he's met with misfortune. However, regardless of whether he's dead or alive, I can't rest easy until the truth comes to light. One of the four swords used to lay down the immortal extermination formation has already reappeared." After a moment of silence, the Buddha on the White Lotus said, "Other than that, there's also the immortal extermination formation. The heretics have been in decline for many years. Now, they're showing signs of reviving. Although they've continuously messed up the immortal court's evil devils, it's not a good thing for us to keep them under control." The Buddha looked at Chu Su. "Of the immortal extermination four swords, it would be best if we could obtain one of them first. Your master, the sword Buddha, must have considered this as well. That would depend on fate." After saying that, Chu Su stood up from his white lotus and held his sword in his hand. "I'll have to trouble you with the other matters." Then, he said to Fang Yen, "Daoist Chu, you must be careful as well. Don't lose your composure. Only by staying in contact will you be safe." Because it involved the other party's senior, his words were rather vague. In actuality, he was warning Chu Su to be careful and not lose contact like his master, the previous sword Buddha, with his fate unknown. Chu Su smiled, "If you really find the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord or the humanly essence stone fragment, a battle against the immortal court's evil devils would be inevitable. By then, the flames of war that had just calmed down might be ignited once again." This time, the awakened sky cosmos was able to mobilize their elites as they wished. After the Northern Ocean clone had caused a disturbance, further solidifying the rumors and drawing the attention of their opponents, Yen Zhaoge's group had then silently embarked on their journey. Following the guidance given by the immortal slaying sword, everyone shuttled through the cosmic sea of stars and quietly went far away. This trip took quite a long time. Even with the current cultivation bases of Yen Zhaoge and the others, they too felt that the road ahead was long and hard to predict. Until one day, Yen Zhaoge's speed suddenly slowed. Seeing this, the others gradually halted as well, not rushing him as they just looked at Yen Zhaoge patiently. Logically speaking, it should be nearby. Yen Zhaoge looked at the talisman in his hand, deep in thought. After a while, he turned around and said to Gao Qingxian, "Senior Gao, please lend me the immortal slaughtering sword." Gao Qingxian nodded without saying a word. She clasped her palms together, then opened them again. A quaint sword emitting black qi appeared. It was one of the immortal extermination four swords, the immortal slaughtering sword. Command! Yen Zhaoge stepped forward and pasted the talisman in his hand onto the immortal slaughtering sword's hilt. Then, Gao Qingxian held onto the sword and pointed it forward. Streaks of black qi densely packed together, resembling a spider web. They started spreading out by the void and quickly filled up the entire universe. Ha! Yen Zhaoge scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he looked towards one side. Everyone else noticed the abnormality as well, and they all looked over. At the place where the silk-like pitch-black sword qi densely covered, a faint red radiance flickered. Under the stimulation of the immortal slaughtering sword qi, the dark red sword light emitted a hostile yet intimate, familiar yet foreign aura. When Yen Zhaoge and the others saw this scene, they were all delighted. Immortal trapping sword. Gao Qingxian muttered to herself, it's actually here. We followed the Qinglian couple's clues and the immortal slaughtering sword to this place. In other words, they succeeded in locating the immortal trapping sword. Yan Zhaoge inhaled lightly, that's right. I'm afraid, they really succeeded. The immortal slaughtering sword and the immortal trapping sword were both supreme treasures passed down by the prime clear heavenly lord of numinous treasure grandmaster in the past. Although they were closely related to each other, due to the ferocious and evil sword intent contained within both of them, it was normal for them to have such a hostile yet intimate reaction. This immortal trapping sword seems to be ownerless. After observing for a while, Feng Yunsheng said hesitantly. As such, the immortal slaughtering sword could easily trigger it, resulting in a reaction.
Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian frowned and remained silent. Let's go take a look. Yan Di looked towards the dark red sword light and said after a while. Everyone remained silent. Gao Qingxian kept the immortal slaughtering sword, and everyone approached the dark red radiance. The closer they got, the more extraordinary they felt. After reaching a certain distance, the dark red radiance seemed to be fleeing into the distance. Its retreating speed seemed to be the same as Yan Zhaoge and the others' advancing speed. In other words, the distance between the two sides remained constant, preventing Yan Zhaoge and the others from approaching. Wait here for a while. Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxuan's expressions remained unchanged. The same dark red sword light radiated from their bodies, and they continued advancing. As such, the two gradually approached the dark red sword light. The red radiance gave off an extremely bizarre feeling. It was as if its vastness far surpassed the stars, yet at the same time, it was as insignificant as a grain of sand. The changes in space were miraculous and unpredictable. It seemed to be filled with contradictions, making it inconceivable. Without saying a word, Gao Qingxian took out the immortal slaughtering sword again and stabbed it into the dark red sword light. She didn't purposely activate the immortal slaughtering sword's strength. However, due to its influence, the dark red sword light became much more obedient. From Yan Zhaoge's point of view, the red radiance had become eternally huge, flourishing like the heavens. Although it wasn't as huge as the sky beyond skies and roving jade heavens, it was still much larger than the eight extremities world, vast ocean world, and other lower realms. This seems like an independent world. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin and looked around. On the other side, Yan Di and Feng Yunsheng weren't affected. They approached Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian and stood in front of the colossal dark red radiant sphere. As everyone stared at it, they saw streaks of patterns surfacing on the boundary barrier of the world formed by the immortal trapping sword light.
This sword light caused Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's eyes to burn with desire. Because the sword intent contained within was infinitely close to Yan Di's creation saber. In fact, it felt even closer than Gao Qingxian and her clone's dual sword amalgamation. It's just lacking the nourishment of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, lacking the final flawlessness. Yan Di, who had the most authority to speak, said slowly, normally speaking, with the two of them joining forces, they would not be able to achieve this. After saying this, he stopped talking and walked forward. Yan Zhaoge was similarly silent. In the end, the two bodies were not one. No matter how compatible they were, it was impossible for them to compare to a single body when it came to wielding the sword as they wished. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the two of them to achieve such a feat. Even Gao Qingxuan's clone and main body had the same thoughts. In that case, the scene in front of them could only be created under abnormal circumstances. Yan Di's expression remained calm. He walked forward and slashed with his saber. The saber light and the sword light intersected. However, they did not clash intensely. Instead, they gradually fused into one. Then, the runes formed by the sword light dissipated, and the space that the father and son were in changed once more. The dark red radiance retreated, and the sun reappeared in front of them. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his figure and focused his gaze. He saw a vast wilderness, and the mountain range on the faraway horizon could be vaguely seen. The spirit chi pulsation is a little sparse, and it's already showing signs of drying up. However, it hasn't deteriorated yet. Yan Zhaoge took in a deep breath. Maybe it's because the immortal trapping sword sealed this place. Other than that, he could vaguely feel that the flow of the spirit chi here was very similar to the Great Thousand Worlds before the Great Calamity. This meant that this world should be similar to the Taoist temple. It barely survived the Great Calamity's destruction to the creation world, and was preserved until after the Great Calamity. Moreover, it was much stronger than the Taoist temple. So many years had passed since the Great Calamity. Logically speaking, this place should have already decayed. The immortal trapping sword seal was also the reason why the spirit chi had yet to dissipate until now. Because it was sealed, the flow of spirit chi was very slow. However, at the same time, it also lost contact with the outside world. It was hard to determine the pros and cons of this. Instead, is there anyone living here? Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes and looked around. Yan Di did not speak. He closed his eyes and quietly sensed for a sword intent that was similar to the creation saber. After a while, he opened his eyes and said with a serious expression, "No." Yan Zhaoge silently sighed. Then, he said, "Let's look for it." If we find the immortal trapping sword's main body, we might be able to find the whereabouts of my grandparents. Or, we can find the people living here and figure out the situation. Yan Zhaoge had already found a few gathering points after inspecting the spirit chi flow here. With his current cultivation, he could already tell that there were people living at the places where the spirit chi gathered. Moreover, there were traces of them modifying the spirit chi flow's environment. The father and son flew all the way and quickly approached a place. Looking from afar, among the mountains, there was a mountain that was clearly taller than the others. It stood tall as if a sword was pointing towards the heavens. A piercingly cold sword intent permeated with a majestic aura. Yan Zhaoge only needed a moment to understand. The Jade Clear Lineage's Sword Dao legacy. Not just anyone else, but the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's lineage. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di didn't conceal their aura. Instead, they approached it openly. Even from afar, the other party noticed them. Immediately, rays of sword lights lit up and approached Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. After the sword lights approached them, they didn't blindly attack. Instead, they stood in front of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. The one in the lead was an old man in Taoist robes. His sword chi was filled with might. Righteous chi, transforming chi, clear chi, and bright chi, for chi's fused aura. He was in the tranquil profound immortal peak realm. The old man looked around and bowed. "I am Taoist Qing Zhang. May I know how I should address you too?" Yan Di calmly replied, "Greetings, Taoist Qing Zhang. I'm Yan Di, and this is my son, Yan Zhaoge." Upon hearing Yan Di's name, the expressions of the people behind Taoist Qing Zhang changed slightly. Yan Di. Taoist Qing Zhang muttered the name and looked at Yan Di. Then, he asked, "Did you come from outside our Jade Spring world?" If Yan Xintang and his wife were really in the Jade Spring world, and they had interacted with Taoist Qing Zhang and the others before, it would be normal for them to make such a connection. Others aside, Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge were outsiders, just like Yan Xintang and Di Qingmian. They weren't residents of the Jade Spring world. With such similarities, it would be hard not to connect them. Only, due to Yan Di being nurtured by the grand simplicity splendor cloud for over 2,000 years, he was close to nature and lived according to his nature. As a result, his bloodline inheritance gradually faded away. As such, his physical characteristics were quite different from Yan Xintang and his wife. This made Daoist Qing Zhang and the others a little uncertain. Only, it was too much of a coincidence, and the three couldn't help but feel suspicious. My name doesn't have any background. Yan Di went straight to the point and said, my mother's surname is Di, which is my name. I didn't hide it from my elders, so I've embarrassed myself. The three looked at each other. In the end, Daoist Qing Zhang spoke, may I know your parents' names? Yan Di said, my father, Yan Xintang, is a jade clear bigwig, the jade cauldron cultivated deity's lineage. My mother, Di Qinglian, is a prime clear lineage. Daoist Qing Zhang let out a light sigh. Yao Yuncheng and Daoist Zhao Zhen's expressions turned weird. This time, I'm here to look for my parents. Although I've lost contact with them for many years, as a son, as long as there's a sliver of hope, I'll try my best. Yan Di's gaze swept past the three faces, if you know anything, please tell me. I'll be eternally grateful. Daoist Yan, you're being too polite. Daoist Qing Zhang's expression returned to normal, and he said, if there's no misunderstanding, the two old friends that I mentioned earlier should be the ones you're looking for, Daoist Yan. He nodded, Daoist Yan Xintang, and Daoist Di are indeed in our Jade Spring world. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di became spirited, oh? Are they still here? Of course. A bitter smile appeared on Daoist Qing Zhang's face, they can't leave even if they wanted to. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di frowned. Daoist Qing Zhang shook his head and pointed at the sky, it's this old Daoist's fault. What I meant was that no one can leave this place. He looked at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, after 2,000 years, you're the first batch of newcomers. Daoist Zhao Zhen added, for 2,000 years, no one could leave the Jade Spring world, and no one could enter. You two are the only exceptions. It's a coincidence that we could enter. Yan Zhaoge said, the method we use to enter can't be used to leave. He was speaking the truth. Unless they faced the seal head-on and violently destroyed the Jade Spring world. If they wanted to leave peacefully, they would have to locate the immortal trapping sword's main body and resolve the seal from within. After hearing his words, the three's expressions changed slightly. Daoist Qing Zhang was still fine, but Daoist Zhao Zhen and Yao Yuncheng's expressions turned gloomy. Evidently, they were disappointed. Although they were experts that had pushed open the immortal door, they had always been confined within the Jade Spring world. Without a doubt, they yearned to leave. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's arrival was their hope. Now, they were disappointed again. However, what caught Yan Zhaoge's attention was the faintly discernible killing intent and viciousness emanating from the other party's sword qi. Daoist Qing Zhang sighed, it's too difficult to leave. We've worked hard for half our lives. Now that we're old, we can only sit here and worry. Yan Zhaoge frowned as well, I didn't expect such a problem to occur before entering. May I know where my parents are now? Asked Yan Di. Daoist Qing Zhang said, if you head west from here, you'll reach the Golden Cloud Mountain. Your parents reside there. He turned around and said to Daoist Zhao Zhen, lead the way for these two Daoists to the Golden Cloud Mountain. Yes, master. Daoist Zhao Zhen had already calmed his emotions and calmed his expression. He cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, fellow Daoists, please follow me. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di looked at each other and nodded. Then, they followed Daoist Zhao Zhen and headed west. Daoist Qing Zhang and Yao Yuncheng remained silent as they watched them leave. Chapter 1522. Daoist Zhao Zhen, why was the Jade Spring world sealed? On the way, Yan Zhaoge asked as he observed the surrounding situation. Daoist Zhao Zhen answered, when the two of you entered, I believe that the power that sealed this heaven and earth originated from one of the four ancient swords that laid out the immortal extermination formation in the past, the immortal trapping sword that had always been wielded by our sect's Jade Cauldron founding master. He sighed, I'm ashamed to say this. Although this sword was left in the Jade Spring world, we couldn't wield it. Instead, it became the cage of this world, imprisoning us here. Where is the jade cauldron cultivated deity now? Yan Zhaoge asked, why was this place sealed by the immortal trapping sword? Daoist Zhao Zhen's expression was somewhat gloomy. Ancestral Master Jade Cauldron has passed away. Oh? Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both gazed at him. Daoist Zhao Zhen nodded and answered, after the Great Calamity, the Jade Cauldron Grand Master came to the Jade Spring world. At that time, he was already heavily injured and passed away in meditation 7 days later. His remains were left on the Golden Cloud Mountain. Yan Zhaoge said, we father and son cultivate in martial arts. While we are not of the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's direct lineage like grandfather, we are still of the direct lineage of the Three Clear lineage. We still have to pay our respects to the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's tomb. Of course. Daoist Zhao Zhen nodded and continued heading west with Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. With their cultivation and strength, it didn't take long before a mountain appeared in front of them. The mountain peak shone with a dazzling golden light, as if it was shrouded in a layer of mist. However, the spiritual qi here was not as abundant as it was at Daoist Qing Zhang's place. As a whole, this place seemed to be mediocre, and it was even to the extent that, strictly speaking, the spiritual energy here was scarce to the extent that it was showing signs of withering and dilapidation. Jade Spring Mountain's Golden Aurora Cave. That's the name of perfected Yu Ding's cave abode. Yan Zhaoge thought, in this Jade Spring world, the spiritual mountain named after the golden clouds has such a lack of spirit qi. Moreover, according to Yan Zhaoge's analysis of this world's spiritual qi circulation, the Golden Cloud Mountains area should be the place with the most abundant spiritual qi in the entire Jade Spring world. This abnormal behavior was probably caused by the immortal trapping sword. While it had fallen into the hands of the Jade Clear lineage, it was still a supreme treasure of the Prime Clear lineage after all. It represented the existence of the most vicious sword intent between the heavens and the earth, and was filled with destructive power. The combination of the two directly affected the spiritual qi network of the Jade Spring world, destroying the geographical layout of the Golden Cloud Mountain. Although the immortal trapping sword's presence couldn't be sensed in the Golden Cloud Mountain, it was mostly due to the Jade Spring world's spiritual energy concealing it. The ancient sword's own power was maintaining the seal. I wonder where my parents are? Yan Di asked. Daoist Zhao Zhen pointed at the Golden Cloud Mountain. It's in the mountain. Please follow me. After saying that, he led the way and landed on the mountain. His target was not the peak of the Elephant Mountain, but a valley in the mountain range. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di followed behind him, descending into the valley together. In the valley, there was a Daoist temple. It looked a little shabby, but it was very tidy. Senior Yan and Senior Di seemed to have gone out. Priest Zhaozhen walked around the Taoist temple, but did not see anybody. He said, would the two of you like to sit here for a moment? I'll go look for them. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di looked at each other. I'll go help as well. Daoist Zhao Zhen, you wouldn't mind, right? Daoist Zhao Zhen answered, of course not. Yan Di nodded slightly, you should go with Daoist Zhao Zhen. I'll sit here for a while. He looked around the Daoist temple, as if he was observing the traces of his parents' lives. Let's go. Yan Zhaoge and Daoist Zhao Zhen exited the Daoist temple and walked among the mountains. I wonder where the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's tomb is? Could the two elders have gone there? Daoist Zhao Zhen nodded, that's possible. Let's go there and take a look. Please follow me. The two of them walked towards the mountainside, one in front of the other. A cave appeared among the mountains. Daoist Zhao Zhen said, we're here. However, no one seems to be here. Is this the place where the Jade Cauldron Grand Master passed away? Asked Yan Zhaoge. That's right. However, the Grand Master's remains aren't here. As Daoist Zhao Zhen spoke, he walked into the cave. The Grand Master's remains have already become a part of the seal. Before he finished speaking, the situation changed. In the sky above the Golden Cloud Mountain, rays of red radiances suddenly descended. Pillars of light suddenly rose from the mountain's surroundings, forming a huge formation. They combined with the red radiances descending from the sky, forming a gigantic cage. A bizarre yet wonderful aura permeated the surroundings. Not only did it contain the immortal trapping sword's ruthless sword intent aura, but it also contained other mystical powers. The gigantic cage suppressed the entire Golden Cloud Mountain, affecting everyone within the mountain as well. Yan Zhaoge felt as if a formless burden was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to unleash his strength. He forcefully gathered a portion of the seal's power, and used it on a single point. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows and looked towards Taoist Zhao Zhen. He noticed that he was within the cave, which was isolated from the red radiances and wasn't suppressed. Your ancestor and his wife are the same as the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's remains. They're also a part of this seal. Taoist Zhao Zhen turned around and looked at Yan Zhaoge expressionlessly. He pointed upwards, they're indeed here. It's just that you won't be able to see them again. Yan Zhaoge didn't answer. Instead, he endured the pressure brought by the red radiances and walked towards the cave. Golden radiances seeped out from within the cave. While isolating the red radiances, it also prevented Yan Zhaoge from approaching. At that moment, Taoist Qing Zhang and Yao Yincheng walked out from the depths of the cave. Don't blame us. In the past, it was Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian's fault. They used the immortal trapping sword to seal our Jade Spring world for 2,000 years, depriving us of our freedom. Taoist Qing Zhang said calmly, we're already unable to endure it any longer. We've already planned to fight to our deaths and hope to survive. Only, the seal is too strong. Despite planning for many years, we still don't have any confidence in breaking it. Only you and your father's arrival gave us hope. In the past, Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian sacrificed their blood to the immortal trapping sword to lay down the seal. Today, they sacrificed their bloodline to break the seal. As expected, retribution comes. Despite being enveloped by the red radiances, Yan Zhaoge didn't panic. Instead, he looked at Taoist Qing Zhang with an amused expression, do you have to go this far? Why don't you ask us if we have a way to break the seal and escape? You won't even give us a chance to try. He looked at the three, is it because of the enmity of being sealed, or is it because of the immortal trapping sword? Yao Yincheng's expression was filled with rage. Taoist Zhao Zhen's expression was complicated. Taoist Qing Zhang looked at Yan Zhaoge deeply. His expression was filled with fatigue and desolation. He shook his head, there are some things that you won't understand. As he spoke, the red radiances enveloping the Golden Cloud Mountain became more and more blazing, becoming more and more ferocious. Yan Zhaoge could feel his essence, qi, and spirit becoming unstable. From his body to his soul, from the outside to the inside, from the illusory to the real, he felt a burning pain. Chapter 1523. It was not just his own problem. Yan Zhaoge could feel a shocking saber qi erupting from the valley down below. It was naturally Yan Di who had made a move to resist. His aura made Taoist Qing Zhang and the other two look solemn, and they were no longer as optimistic. Although they could tell that Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were already in the tranquil profound immortal realm, Yan Di's strength still exceeded their expectations. Is this the strength a profound immortal possesses? However, although the three of them were shocked, they did not panic. Taoist Qing Zhang's expression was calm as he held a short sword in his hand. The dagger's entire body was made of white jade, and it had a lustrous luster. However, its surface was covered in cracks, and it seemed worn out, as if it could shatter at any moment. However, the sword intent within was vast and profound, and still as profound as before. Under Taoist Qing Zhang's control, the white jade dagger flickered with sword light, as though it was communicating with an existence in the sky. Yan Zhaoge recalled Taoist Zhao Zhen mentioning that the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's remains were also a part of the seal. He guessed that this white jade sword might be one of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's remains. That was why Taoist Qing Zhang and the others were able to lay down such a heavy trap, changing the power of the seal to a limited extent and attempting to break the seal. However, if that was all, their chances weren't high. Given the ruthlessness of the immortal trapping sword, the consequences of failure could be extremely disastrous. Death was also a common occurrence. However, if Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were really sacrificed, while it was still uncertain whether they would succeed, it would indeed increase the chances of success by a lot. Even if they failed, Yan Zhaoge would most likely bear the consequences. Daoist Qing Zhang and the others would still have the chance to make a comeback in the future. Under Daoist Qing Zhang's control, the sanguine light that enveloped the Golden Glow Mountain became more and more intense. Yan Zhaoge also felt the pressure on him growing more and more obvious. This result made his heart sink slightly. It wasn't that he was worried about Zhang Xian. Rather, it meant that Zhang Xian's words were probably true. The seal here had truly been set up by at least one of Yan Xintong or Di Qinglian through a blood sacrifice to the immortal trapping sword. Otherwise, the same blood sacrificial method would not have such an obvious effect on Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. This meant that there really was a direct bloodline connection. Alright, I really don't understand what you're thinking right now. Feeling the pain in his body, Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. Just like some things, you people might not be able to understand, right? Amidst their conversation, Yan Di's attacks grew stronger and stronger as he seemed completely unaffected. Above the valley, an auspicious cloud suddenly floated up like a blooming lotus. It was hazy and chaotic. Supported by the grand simplicity splendor cloud, the effects of the blood sacrifice instantly decreased greatly. What is it? Daoist Qing Zhang's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and pointed his white jade sword at Yan Zhaoge. The red light condensed, instantly becoming even more concentrated as it began shining towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, streams of dark red light suddenly appearing on his body. The primal chaos hidden in his body and the restless spirit, qi, and soul immediately calmed down. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge extended his finger and drew an outline in the void. The dark red sword lights danced and actually transformed into numerous sword formations. As these sword formations spun, they continuously disintegrated the formation that enveloped the Golden Cloud Mountain. Daoist Qing Zhang's expression finally changed when he saw that. Yan Zhaoge didn't display any shocking strength. Instead, he managed to defuse the blood sacrifice seal's formation with ingenuity. Daoist Qing Zhang, who knew his stuff, was especially shocked by how easily he handled it. In comparison, Yan Zhaoge's proficiency in the Immortal Trapping Sword manual was not so shocking to them. Let's go. Daoist Qing Zhang decisively turned around and headed towards the depths of the cave. From there, they would have a path to escape. However, Yan Zhaoge made his move at this moment. After dispelling the red light's suppression, his figure shook. As streams of qi intertwined, he seemed to have transformed into a heaven-splitting halberd. The boundless darkness was broken apart, and brilliant radiances blossomed. Yan Zhaoge forcefully rushed into the cave. As dark red sword lights flickered, Yan Zhaoge's speed was extremely fast, and he chased after Daoist Qing Zhang and the others. Dark red sword lights also surfaced on Daoist Qing Zhang's body. It was the Clear Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's lineage's immortal trapping sword manual, which had been lost in the outside world. He brought along Daoist Zhao Zhen and Yao Yuncheng and fled. His speed didn't seem inferior to the Prime Clear Profound Immortal who was also proficient in the immortal trapping sword. Unfortunately, while he was fast, Yan Zhaoge was even faster. After a few flashes of red lights, the distance between them couldn't be suppressed. Just when Yan Zhaoge rushed out of the cave through another spatial crack, he had already caught up to Daoist Qing Zhang. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Daoist Qing Zhang's expression was calm, and he wasn't anxious or impatient. Suddenly, he turned around and attacked Yan Zhaoge with his sword. Wherever the sword's edge pointed, all things would come to life. Nine heavens, astral winds, underground lava, deep sea profound ice, divine sky green thunder. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have changed. All creation was condensed into an indestructible sword's edge, which instantly slashed through the void. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was about to rush out of the spatial crack, and he was stuck between two layers of space. Daoist Qing Zhang's timing was perfect. This sword of his displayed the quintessence of the Jade Clear Sword lineage that the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity had imparted to him. Within this sword, he combined the Jade Clear True Sword's 9 styles, everything unrose, and everything unencompasses, into one. He already knew that Yan Zhaoge was proficient in the Immortal Trapping Sword manual. As such, he even fused his own understanding of the Jade Clear Immortal Trapping Sword into this sword, hoping to resolve the variables that Yan Zhaoge might be able to evade. Great sword art! Yan Zhaoge cheered. However, he didn't evade. Instead, dark red sword lights radiated from his entire body, forcefully stopping the transformations occurring between the two layers of space. Then, he punched forward. The Tai Fist's fist intent enveloped the entire area, stopping Daoist Qing Zhang's sword's transformations and accurately locating Daoist Qing Zhang's sword edge. Then, when he got close, he flicked his finger, and it landed on Daoist Qing Zhang's sword edge. Daoist Qing Zhang's entire body trembled, and he couldn't hold on to the sword in his hand anymore. This old Daoist was also decisive. He tossed his sword towards Yan Zhaoge, and at the same time, he attempted to retreat. However, Yan Zhaoge pinched his fingers and firmly held on to the sword. Then, Yan Zhaoge stabbed his sword forward. As if splitting the heavens and earth apart, he instantly arrived in front of Daoist Qing Zhang. He pinched the sword's tip with 2 fingers and horizontally slashed towards Daoist Qing Zhang's neck. Daoist Qing Zhang hurriedly evaded and barely managed to avoid being hit by his neck. However, Yan Zhaoge took the opportunity to twist the sword in his hand. With the sword's tip pointing towards him, the old Daoist was pierced through, nailing him to the ground. As for Daoist Zhao Zhen and Yao Yunqing, they had nowhere to run. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm and grabbed them. "Alright, we can talk now." Yan Zhaoge's expression remained calm as he looked at Daoist Qing Zhang, whose face was filled with despair. He didn't ask why Daoist Qing Zhang and Yao Yunqing wanted to make things difficult for him and his father. Instead, he asked, what exactly is sealed by the Immortal Trapping Sword seal? Or rather, who is it sealed? Daoist Qing Zhang and the others remained silent. Why? You want to trick me into opening the seal and hope that the big fella within the seal will kill me and avenge you? Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Chapter 1524. Allow me to brag shamelessly. Even though my father and I are still at the mysterious immortal realm, there are absolutely most virtual immortals in the world that can't do anything to us. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Daoist Qing Zhang, you fought against me just now. You should know this. If that's the case, the one you have high hopes for is definitely not a profound immortal. He looked up at the sky and said, although the ancient immortal trapping sword is powerful and even borrowed the power of Grand Master Jade Cauldron Slew, it is, after all, an ownerless sword. Unless Grand Master Jade Cauldron is still alive, it would be difficult to seal a genuine Grand Heavenly Immortal. It is the same for Buddhism, demon race great sages, and 9 underworlds great devils. If that's the case, there aren't many possibilities left. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head and looked at Daoist Qing Zhang and the others, a Grand Heavenly Realm heretic? The blessed lands of the White Lotus or the Immortal Court? By the way, do you know the existence of the Immortal Court? Daoist Qing Zhang was pierced by the sword, and Yan Zhaoge's sword chi continuously traversed through his entire body, rendering him completely immobile. Daoist Zhao Zhen looked dejected. Yao Yunqing snorted coldly. So what if you've guessed it? If you want to leave the Jade Spring world, you must break the seal. No matter what, you have to face him. They had not said anything earlier because they had hoped that Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di would meet that opponent without any preparations at all. Since Yan Zhaoge had already guessed it, there was no need for them to continue hiding it. Daoist Zhao Zhen said slowly, Immortal Court? We don't know, but the person sealed by the immortal trapping sword is indeed a Pure Land Buddha. If we're talking about heretics, although the scripture's meaning has changed, he's clearly a Buddhist bigwig from the central blessed lands of Saha. How can he be considered as heretics? Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly, not having any mocking intent as he just felt a little emotional. That's why I say that there are some things that you really do not understand. This place had been sealed for 2,000 years and had never come into contact with the immortal court. Maybe it was a coincidence. As for the reappearance of the Western Pure Lands, he definitely didn't know about it. Perfected Yu Ding might have known some things when he was alive, but it was clear that he did not have the time to tell his descendants. At this moment, Yen Di's figure flew out from the Golden Cloud Mountain. With a cold expression, he looked at Daoist Qing Zhang and the others. What caught the attention of the father and son was that on the other side of the Golden Cloud Mountain, several sword lights suddenly flew over from the west. The newcomers were a man and a woman, both Xian immortals. The woman's cultivation was higher, with 4 Qis fused aura, while the man's cultivation was 2 Qis fused aura. It seemed that he had just passed the pure profound tribulation. The two stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with shock. They stared at Yen Zhaoge, Daoist Qing Zhang, and Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge similarly swiveled his head to look at them, appraising them with a few glances before getting straight to the point. My name is Yen Zhaoge, and this is my father, Yen Di. My grandfather's name is Yen Xintang and my grandmother's name is Di Qinglian. May I know how to address the two of you? Through the other party's reaction, he felt that these two were not the same kind of people as Daoist Qing Zhang and the other two. When he arrived, he seemed to have been alarmed by the Golden Cloud Mountain's blood sacrifice and rushed over to check on the situation. However, they were obviously from the Jade Spring world. Moreover, from the way their swords flew, it was clear that their foundation was the Jade Cauldron Daoist's 9 forms of the pure Jade Sword. However, it was slightly different from what Daoist Qing Zhang had learned. From the looks of it, they were both from the Jade Cauldron Daoist Qing Zhang's lineage. However, they came from different origins and developed on their own. When the two heard Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian's names, they were shocked. After calming down, they cupped their fists towards Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di and introduced themselves. Greetings to the two of you. I'm Cold Star Mountains and Yen Caves Tong Xinlin, said the woman. I'm Green Pine Mountains Misty Flame Valleys Guang Tongzi, said the man. After Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di returned the greeting, Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi looked at Daoist Qing Zhang and the others with complicated expressions. Daoist Qing Zhang, were you trying to break through the seal just now? Asked Tong Xinlin. Daoist Qing Zhang remained silent, while Yen Di said coldly, to be precise, you wanted to perform a blood sacrifice to break through the seal. His gaze swept across everyone from the Jade Spring world. What happened to my parents? Tong Xinlin sighed, while Guang Tongzi answered softly, your father and mother sacrificed themselves for the Jade Spring world's living beings. They performed a blood sacrifice on the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's cadaver, setting up the Golden Cloud Mountain seal. Upon hearing that, Yen Di closed his eyes and raised his head in silence. Yen Zhaoge remained silent as well. Guang Tongzi added, only, this seal is unique. It enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, isolating us from the outside world. Because of the seal, the space-time here had become very special. The world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens were supposed to be much larger than the Jade Spring world. Normally speaking, the strength of their boundaries would be much sturdier as well. However, when Immortal Realm experts fought against each other, they had to be careful. Otherwise, they might tear apart the boundaries and cause destruction. If both sides were strong enough, they might even cause destruction. As such, when Immortal Realm experts fought against each other, they would either restrain each other or enter the cosmos void to fight to their heart's content. However, within the Jade Spring world, Daoist Qing Zhang had attacked with his full strength, and Yen Zhaoge had retaliated as well. As such, the destruction wasn't too severe. This was also part of the seal's contribution. Who's the one being sealed here? After a while, Yan Zhaoge asked. Tong Xinlin's expression turned solemn, and she said word by word, Sword Buddha. Yan Di repeated it silently, Sword, Buddha. With Buddha as his title, he was a bigwig that had attained Buddhism. In other words, he was equivalent to a Taoism Grand Heavenly Immortal. Although he was a heretic Grand Heavenly Immortal of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he was still a Buddha. As for those with the title of Sword, it was worth mentioning. Although Buddhism's dhyana martial arts were all-encompassing, they didn't have any traditions regarding the sword Tao. However, there were always exceptions. Buddhism had once produced a bodhisattva, and his era was even before the Sanzang Buddhist monk. Although he had entered Buddhism, he was still interested in the way of the sword. In the end, he opened up a new path in the martial arts heritage of Buddhism. He integrated the 6 paths of reincarnation into the sword and created his own. At that time, the outside world was used to calling him Buddhism's sword son. Later on, he respectfully addressed him as the sword bodhisattva. The improvement of the sword Tao was slow and arduous. As the sword bodhisattva created his own Buddhism's sword Tao lineage, he had to continuously explore his way forward. After the Middle Era ended, the central blessed lands of Saha transformed into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Many Buddhist Bantis left, and the sword bodhisattva was one of them. However, after the Great Calamity, when the blessed lands of the White Lotus fought against the immortal court, the sword bodhisattva, who had gone missing for many years, represented the blessed lands of the White Lotus in battle. At that time, he had already transcended the origin heavenly tribulation and attained the White Lotus Buddha fruit. Everyone had to address him as the sword Buddha. In recent years, everyone, including Yan Zhaoge and his father, had heard of the sword Buddha's disciple. He was hailed as the sword son of the 6 paths, Chu Su, the new sword Buddha. As for the previous sword Buddha, he hadn't shown himself for many years. He's right here, Tong Xinlin pointed to the sky and said solemnly. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1525. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and gazed towards the sky. Just now, when Daoist Qing Zhang and the others activated the blood sacrifice technique, they triggered a change in the seal, and the effects had yet to dissipate completely. Above the golden cloud mountain, the sky was still dark red. Over 2,000 years ago. If I recall correctly, it was 2,097 years ago. Fellow Taoists Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian came from beyond the heavens and visited our Jade Spring world. Tong Xinlin's voice resounded. A look of reminiscence appeared in her eyes. They came to look for Patriarch Jade Cauldron and the immortal trapping sword. At that time, the Jade Cauldron cultivated being had already passed away while the immortal trapping sword was kept in the Jade Spring world. In the Jade Spring world, those who had yet to achieve the 5 Qis unification would find it hard to wield the immortal trapping sword. Therefore, although there were several different inheritances in this world, no one could truly occupy the ancient sword. However, this did not mean that they would allow an outsider to take the sword away, even if Yan Xintang revealed his identity as a direct disciple of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity just like them. Fellow Taoist Yan mentioned that our orthodox Taoism is weak now, and the heretics are rampant. He wanted to invite us to join him, Tong Xinlin said softly, but it's a pity that someone else arrived before he could finish. Sword Buddha. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's gazes both flickered. Tong Xinlin nodded. Yes, the sword Buddha. Her expression became slightly erratic. The sword Buddha's sword came from the heavens, the venerable Buddha, and its might suppressed the entire Jade Spring world. Although the immortal trapping sword is here, no one can wield it. Naturally, it's hard to defend against the sword of Buddhism. Did he come for the immortal trapping sword, or for? Yan Zhaoge deliberated over his words. Tong Xinlin nodded and continued, the sword Buddha came to look for the Jade Cauldron founding master. After confirming that the Jade Cauldron founding master had passed away, he did not touch the founding master's slough. However, he wanted to take away the immortal trapping sword and convert us to the Pure Land Buddhism. The might of a grand heavenly immortal isn't something we can resist. Tong Xinlin's expression was somewhat gloomy. Daoist Qing Zhang's expression grew increasingly grim. Both of them had personally experienced the Sword Buddha's descent and the calamity that plunged the Jade Spring world into silence. No matter how outstanding a figure was, it was impossible for a mysterious immortal realm cultivator to fight against a grand heavenly realm Buddha expert, even if it was a heretic Buddha. It was just like how a mortal martial saint could try to fight against a leakless true immortal, but it would be difficult for him to fight against a tranquil profound immortal. Similarly, profound immortals were unable to fight against heaven immortals. Not to mention the fact that their immortal aura could not harm their opponent's immortal splendor, their own immortal aura would crumble in a single strike against the immortal splendor. When one ascended to the golden immortal realm, if they weren't restrained by other experts of the same level or were restrained by the feedback of the Grand Tao, then compared to mysterious immortals, they were practically omnipresent. In the past, the Sword Buddha was the same. His radiance enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, and no living being could escape. The Sword Buddha might not be able to forcefully illuminate a few Shen immortals, but he could forcefully illuminate others. However, the Sword Buddha didn't seem to mind such matters. He only intended to bring them all back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus and hand them over to someone else. Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian were included as well. At this moment, however, Yan Xintong made a request. Since the Sword Buddha was famous for his swordsmanship, he wanted to compete with the Sword Buddha in swordsmanship. Out of everyone's expectations, the Sword Buddha agreed, said Tong Xinlin as she recalled. Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, the Sword Buddha's entire life was immersed in the Sword Tao, and he was determined to open up a new path for Buddhism martial arts. According to logic, he had his own stubbornness. In fact, he was filled with the three poisons of greed, anger, and obsession. However, in the end, he forcefully opened up a brand new path and obtained his own achievements. Rumor has it that the Sword Buddha had already left the Blessed Land's teachings. However, he converted to the Maitreya Buddha's teachings in order to break through the origin heavenly tribulation and attain the Buddha's realm. Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes, however, it wasn't because he had lost confidence in his own path. Instead, his lifespan was nearing its end. The Sword Buddha had been famous for a long time. After that, his path was filled with twists and turns. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, his lifespan was shortened. Compared to other bodhisattvas or Taoism virtual immortals, his lifespan was much shorter. Now, after the great calamity, it was said that he was nearing his lifespan's limit. The reason why he converted to the blessed lands of the White Lotus wasn't because he was afraid of death. Instead, he wasn't willing to let go of his Sword Tao before perfecting it. Attaining the Buddha's realm of heretics wasn't the same as attaining the Buddha's immortality. However, it could greatly replenish the Sword Buddha's lost lifespan. With that, he would have more time to continue deriving and perfecting his Sword Tao. I've heard some rumors about this Sword Buddha, or rather, the Sword Buddha. Yan Zhaoge said, he transformed the 6 paths of reincarnation into the sword. The sword and I fused as one, and his body transformed into the 6 paths. Every 1,000 years, he would transform once. Tong Xinlin slowly nodded, that's right. In the past, we only understood it after some time. The Sword Buddha's body transformed into the 6 paths. Every time he transformed, his personality would be different. The heavenly Tao was compassionate and compassionate, while the human Tao was filled with emotions and desires like a mortal. On the other hand, the beast Tao was muddled, as if it didn't know anything and fell into a half-asleep, half-awake state. Back then, was he transforming into the Asura Tao? Asked Yan Zhaoge. The Sword Buddha who transformed into the Asura Tao was exceptionally aggressive, stubborn, and competitive. That's right. It was the Asura Tao. Tong Xinlin answered, as a grand heavenly realm expert, he agreed to spar with your ancestor, a profound immortal. However, it seemed like he knew of your ancestor's name. Tong Xinlin's expression was filled with admiration. After that, our Jade Spring world's denizens finally understood the true meaning of top-notch sword arts. We finally understood how ignorant we were in the past. Yan Xintang wasn't the only one. The Sword Buddha also displayed top-notch sword arts that left the Jade Spring world in shame. However, while the Sword Buddha was strong, your ancestor was even stronger. Tong Xinlin said, the Sword Buddha's attainments in swordsmanship had already widened our horizons. As for your ancestor, he made us feel as if our entire life of learning the sword was a waste of effort. In the Battle of Swords, Yan Xintang won all 10 battles. As for the Sword Buddha who transformed into the Azura Dao, he kept on fighting despite being defeated. He didn't bring the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Spring world's denizens back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, he didn't let anyone leave either. Buddhist lights filled the skies and sealed the Jade Spring world, focusing on sparring with Yan Xintang. Yan Xintang gave the Sword Buddha limitless inspirations. While he was intoxicated, his attainments in swordsmanship skyrocketed. However, as the Sword Buddha improved, Yan Xintang kept on improving as well, suppressing the Sword Buddha. Halfway through the battle, Di Qinglian even unsheathed her sword and replaced her husband to spar with the Sword Buddha. In the past, your grandmother, Daoist Di, took out the sword by her waist while drinking. She tossed the wine bottle to the ground and wielded her sword towards the Buddha in the sky. Even I, as a woman, couldn't help but admire her. This scene has been lingering in my mind for thousands of years. Tong Xinlin sighed. Chapter 1526. Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian. During their era, among the new generation of Taoism's martial art practitioners after the Great Calamity, the two were publicly acknowledged to be the most talented and accomplished in sword arts. They were known as the unparalleled duo of the Sword Dao. After Yan Xintang, Di Qinglian battled against the previous era's Sword Dao expert, the Sword Buddha, who established Buddhism's Sword Dao lineage. In the end, in terms of sword arts, Di Qinglian didn't lose to her husband. She similarly suppressed the Sword Buddha with her world-shocking swordsmanship. The husband and wife took turns to spar against the Sword Buddha. They battled for thousands of times, lasting for many years. The interval between each battle was different. The next battle might start immediately after a few breaths' time, or it might take a few days, dozens of days, or even a year or two before restarting. The Sword Buddha sealed off the Jade Spring world, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. If Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian won, the spar would continue. However, if they lost, everyone would be brought to the blessed lands of the White Lotus along with the immortal trapping sword. In the end, no matter how long they fought, Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian won. All of the Sword Buddha's reincarnation sword scripture's intricate transformations were resolved by Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian. He had to constantly ponder over them and innovate. Meanwhile, many of Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian's intricate sword arts were also resolved by the Sword Buddha. The husband and wife also had to constantly improve themselves and improve further. However, after thousands of battles, Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian remained undefeated. While they were like the Sword Buddha's whetstone, the Sword Buddha was also training them. Moreover, their improvements were much faster than the Sword Buddha's. They were like a despairing mountain that loomed over the Sword Buddha's heart. We've only observed a small part of it, and we've already benefited from it. Tong Xinlin looked at Daoist Qing Zhang and sighed, only, we can't even understand more of its profundities, let alone comprehend them. She said slowly, looking at Daoist Yan and Daoist Di, I really want to break my sword and seal it, never to mention that sword Dao ever again. Daoist Qing Zhang closed his eyes and remained silent. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di listened quietly as they thought of Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian's past glory. Both of them were rendered speechless for a time. After a long while, Yan Zhaoge's mind stopped reminiscing about his ancestor. He asked, my ancestor alone could already continuously defeat the Sword Buddha, forcing him to continue fighting. He didn't abduct you back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Although my mother is also a competitive great sword cultivator, if she can't make the Sword Buddha retreat in shame, I don't think she has to compete with my ancestor.
For a grand heavenly realm Buddha to lose to a profound immortal in terms of swordsmanship, he would normally be too ashamed to continue fighting. However, the sword Buddha, who had transformed into the Azura path, had no such considerations. Perhaps they're just excited by the prospect of fighting for a while. However, they've been taking turns to fight against the sword Buddha. I'm afraid that they have other plans? Said Yan Zhaoge softly. Tong Xinlin nodded. Daoist Yen and Daoist Di will take turns to leave the array. One will attract the sword Buddha's attention and compete with his sword, while the other will secretly make arrangements with us. She looked up at the sky. Prepare the seal. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were speechless. Sacrificing the Grand Master's remains and the immortal trapping sword isn't something anyone can achieve. Not only does it depend on one's cultivation, but it also depends on one's understanding of the great Tao. Tong Xinlin said dejectedly, in the end, Daoist Yen sacrificed the Grand Master's remains, while Daoist Di sacrificed the immortal trapping sword. With the help of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's remains and the immortal trapping sword, the two tranquil profound immortals successfully sealed a grand heavenly realm Buddha. In the past, the two Taoists left fearlessly. They were only worried about one thing, which was leaving behind an infant son. Tong Xinlin looked at Yan Di, then at Yan Zhaoge. She sighed and said, after seeing you two today, the two of them have no regrets. It's a pity that the seal of the suppressing sword Buddha is out of our expectations. It has expanded and enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, sealing off this part of the world. We can't leave, nor can we send any messages or contact you. Tong Xinlin sighed, in the end, you came here to look for your family, and ended up being trapped here as well. Thank you for your concern. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Then, he turned around and looked at Daoist Qing Zhang and the others. So, what's going on with the three of you? Do you have enmity with your ancestors? Or do you intend to join the Buddhism heretics? Yan Zhaoge looked at Daoist Qing Zhang. You're someone from before the Great Calamity, right? A long period of time had passed since the Great Calamity. Yan Zhaoge was familiar with the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qin, the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen, and the others. If they didn't ascend to the five Qis unification realm and were still a profound immortal, they would inevitably enter the twilight years of their lives. Unless they survived in an environment where time flowed slowly for a long time. If their lifespan was destroyed due to an accident, their lifespan would be even shorter, and they might even reach the end of their lifespan.
According to Yan Zhaoge's observations, as someone from before the Great Calamity, Daoist Qing Zhang's era might be even earlier than Jiang Shen and Gao Han. As a result, he was already nearing the end of his lifespan. If he couldn't progress any further, he wouldn't be far from dying. Indeed, I can't wait any longer. Daoist Qing Zhang finally opened his mouth and said, with what I've learned, my current cultivation realm has already reached its peak. It's hard for me to progress any further. While I'm not willing to forget my ancestors, if I can progress any further, I have no choice but to abandon Taoism and enter Buddhism. He looked at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. It seems like youths with boundless futures like you wouldn't be able to understand us before you reach your own limits. Yao Yunqing's gaze towards Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di was filled with even more hatred. Your ancestors sealed the sword Buddha, and sealed the Jade Spring world as well. No one is allowed to leave. In the past, my master sought for a breakthrough, and was only lacking a single treasure. He had to search for it, but he couldn't obtain it. As a result, he could only watch as his lifespan neared its end. Yao Yunqing said hatefully, in the end, my master was forced to forcefully pass the profound origin tribulation and perish under the tribulation. It's all thanks to your ancestors. Tong Xinlin reprimanded, shut up. She stared at Yao Yunqing. While you didn't experience what happened in the past, your master and Chief Qing Zhang should have told you about it. If not for Daoist Yen and Daoist Di sacrificing themselves, the Jade Spring world would have become a land of death 2,000 years ago. Everyone would have perished. Guang Tongzi sighed. The sword Buddha was defeated by the two seniors' swords multiple times, and he refused to retreat. Although he used the lives of everyone in the Jade Spring world as a wager and kept on fighting, he never harmed anyone's life. However, as time passed, his condition became worse. Tong Xinlin's expression was heavy. Chapter 1527. As time passes, the situation is getting worse. After repeating this, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. With the passing of time, has it reached the time for his 6 Dao transformations? Tong Xinlin said in a deep voice, after fighting for decades, the sword Buddha's condition has become more and more abnormal. From the original extreme stubbornness, it has gradually become manic and bloodthirsty. Hell Dao. Yan Zhaoge pursed his li. The sword Buddha had transformed into 6 paths. To the outside world, the most dangerous path was the Naraka path. In comparison, while the Asura realm's stubbornness and belligerence and the hungry ghost realm's greed and viciousness were also very negative, at least there was still room for communication and adjustment. On the other hand, the path of hell, which was violent and bloodthirsty, picked up the butcher's knife and slaughtered living beings, turned the human world into hell, and was like a great Buddha or a great devil, had a much more direct destructive power and threat. No matter if it was when he was the orthodox sword Bodhisattva or when he entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the sword Bodhisattva would always enter seclusion for 1,000 years before he transformed into the Hell Dao. In the past, the central blessed lands of Saha or the current blessed lands of the White Lotus would also help him keep an eye on him, preventing him from going berserk and starting a massacre. After all, the blessed lands of the White Lotus valued the power of faith as well. Even after competing against the immortal court for so many years, they only fought against the experts. Very few mortals were affected. Once the sword Buddha entered the Naraka Dao, it could be said that he had picked up a butcher's knife and immediately became a demon. In fact, they were even more berserk, bloodthirsty, and irrational than many demons of the netherworld. According to the sword Buddha's original plan, after he descended upon the Jade Spring world as a Buddha, unless the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity was still alive, he could easily bring the immortal trapping sword along with the locals and return to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, due to the stubbornness of the Asura Dao, he had wasted decades here with Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian. Time flew by, and the day arrived when the Asura path transformed into the Hell path. His desire to win faded, replaced by a bloodthirsty mania. The sword Buddha didn't have the mood to continue tangling with Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian. He also didn't intend to bring the Jade Spring world's population back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Instead, he wanted to start a massacre and end everything once and for all. Samsara Sword Scripture. Yan Zhaoge put his hand to his forehead. The incarnated beast Dao. The sword Buddha, who was half asleep and half awake, had always been in closed-door training. Naturally, it was not necessary to mention it. If it was the sword Buddha who had transformed into the celestial Dao, he might have only taken away the immortal trapping sword. Unfortunately, when he came to the Jade Spring world, he wasn't in the heaven path, but the Asura path. Still, it was precisely because of the Asura Dao's stubbornness and desire for battle that Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian were able to provoke him into sparring with the sword. Otherwise, if it were the human realm or the hungry ghost realm, the sword Buddha would probably forcefully drag everyone back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, now that he had turned into the Hell Dao, everything would only end in an endless battle. Faced with such a situation, Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian were unable to continue slowly dealing with it. The seal that they had secretly prepared was activated. The two of them sacrificed themselves and finally succeeded in sealing the sword Buddha who had transformed into the Naraka realm. Although the two of them could not avoid death, they managed to ensure the safety of the Jade Spring world. After Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi finished speaking, they sounded a little gloomy. Yan Di closed his eyes, remaining silent. Daoist Qing Zhang let out a long sigh when he heard that. Yao Yunsheng, on the other hand, pursed his lips and remained silent. He did not personally experience that calamity. Compared to Daoist Qing Zhang and Tong Xinlin, he wasn't as deeply affected by the Sword Buddha's transformation into the Hell Tao. However, he had also heard about it. Only, he was still unable to let go of his master's death. You make it sound like they sacrificed themselves for our Jade Spring world. However, they were merely seeking their own deaths. Daoist Zhao Zhen let out a groan. Yan Di suddenly looked towards him, causing Daoist Zhao Zhen to feel a chill down his spine. However, he still forcefully opened his mouth. Previously, when the Sword Buddha was in the Azura Dao, if the two of them didn't insist on stopping us, the worst-case scenario would have been everyone entering Buddhism. How could the calamity have befallen us? Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi looked at Daoist Zhao Zhen in dissatisfaction. Daoist Zhao Zhen's voice was deep. My master's lifespan is nearing its end, and there's no hope for him to enter the profound origin tribulation. While I still have a long lifespan, it's hard for me to break through the bottleneck. I'm stuck in my current realm for the rest of my life. I've long despaired, and I've even given up on the pure profound tribulation. His gaze swept past Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. It's your business if you and your ancestors aren't willing to enter Buddhism. However, you've obstructed our path as well. Isn't that hateful? Come to think of it, what's so bad about the current Buddhism? Daoist Zhao Zhen had completely dispelled his worries. He loudly said, cultivation is much easier. Regardless of what method you use, you should be able to improve yourself and ascend to a higher realm. No matter how beautiful Taoism's future is, it's nothing more than a mirage if we can't reach it. So what if we choose to abandon Taoism and enter Buddhism? Yan Zhaoge looked at him indifferently. When you first entered the Tao, two paths were placed in front of you. Would you choose my orthodox Taoism or the heretics of Buddhism? Daoist Zhao Zhen was startled. He wanted to speak but hesitated. Yan Zhaoge didn't look at him anymore. Instead, he looked towards Daoist Qing Zhang. 2097 years ago, when the Sword Buddha first arrived at the Jade Spring world, were you willing to abandon Taoism and enter Buddhism, cultivating in the Maitreya Buddha's scriptures? Naturally, I wasn't willing. If I wasn't forced, no one would choose to enter the blessed lands. However, Daoist Qing Zhang shook his head and sighed. Daoist Zhao Zhen protested, even if my master wasn't willing back then, now that he has his own thoughts, what right do you have to look down on him? Abandoning Taoism and entering Buddhism is also our business. Yan Zhaoge coldly interrupted him. While it's true that you have the freedom to choose, my ancestors' sacrifice didn't only protect your master's life, but also your ancestors' clansmen's lives. Your so-called freedom of choice is also preserved because of my ancestor and grandmother. Otherwise, what freedom of choice do you have to speak of? If your ancestors were brought to the blessed lands of the White Lotus, you would only be able to walk the path of the heretics of Buddhism ever since you were born. Now, you're talking about freedom to me? You don't have to bear any risks, yet you want to reap all the benefits. Who do you think you are? You've already benefited from it, yet you're still trying to act innocent? Yan Zhaoge looked at everyone from the Jade Spring world and suddenly laughed. I'm afraid you still don't know about this. Other than the heretics of Buddhism, our Taoism has its own heretics as well. Ever since the Great Calamity, the two sides have always been at each other's throats, fighting for faith, power and incense. A small battle occurs every 10 years, and a huge battle occurs every 100 years. Countless experts have perished over the years. However, in the eyes of both sides, they merely expended some cannon fodder. As long as there's sufficient faith power, they would be able to replenish their numbers within a short period of time. Don't even think about being passive when you're in the middle of the battle. Just act. Under the Buddha's light imbued with faith power, it's obvious whether you've done your best or not. He glanced at Daoist Qing Zhang, Daoist Zhao Zhen, and Yao Yuncheng, among the experts from both sides who were active 2,000 years ago. Other than the grand heavenly immortal realm, only less than 30% of those who ascended to the immortal realm managed to survive until now. I wonder how much higher this death rate is compared to your success rate of challenging the profound origin tribulation or the pure profound tribulation. As for the casualties of those who had yet to ascend to the immortal realm, there's no need to mention it. Daoist Zhao Jin opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, Yan Zhaoge said plainly, "Do you think that I'm telling you all this so that you can weigh the pros and cons, and that I'm giving you a chance to decide if you're going to join Buddhism or not? What makes you think that you still have such a chance? I'm just giving you a chance to die." Daoist Zhao Jin's embarrassment turned into rage. He said hatefully, "So what if you're flaunting your might in front of us? With the seal still present, you're merely a caged bird like us. If the seal is broken, how are you going to face the sword Buddha? Now that Taoism has declined, how are you going to act so arrogantly in front of the blessed lands of Buddhism? The Maitreya Buddha is indeed powerful. However, the sword Buddha, he. Yan Zhaoge raised his hand, and a dark red sword light shot up to the skies. As the skies trembled, the seal's formation runes appeared. Chapter 1528. The seal pattern appeared, emitting a demonic dark red light. The sword will of the celestial trapping sword came out from within. Music Mobile Network Daoist Qing Zhang, Daoist Zhao Zhen, and Yao Yincheng looked on coldly. Wanting to open the seal was not so easy, even if Yan Zhaoge had easily broken through their blood sacrifice technique. Daoist Qing Zhang and the others were only giving it a try and had no confidence in breaking the seal. Due to fate, the arrival of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di allowed them to perform the blood sacrifice. Only then did they have some hope. Still, it was just some hope. If the seal could be broken so easily, why would the Jade Spring world be trapped for thousands of years? Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi both had complex expressions on their faces as they wanted to stop Yan Zhaoge. From afar, other people from the Jade Spring world appeared one after another and approached. All of them were shocked. Due to Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian's actions in the past, as well as the sword Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Jade Clear lineage within the Jade Spring world had gradually split into two factions. There were disputes between the two factions from time to time, and the conflicts were getting more and more intense. However, be it Daoist Qing Zhang and the others, or Tong Xinlin and the others, they all acknowledged the sword Buddha's power. Compared to the current situation in the Jade Spring world where the highest cultivation was a profound immortal, there was no need to doubt the strength of a grand heavenly realm expert who had attained Buddhahood. While Yan Zhaoge seemed to have easily killed Daoist Qing Zhang and the others, he was merely a tranquil profound immortal. How could he contend against a grand heavenly immortal? Therefore, there were many people who tried to dissuade him. Hold it. Don't be reckless. According to common sense, Xian immortals should not have the ability to open the seal. However, Yan Zhaoge's current confident expression still caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Just at this time, Yan Zhaoge flicked his sleeve, a silhouette flying out from within his sleeve, rapidly expanding in size in midair. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that it was a huge beast with black and white fur that looked like a bear. Mountain centipede? Just as the people of the Jade Spring world recalled the name of a type of demonic beast recorded in the ancient records, a golden radiance suddenly shone from the back of the gigantic Pisho. The golden light shot straight into the sky. Then, it rapidly outlined and condensed in midair, manifesting an even larger demon monkey. The demonic monkey appeared and instantly stepped on the ground, its head reaching the sky. The vast Jade Spring world actually gave off a feeling that it couldn't contain this huge monkey. Great! Great sage equaling heaven. Everyone carefully looked at the demon monkey's appearance, and a legendary name appeared in their minds, giving everyone a fright. The demonic monkey raised its claws towards the sky. The seal in the sky trembled unceasingly. Streams of light crisscrossed like sharp blades, slicing at the demon monkey's claws. However, all the golden fur on the demon monkey's body stood on end. Rays of golden light circulated, and it actually managed to withstand the crisscrossing dark red sword light. Although the immortal trapping sword was powerful, its main power was currently used to seal the sword Buddha. Panpan's golden body of the great sage took the brunt of the attack head-on, his two furry claws reaching deep into the seal. Everyone of the Jade Spring world was dumbfounded. Yen Zhaoge raised his hand and drew something in mid-air with his finger. Rays of dark red sword lights were sent into the sky. Beside him, Yen Di's expression was solemn as he did not speak a single word as he too unleashed numerous saber lights, flying into the seal alongside Yen Zhaoge's sword light. The seal in the sky was constantly undergoing changes. As for the golden body of the great sage formed by Panpan, it used its own strength to forcefully hold the seal in place, preventing it from resisting Yen Zhaoge's actions. With Yen Zhaoge dispelling the seal, Panpan didn't have to face the seal head-on and break through it with brute force. Very quickly, under everyone's astonished gazes, the entire Jade Spring world sky underwent changes. The sky turned completely dark red. Streams of lights continuously traversed within, and jade radiances could be vaguely seen. Then, these radiances gradually dissipated. The Jade Spring world sky gradually returned to normal. As the winds and clouds surged, the obstruction that had sealed this world for more than 2,000 years finally dissipated. Not only were Daoist Qing Zhang and the others stunned, even Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others were rendered speechless. Their faces were filled with confusion. Currently, only the area above the Golden Cloud Mountain was still flickering with dark red radiances. Under the suffocating aura, two silhouettes gradually appeared from within the red radiances. A long sword, and a person. The longsword's design was simple and unadorned. However, it was the source of the dark red sword lights. From within, a desolate aura of time flowing to its end could be felt. The void surrounding the longsword was slowly collapsing, causing everything around it to move closer to it. It was as if the spatial plane it was in was heading towards destruction. When everyone looked at the ancient sword, they felt that they were in a different spatial plane. They were infinitely far away from it, and no matter how close they got, they couldn't touch it. One of the immortal exterminating four swords, the immortal trapping sword. Alongside the immortal slaughtering sword, the immortal trapping sword was used to lay down the complete immortal extermination formation. The silhouette facing the immortal trapping sword was a Taoist who sat in a lotus position. His eyes were shut, and he was completely silent. This Taoist no longer had any signs of life. However, his body didn't rot, and the surface of his skin flickered with a jade-white metallic luster. Despite the deathly stillness, his presence wasn't inferior to the immortal trapping sword as he quietly hovered in midair. Only, he didn't have any signs of life. Instead, he seemed more like a sword compared to the majestic immortal trapping sword. However, the profound and chilling baleful aura within was still shocking. Tong Xinlin and the others of the Jade Spring world bowed, Grand Master above. Without a doubt, the Taoist's body was the corpse of the Jade Clear Bigwig, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. Greetings to the Jade Cauldron Grand Master. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di bowed towards the corpse with a solemn expression. However, at that moment, a glazed Buddha light suddenly surged between the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron corpse. A white lotus suddenly blossomed between the dark red sword lights. As the fragrance of the white lotus spread, Buddhist chants resounded. A powerful aura descended, suppressing everyone present, rendering them immobile. Sword Buddha! Tong Xinlin and the others' hearts sank. With the seal undone, the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron corpse once again saw the light of day. At the same time, the sword Buddha, who had been sealed along with the Jade Spring world for 2,000 years, descended upon the mortal realm once again. The white lotus spun in mid-air and descended towards the immortal trapping sword. However, at the same time, a deafening roar resounded. Boundless demonic chi surged into the skies. The humongous demon monkey leaped and grabbed the white lotus. Along with the demon monkey's roar, the pressure on everyone within the Jade Spring world instantly lessened, allowing them to move freely. After being assaulted by the demonic chi, the white lotus trembled. As the glazed Buddha light on its surface surged, much of its miraculousness was reduced. A Buddha's silhouette appeared on the white lotus. The Buddha wore a gray monk's robe and had a normal appearance. A sword hilt was hanging on his shoulder. Chapter 1529. Unlike the other Buddhist Bhantis, the Buddha on the white lotus looked like an ordinary middle-aged monk. His expression was vivid and lively, filled with the aura of the mortal world. His eyes were devoid of wisdom, tranquility, and emptiness. Instead, they contained various emotions. Currently, he was looking at the immortal trapping sword and the jade cauldron cultivated being's remains with a complicated expression. The most eye-catching thing about him was the long sword he carried. Piercing sword chi soared into the skies, enveloping the entire jade spring world and even extending into the cosmic void. The piercing sword intent seemed to surpass even the masterless immortal trapping sword. This Buddha was none other than the Sword Buddha. Tong Xinlin and Daoist Qing Zhang had personally experienced the Sword Buddha's majesty. Although they could not see his appearance, they could feel the majestic aura that could crush the entire jade spring world. But now, the aura emanating from the Sword Buddha was different from 2,000 years ago. It was different from the Asura Tao, which was stubborn and warlike, and also different from the Hell Tao, which was bloodthirsty. Currently, the Sword Buddha did not even give off a hint of Zen. To say that he resembled a Taoism heavenly lord who attained Tao through the sword was more accurate than a Buddhist bigwig who attained Buddha fruit. Human realm. Those who had some understanding of the Sword Buddha could not help but have the same thought. The Sword Buddha sat on the white lotus and extended his hand in an attempt to grab the hovering immortal trapping sword. However, a huge furry claw slapped over with a momentum that threatened to break the Sword Buddha's arm, preventing him from retrieving the sword. Why is the victorious fighting Buddha's demon body here? The Sword Buddha showed a puzzled expression, but he did not retreat. One of his hands was still stretched forward, while the other drew the long sword on his back. Then, a terrifying radiance that resembled a meteor shower descended from the skies, aiming at the huge demon monkey. Although you've attained the Duo Flower's converged crown, it's still incomparable to the great sage equaling heaven's unparalleled might, said the Sword Buddha as his sword light descended. The demon monkey bared his teeth and spoke, "You're just a 3 flowers converged crown. You're deceiving yourself." The demon monkey raised his hands, and golden radiance gathered in his palms, forming a Rui golden cudgel that danced like a flaming wheel. As the ferocious Rui Jingu Bang danced, it swept through the wind and clouds in all directions, shattering all the sword lights that descended from the sky. Then, with a flip of his body, he struck at the Sword Buddha's arm that was reaching for the sword. The Sword Buddha's movement did not change, but his figure suddenly became erratic. At this moment, he seemed to be everywhere. A sword appeared behind the demon monkey, pointing straight at his back. A sword appeared above the heads of Yen Zhaoga and the others, resembling a heavenly tribulation descending. Next to the immortal trapping sword, a hand flashed and instantly appeared close to grab the ancient sword. The Sword Buddhas that appeared at the same time were all real and not illusions. This was the unique miraculous ability of grand heavenly realm experts. Duo. The demon monkey let out a long howl and flipped its body in the air. Instantly, it was as if countless demon monkeys had appeared in the void. There were as many Sword Buddhas as there were demon monkeys. The dazzling phenomena caused Yen Zhaoga and the others to feel as though they were in a dream for a time. Then, in the next moment, both of them disappeared. In midair, there was still a giant golden-furred ape and a sword-wielding monk facing off. The great sage equaling heavens. As expected of the great sage equaling heavens. The Sword Buddha sighed. Despite having fallen to the grand virtual realm, he still retained many of his grand heavenly realm prowess. At the very least, he could still unleash his prowess. Currently, he was no longer seated on the lotus platform. Instead, he stood up and stood on the white lotus. With a sword in hand, his gray monk robes fluttered in the wind, making him look more like a majestic swordsman. Yen Zhaoge appeared on the shoulder of Panpan's golden body of the great sage, as expected of the sword Buddha. Even after transforming into the human realm, he's still one of the top experts in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. When the sword Buddha transformed into the 6 paths of samsara, his combat prowess was the strongest when he was in the heaven realm, Asura realm, and hell realm. The human realm, animal realm, and hungry ghost realm were slightly weaker. Even so, his strength was still one of the top experts among the heretic grand heavenly immortals. After all, before entering the heretic realm and ascending to the grand heavenly realm, as the sword Bodhisattva, he was one of the top experts among the orthodox Buddhism experts. As a Bodhisattva in the past, how could he be easy to deal with? Unfortunately, he still couldn't do anything against Yen Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage. A golden body of the great sage could easily suppress a heretic grand heavenly immortal like the great king of inspiration. If not for the origin heavenly tribulation's obstruction, even killing the great king of inspiration wouldn't be an issue. Even if the victorious fighting Buddha was injured, he could still suppress a golden body of the great sage. This was due to his innate strength. While the sword Buddha was strong, he was still a heretic. No matter what, his strength couldn't compare to the victorious fighting Buddha, who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism. Who are you? The sword Buddha's gaze swept across Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. Yen Di didn't follow Yen Zhaoge. Instead, he walked towards the depths of the void where dark red sword lights intertwined. The grand simplicity splendor cloud expanded, as if it was responding to something. Upon being pierced by the sword Buddha's gaze, the grand simplicity splendor cloud fluctuated. However, the golden body of the great sage shook slightly, causing golden radiances to radiate, isolating the sword Buddha's gaze from Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. Upon seeing this, the sword Buddha frowned. He retracted his gaze and focused on Yen Zhaoge and the golden body of the great sage. My name is Yen Zhaoge. That's my father. Yen Zhaoge calmly answered, my ancestor, Yen Xintong, and my grandmother, Di Qinglian. Upon hearing these two names, the sword Buddha's thick black brows furrowed even more, and a cold glint flickered within his gaze. So, you're Yen Xintong and Di Qinglian's descendants. If not for the two of them, I wouldn't have wasted 1,000 years. His voice was filled with complex emotions. It contained hints of admiration and reminiscence, but more than that, it contained uncontrollable rage and even hatred. If not for you, my ancestor and grandmother wouldn't have been in such a predicament, said Yen Zhaoge coldly. The sword Buddha slowly nodded, you wish to keep me here? From the corner of his vision, black threads protruded from the void, resembling countless air threads. As the black threads intertwined, they formed a gigantic net, which gradually enveloped the void. The deathly sword intent capable of extinguishing all life emanated from within. Gao Qingxuan's silhouette that wielded the immortal slaughtering sword was faintly discernible. Immortal slaughtering. The sword Buddha's gaze fell upon the ancient sword in Gao Qingxuan's hand. Then, he looked at the immortal trapping sword, which was so near yet so far away. He shook his head, indeed, you have the chance to kill me. However, you won't have the chance today. He turned his head and looked into the distance. If my central blessed lands of Saha weren't fighting against the immortal court's infernal devils, my disciple would naturally come looking for me after I enter the human realm. After 2,000 years, he should have become a Buddha by now. As if to verify his words, a sword light lit up from the faraway void. Within the sword light, a white lotus blossomed. A young man sat atop the white lotus. He wore a kasaya, and his long hair draped behind his back. Chapter 1530. The Jade Spring World's masses were unfamiliar with the young monk who sat atop the white lotus. He wore a kasaya, yet still had a troubled look on his face. However, Yen Zhaoge and the others might be more familiar with him than the previous sword Buddha. The sword son of the 6 paths, Chu Su, the previous sword Buddha's direct disciple. He could also be considered as the new sword Buddha. Currently, He was one of the top-notch existences amongst the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddha-level experts. He could even contend against orthodox Buddhist Grand Heavenly Realm experts. "Master, it's good that you're safe." After Chu Su appeared, he stood up from the White Lotus and put his palms together towards the Sword Buddha. "This disciple has arrived a few decades late. My apologies." As he spoke, he unsheathed his long sword. 6 colored sword lights radiated, forming a wheel of colors. As the sword lights revolved, time and space seemed to distort. Tangible existences became illusory and willingly entered the sword lights along with the revolutions of the sword lights. Gao Qingxian frowned and thrust the immortal slaughtering sword forward. Strands of black qi lingered around the ancient sword. Even if the immortal slaughtering sword was ferocious, Gao Qingxuan's mind went blank after being sucked in by Chu Su's sword lights. An illusory world seemed to have appeared in front of her. The 6 paths of samsara were all presented, and Gao Qingxian felt like she was about to be sucked into one of them. That place was pitch black, filled with bloodlust and brutality. It instilled the desire to kill and destroy everything within one's heart. It was the infernal realm. The new sword Buddha surpasses his master. Gao Qingxian guarded her mind and tried her best to stabilize her soul. Although the sword son of the 6 paths, Chu Su's Buddhist cultivation was learned from the previous sword Buddha, he had opened up a whole new world with the sword Buddha's reincarnation sword scripture as a foundation. Compared to the sword Buddha transforming himself into the 6 paths of samsara, Chu Su separated himself from the outside world and slayed devils, trapping his opponents into samsara. The greater the accumulated karma of his opponents, the stronger Chu Su's sword momentum would be. As such, he often had shocking achievements of defeating those stronger than him, which no one dared to underestimate. Against opponents weaker than him, Chu Su's sword momentum wouldn't be as unique. However, against those weaker than him, he could directly suppress them with his strength. He didn't need to resort to any mystical techniques. Only, with Gao Qingxian wielding the immortal slaughtering sword and other powerful foes beside her, Chu Su couldn't suppress her with his aura. Even so, Gao Qingxuan's soul would immediately be sent into the 6 paths of reincarnation if she didn't react appropriately. She would instantly perish. The immortal slaying sword in her hand was one of the most vicious weapons in the world. It had taken countless lives and had accumulated a lot of karma. Therefore, the moment it came into contact with the sword, it was as if it was going to be sucked into the hell Tao. Gao Qingxian retracted her gaze, concealing her bloodlust, mania, and other negative emotions. Sword qi from the immortal slaughtering sword extended outwards. It was not just the sword intent of the immortal slaughtering sword manual. The sword intents of the other 3 sword arts of the prime clear lineage's immortal exterminating 4 swords were also present. As Gao Qingxuan's sword lights shook, the immortal exterminating 4 swords were unleashed simultaneously. Although it wasn't as powerful as the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, it still displayed the scene of doomsday. It was as if a formation had been established, with the intent of the doomsday annihilation faintly appearing. With the immortal slaughtering sword in hand, the refined immortal slaughtering sword manual could naturally unleash its full power. However, in order to prevent Chu Su's sword intent from devouring the infernal Tao, Gao Qingxian decisively changed her move. If she only used the immortal slaughtering sword manual, she would mainly use the immortal slaughtering sword to unleash its full power. Currently, she was using the immortal slaughtering sword to activate Gao Qingxuan's own strength. Gao Qingxuan's eyesight, judgment, control, and confidence in herself were all fully displayed in this sword. Even though the sword lights weren't bright, their momentum was terrifying. In the dead and withered infernal Tao, magma overflowed, and deathly aura permeated the area. Gradually, cracks began to appear. At this moment, infernal Tao seemed to be welcoming its demise. After the infernal Tao's power dissipated, the 6 paths of samsara reappeared. However, under Gao Qingxuan's and the immortal slaughtering sword lights, everything began following the footsteps of the infernal Tao. In the human realm, the mortals wailed as if they were facing the end of the world. In the animal realm, snakes, insects, rats, and ants were all agitated. Many beasts howled in a frenzy. Similarly, it was a scene of doomsday. In the Azura realm, the figures fighting against each other became even more combative and stubborn. In the hungry ghost realm, the billions of malicious ghosts became even more vicious. Their faces twisted in pain. Just a single glance at them would suffocate anyone, leaving them cold. Even the dignified and holy individuals of the heaven realm became filthy, their hair wilting, and their bodies stinking. It was as if they had gone through the heavenly decay. At this moment, the entire 6 paths of samsara seemed to be approaching its end, welcoming the true Dharma ending calamity. The world fell into silence. As a result, the terrifying suction force targeting Gao Qingxuan's soul weakened. She took this opportunity to retreat decisively, dispelling the threat from Chu Su's sword attack. Chu Su didn't pursue her. Instead, he said to the sword Buddha, who had just blocked the golden body of the great sage's attack, "Master, don't get entangled. That isn't the victorious fighting Buddha's demonic body. Instead, it's the golden body left behind by the great sage equaling heavens after he was suppressed. There's more than one of such golden bodies." Oh? The sword Buddha revealed a surprised expression. "There's actually such a thing." Chu Su said, "There are many strange aspects, and it's hard to explain them all. Although there's only one golden body of the great sage before us, there might be other hidden ones. If the 3 golden bodies fuse into one, the great sage equaling heaven's true body might be manifested. As for the rest, you can wait until we return to the blessed lands. Perhaps, you can meet the Buddha." As he spoke, he unleashed another sword attack. Wherever the sword light passed, darkness separated. However, a pitch-black saber light burst forth, capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. Its viciousness wasn't inferior to the immortal slaughtering sword. As the saber light and sword light clashed, they dispelled each other. Feng Yunsheng held her saber horizontally by her side and stared at the two in front of her. The doomsday heavenly devil, the blade of world annihilation. It truly lives up to its name. Chu Su nodded. The sword Buddha frowned as he looked at the pitch-black devilish qi that engulfed Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian stood on the left and right. Fearlessly, they went against the 2 Buddhas of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. These 2 Buddhas weren't like ordinary heretic grand heavenly realm experts. Even Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian, who wielded the immortal slaughtering sword, had to be careful. However, the golden body of the great sage that Pan Pan had transformed into seemed to be even more agile than the 2 Buddhas when he leaped around. Under the demon monkey's rampage, the sword Buddha and Chu Su couldn't focus on dealing with Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian. The sword Buddha wanted to obtain the immortal trapping sword to increase his strength, but he was obstructed by the demon monkey every single time. "Go!" He let out a low snort, and his sword's momentum instantly changed. The boundless sword lights that resembled falling stars instantly dispersed. Along with it, the sword Buddha's figure vanished as well. Rays of sword lights turned formless and transformed into streams of qi, which permeated the surroundings. The scene in front of Yen Zhaoge and the others seemed to have changed. Scenes of the mortal world filled their eyes. People walked around them, and the trivial matters of their families resounded in their ears. As they took a deep breath, all sorts of scents came rushing towards them. Chapter 1531. A girl's rouge and face powder, the soy sauce, vinegar and oil smoke on the stove, the sour smell of sweat on the construction site, being tainted by this aura of the mortal world, Yen Zhaoge and the others all felt as though they themselves had also merged within, becoming one with it. Gao Qingxian felt as if the immortal slaughtering sword in her hand was no longer the immortal slaughtering sword, but a knitting needle instead. Feng Yunsheng felt that she was no longer holding the cold sun divine saber in her hands, but the kitchen pots and pans. Even the demon monkey felt like it had turned back into a pishio, rolling around in the bamboo forest comfortably. Everyone seemed to be assimilated by the mortal world. There were no four immortal exterminating swords, no dharma extinguishing blade, no primordial heavenly scripture. Everyone had become ordinary mortals in the world of mortals, rolling about in the world of mortals, experiencing the various states of the world, the clamorous and ostentatious, the silent and lonely. This included the Sword Buddha himself. Similarly, there were no Buddhist supreme arts or transmigration sword sutra here. He himself was like Yen Zhaoge and the others. If he was alone, this was naturally not the way to win. But now, his successor, the sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su, was fighting alongside him. When his master pushed the mortal Tao's sword of samsara to the extreme, Chu Su's sword momentum immediately changed. The sword gleam that sent people into the cycle of reincarnation kept swaying, resonating with the sword Buddha that had transformed into the Tao of the human world. Yen Zhaoge and the others immediately felt that the speed at which they were falling into the human realm was increasing, and it was becoming harder to resist. The moment they sensed the change in the sword Buddha's sword will, everyone was slightly confused and immediately became alert. Demonic chi soared into the sky, saber light shattered the air, and sword chi shot out in all directions. Everyone tried their best to break free from the attraction and shackles of the mortal world formed by the sword Buddha. But Chu Su's sword light also arrived at this moment. It was not ferocious, nor was it forceful. Instead, it was the karma that had been triggered in the beginning. Now, it was under the control of Chu Su himself. Samsara was not taken, the six Tao dispersed, and only the mortal world was left. Being engulfed by this power, Yen Zhaoge and the others' mortal chi flourished and was stimulated from within. Affected by this, the human world that the sword Buddha had transformed into suddenly became more attractive to them. They were unable to break free and had no choice but to merge into it. While Pan Pan was not a human, he had long since gained humanity, his intelligence gradually maturing as he possessed all 7 emotions and 6 desires. While his situation was slightly better than that of Yen Zhaoge and the others, he was still disturbed by the mundane world of mortals. It was as if a huge vortex had appeared between heaven and earth, wanting to swallow everyone. The entire Jade Spring world was trembling. It wasn't just Yen Zhaoge's group that was facing the sword Buddha and Chu Su head-on. Even Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others were no exception. They couldn't help but fall into the secular world. The Jade Spring world did not only consist of martial artists of varying cultivation bases. As a vast world, this place also had a large number of people living and reproducing, as well as a vast and boundless human world. At this moment, the mortal world was contained by the human world that the sword Buddha had transformed into. Instead, it became the strongest support of the sword Buddha's power. One transforms himself into the mortal world, and the other forcefully sends his opponent to the mortal world. The cooperation between the two of you, master and disciple, really brings out the best in each other. This can be considered as a type of harmonious swords, right? At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly resounded. The green-robed man, who seemed to be asleep all year round, suddenly appeared in front of everyone and yawned. Manager Wang. Chu Su was no stranger to this person. Before he ascended to the grand heavenly realm, he had always been competing against this person. Although Chu Su was slightly older, the two of them could be considered as rivals of the same generation. They had been fighting against each other for thousands of years. At that time, he was the strongest bodhisattva in the blessed lands of the White Lotus, while the other party was the strongest heavenly monarch in the immortal court. About 100 years ago, he ascended to the grand heavenly realm first. However, in less than 20 years, Wang Guan had also ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Not long ago, during the war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the two had just fought against each other. The reason why he could find his way here was because his master, the sword Buddha, had transformed into the human realm. His aura of the mortal world was finally connected to the outside world. Since the other party could find his way here, he was most likely following him. Chu Su did not care about how the other party followed him, nor did he feel frustrated. His emotions were as calm as a lake. He did not even look at Wang Guan. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the other side. There, a middle-aged man in Taoist attire appeared. He immediately extended his hand towards the immortal trapping sword. He was the percussion heavenly lord, who belonged to the same immortal court as Wang Guan. There are 2 swords here. Both of our sects have one each, isn't it? Wang Guan said with a chuckle. Chu Su said plainly, if that's the case, we should first deal with the heretics before discussing about splitting the swords. Otherwise, if one of the swords were to fall into your hands, it's unknown if we could even leave this place alive. Needless to say, the human realm formed by the sword Buddha's incarnation engulfed Wang Guan and the percussion heavenly lord. Meanwhile, Chu Su's sword light was equally sharp. Wang Guan yawned, how is that possible? I don't cultivate in the sword. Even if I obtained the sword, I would only bring it back to the immortal court. Unlike you two, who immediately became even more powerful after obtaining the sword. The void in front of him suddenly shattered like an illusory realm. Wang Guan and the percussion heavenly lord's figures vanished, and the chi of mundane swept through the air. Their figures appeared on the other side, and did not fall into the human realm. The percussion heavenly lord distanced himself from the immortal trapping sword, while Wang Guan arrived beside it. In recent years, the heretics' strength had grown too quickly. They're making use of the chance to fight against you. Wang Guan said, do you still want to give them a chance? The percussion heavenly lord said, let's deal with these heretics first. Then, we'll talk about the ancient sword. As he spoke, he waved his palm and slammed it towards Yan Zhaoge and the others who were in the human realm. Daoist Zhao Zhen, Yao Yuncheng, and the others who were captured by Yan Zhaoge were currently struggling madly. Everyone had fallen into the human realm. Naturally, there was no difference in strength. This made them want to escape. Everything is just like a bubble. You didn't really bring us immortals down to the mundane realm. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned cold, you dare to come here and cause a ruckus? He took a deep breath. Chaos arose within his body, and sword lights surged within his eyes. After being engulfed by this sword light, Yan Zhaoge had already transcended from the mundane realm, returning to the 9 heavens. As a tranquil profound immortal, I can't break through the Buddha's cultivation. However, you've transformed into the human realm, and it's no longer a Buddhist technique. The grand heavenly immortal splendor can't dispel my sword intent into nothingness. Even Daoist Zhao Zhen and Yao Yuncheng, who were captured by him, felt the same. However, in the next moment, the surging sword lights slashed down on their heads, instantly causing them to fall back to the mundane realm. This feeling was different from falling into the human realm formed by the sword Buddha and being tainted by the aura of the mundane realm. Instead, they seemed to have truly fallen out of the immortal realm. Their cultivation and efforts had turned into water, causing them to revert back to the martial saint realm. In Daoist Zhao Zhen and Yao Yuncheng's eyes, Yan Zhaoge seemed to be situated high up in the sky, as if he didn't exist in the same world as them. As the sword lights descended, Daoist Zhao Zhen and the others merely received it along the way. Remember, Daoist Zhao Zhen and the others, you're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.